Whoa, hold up. Not to be that guy or anything, but none of this was in the book. Hello, I'm Napbox Studios, and judging by the length of this book, this will probably end up being my longest video ever. So, grab some popcorn, get yourself comfortable, and... who am I kidding? Nobody's gonna watch this whole thing in full anyway, so let's just cut the intro and get to the part you're here for. Chapter 1, Job Interview. Jack Torrance thought a vicious little prick. Elements took 5, and when he moved, it was with the prissy speed that he seems to be exclusive domain of all small plump men. The part in his hair was exact, and his dark suit was sober but comforting. I am a man, you can bring your problems to, that suit said to the paying customer. To the hired help it spoke more curtly, this had better be good. There was a red carnation in the lapel, perhaps so that no one on the street would mistake Stuart Ullman for the local undertaker. As he listened Ullman speak, Jack admitted to himself that he probably could not have liked any man on that side of the desk under any circumstances. Ullman had asked a question he hadn't caught that was bad. Ullman was the type of man who would file such lapses away in a mental Rolodex for later consideration. I'm sorry I asked if your wife fully understood what you would be taking on here. And there's your son, of course. He glanced down at the application in front of him. Daniel, your wife isn't a bit intimidated by the idea. Wendy is an extraordinary woman, and your son is also extraordinary. Jack smiled. A big, wide PR smile, we like to think, so I suppose. He's quite self-reliant for a 5-year-old. Now returning smile from Ullman, he slipped Jack's application back into a file. The file went into a drawer. The desktop was now completely bare except for a plotter, a telephone, a sensor lamp, and an in-and-out basket. Both sides of the in-and-out were empty too. Ullman stood up and went to the file cabinet in the corner. Step around the desk, if you will. Mr. Torrance will look at the hotel floor plans. He brought back 5 large sheets and set them down on the glossy walnut plane of the desk. Jack stood by his shoulder, very much aware of the scent of Ullman's cologne. All my men wear English leather, or they wear nothing at all. It came into his mind for no reason at all, and he had to clamp his tongue between his teeth to keep in a bray of laughter. Beyond the wall faintly came the sounds of the Overlook Hotel's kitchen gearing down from lunch top floor. Ullman said briskly, the attic, absolutely nothing up there now but bring back. The Overlook has changed hands several times since World War II, and it seems that each successful manager has put everything they don't want up in the attic. I want rat traps and poison bait sewed around in it. I've heard some of the 3rd floor chambermaids say they have heard rustling noises. I don't believe it, not for a moment. But there mustn't even be that 1 in 100 chance that a single rat inhabits the Overlook Hotel. Jack, who suspected every hotel in the world had a rat who held his tongue. Of course, you wouldn't allow your son in the attic under any circumstances. No, Jack said and flashed a big PR smile again. Humiliating situation. Did this officious little prick actually think he would allow his son to goof around in the rat trap attic full of junk furniture, and God knew what else? Ullman wished away the attic floor, and on the bottom of the pile, the Overlook Hotel has 110 guest quarters. He said in a scholarly voice, 30 of them. All suites are here on the 3rd floor. 10 in the west wing, including the presidential suite. 10 in the center, 10 more in the east wings. All of them command magnificent views. Could you at least spare the sales talk? But he kept quiet. He needed the job. Ullman put on the 3rd floor. On the bottom of the pile, they studied the 2nd floor, 40 rooms. Ullman said 30 doubles and 10 singles. And on the 1st floor, 20 of each, plus 3 linen closets on each floor. and a storeroom, which is at the extreme east end of the hotel, on the second floor, and the extreme west end. On the first question, Jack shook his head. Ullman whisked the second and first floors away now. Lobby level. Here in the center is the registration desk. Behind it are offices. The lobby runs for 80 feet in either direction from the desk. Over here in the west wing is the overlook dining room and the Colorado Lodge, the banquet and ballroom facilities on the east wing. Question is only one about the basement. Jack said for the winter caretaker, the most important level of all. Whereas the action is, so to speak, Watson will show you all that. The basement floor plan is on the boiler room wall. He frowned impressively, perhaps to show that as manager he did not concern himself with such mundane aspects of the overlooked operation as the boiler and plumbing. Might not be a bad idea to put some traps down there too. Just a minute, he scrawled a notepad. He took from the inner coat pocket each short legend from the desk of Stuart Ullman in a bold black script, tore it off and dropped it onto the bow basket. It sat there, looking lonesome. The pad disappeared back into Ullman's jacket pocket like the conclusion of a magician trick. Now you see it, Jackie boy. Now you don't. This guy's a real heavyweight. They had resumed their original positions, Ullman behind the desk and Jack in front of it, interviewer and interviewee, supplicant and reluctant patron. Ullman folded his neat little hands on the desk blotter and looked directly at Jack, a small balding man in a banker's suit and a quiet gray tie. The flower in his lapel was balanced off by a small lapel pin. On the other side, it read simply staff in small gold letters. I'll be perfectly frank with you, Mr. Torrance. Albert Shockley is a powerful man with a large interest in the Overlook, which showed a profit this season for the first time in its history. Mr. Shockley also sits on the board of directors, but he is not a hotel man, and he would be the first to admit this, but he has made his wishes in this caretaking matter quite obvious. He wants you hired. I will do so, but if I had been given a free hand in the matter, I would not have taken you on. Jack's hands were clenched tightly in his lap, working against each other, sweating. A fish's little prig, a fish's little prig, a fish's. I don't believe you care for me, Mr. Torrance. I don't care. Certainly, your feelings towards me play no part in my own belief that you are not right for the job during this season that runs from May 15th to September 30th. The Overlook employs 110 people full-time, one for every room in the hotel. You might say I don't think many of them like me, and I suspect that some of them would think I'm a bit of a bastard. They would be correct in their judgment of my character. I have been a bit of a bastard to run this hotel in the manner it deserves. He looked at Jack for a comment, and Jack flashed a PR smile again, large and insultingly. Toothy Ullman said the Overlook was built in the year 1907 to 1909. The closest town is Sidewinder, 40 miles east of here, over roads that are closed for some time in late October and November until sometime in April. The man named Robert Townley Watson built it, the grandfather of our present maintenance man. Vanderbilts have stayed here, the Rockefellers, the Astors and DuPonts. 4 presidents have stayed in the presidential suite. Wilson, Harding, Roosevelt, and Nixon. I wouldn't be too proud of Harding and Nixon, Jack murmured. Ullman frowned, but went on regardless. It proved too much for Mr. Watson, and he sold the hotel in 1915. It was sold again until in 1920, 1929. In 1936, it stood vacant until the end of World War II, when it was purchased by and completely renovated by Horace Derwent, millionaire, inventor, pilot, film producer, and entrepreneur. I know the name, Jack said. Yes, everything he touched seemed to go, except the Overlook. He funneled over $1 million into it before the first post-war guest ever stepped through its doors, turning a decrepit relic into a showplace. It was Derwent who added the Roque Court. I saw you admiring when you arrived. Roque, a British forebear of a croquet. Mr. Antaruk is The bastardized rogue, according to legend, Derwent learned the game from his social secretary and completely fell in love with it. Ours may be the finest rogue court in America. I wouldn't doubt it, Jack said gravely. A rogue court, a topiary full of hedge animals out front. What next to life-size Uncle Wiggly game behind the equipment shed. He was getting very tired of Mr. Stuart Ullman, but he could see Ullman wasn't done. Ullman was going to have to say every last word of it when he had lost $3 million Derwent and sold it to a group of California investors. Their experience with the Overlook was equally bad. There's just not hotel people. In 1970, Mr. Shockley had a group of his associates, bought the hotel and turned it into management over to me, but we also had to run in the red for several years. But I'm happy to say that the trust of the present owners in me has never wavered. Last year we broke even, and this year the Overlook's accounts were written in black ink for the first time in almost 7 decades. Jack was supposed that this fussy little man's pride was justified, and then his dislike washed over him again in a wave. He said, I see no connection between the Overlook's admittedly colorful history and your feeling that I'm wrong for the post, Mr. Ullman. One reason that the Overlook has lost so much money lies in the depreciation that occurs each winter. It shortens the profit margin to a great deal, more than you might believe, Mr. Torrance. The winters are fantastically cruel. In order to cope with this problem, I've installed a full-time winter caretaker to run the boiler and to heat different parts of the hotel on a daily rotating basis to repair breakage if it occurs and to do repairs if the elements can't get a foothold, to be constantly alert to any and every contingency. During our first winter, I hired a man instead of a single family. Instead of a single man, there was a tragedy, a horrible tragedy. Ullman looked at Jack coolly and appraisingly. I made a mistake, I admit it freely. The man was a drunk. Jack felt a slow, hot grin, the total antithesis of a toothy PR grin stretched across the mouth. Is that it? I'm surprised, Al, you didn't tell me. I've retired. Yes, Mr. Shockley told me you no longer drink. He also told me about your last job, your last position of trust. Shall we say you were teaching English in a Vermont prep school? You lost your temper. I don't believe I need to be any more specific than that, but I do happen to believe that Grady's case has a bearing, and that is why I have brought the matter of your previous history into the conversation during the winter of 1970-71 after we had refurbished the Overlook. But our first season, I hired this unfortunate named Delbert Grady. He moved into the quarters you and your wife and son will be sharing. He had a wife and 2 daughters. I had reservations, the main ones being the harshness of the winter season and the fact that the Gradys would be cut off from the outside world for 5 to 6 months. But that's not really true, is it? There are telephones here and probably a citizens band radio as well, and the Rocky Mountain National Park is within helicopter range, and surely a piece of ground that big must have a chopper too. I wouldn't know about that, Ullman said. The hotel does have a 2-way radio that Mr. Watson will show you, along with the list of the correct frequencies to broadcast on. If you need help, the telephone lines between here and Sidewinder are still above ground, and if they go down almost every winter at some point or another and are apt to stay down for 3 weeks to a month and a half, there is a snowmobile in the equipment shed also, and the place really isn't cut off. Mr. Ullman looked pained. Suppose your son or your wife tripped on the stairs and fractured his or her skull. Mr. Torrance, would you think the place was cut off then? Jack saw the point. A snowmobile running at top speed could get you down to Sidewinder in an hour and a half, maybe. A helicopter from the Parks and Rescue Service could get you here in 3 hours under optimum conditions. In a blizzard, it would never even be able to lift off, and you couldn't hope to run a snowmobile at top speed, even if you dared take a seriously injured person out into temperatures that might be 25 below or 45 below if you added in the wind chill factor. In the case of Grady, Ullman said, I reason, much as Mr. Shockley seems to have done, but in your case, solitude can be damaging in itself. Better for the man to have his family with him if there was trouble. I thought the odds were very high that it would be something less urgent than a fractured skull, or an accident with one of the power tools, or some sort of convulsion, a serious case of the flu, pneumonia, broken arm, even appendicitis. Any of those things would have left enough time. I suspect that what happened came as a result of too much cheap whiskey, of which Miss Grady had laid in a generous supply, unbeknownst to me, in a curious condition which the old-timers call cabin fever. Do you know that term? Ullman offered a patronizing little smile, ready to explain as soon as Jack admitted his ignorance, and Jack was happy to respond quickly and crisply. It's a slang term for a claustrophobic reaction that can occur when people are shut in together over long periods of time. The feeling of claustrophobia is exterminated as a dislike for the people you happen to be shut in with. In extreme cases, it can result in hallucinations and violence. Murder has been done over such minor things as a burned meal or an argument about whose turn it is to do the dishes. Ullman looked rather nonplussed, which did Jack a worth of good. He decided to press a little further, but silently promised Wendy he would stay cool. I suspect you did make a mistake at that. Did he hurt them? He killed them, Mr. Torrance, and then he committed suicide. He murdered the little girls with a hatchet, his wife with the shotgun, and himself the same way. His leg was broken, undoubtedly, so drunk he fell downstairs. Ullman spread his hands and looked at Jack self-righteously. Was he a high school graduate? As a matter of fact, he wasn't, Ullman said a little stiffly. I thought, shall we say, less imaginative individual would be less suspected to the rigors, the loneliness. That was your mistake, Jack said. A stupid man is more prone to cabin fever, just as he's more prone to shoot someone over a card game or commit a spur of the moment robbery. He gets bored when the snow comes. There is nothing to do but watch TV or play solitaire and cheat. When he can't get all the aces out, nothing to do but brud his wife and nag at the kids and drink. It's so hard to sleep because there's nothing to hear, so he drinks himself to sleep and wakes up with a hangover. He gets edgy and maybe the telephone goes off and the TV aerial blows down, and there's nothing to do but think and cheat and solitaire and get edgier and edgier. Finally, boom, boom, boom. Whereas a more educated man such as yourself, my wife and I both like to read. I have a play to work on, and Al Shockley probably told you. Danny has his puzzles, his coloring books, and his crystal radio. I plan to teach him how to read, and I also want to teach him to snowshoe. Wendy would also like to learn to. Oh yes, I think we can keep busy and out of each other's hair. If the TV goes on the fritz, he paused, and Al was telling the truth when he told you, I no longer drink. I did once, and I gotta be serious, but I haven't had so much as a glass of beer in the last 14 months, and I don't intend to bring any alcohol up here, and I don't think there will be an opportunity to get any after the snow flies. In that, you would be quite correct, Ullman said, but as long as the three of you are up here, the potential for problems is multiplied. I have told Mr. Shockley this, and he told me he would take the responsibility. Now I've told you, and apparently you are also willing to take the responsibility. I am. All right, I'll accept that since I have little choice, but I would still rather have an unattached college boy taking a year off. Well, perhaps you'll do. I'll do. Now I'll turn you over to Mr. Watson, who will take you through the basement and around the grounds, unless you have further questions. No, none at all. Ullman stood. I hope there are no hard feelings, Mr. Torrance. There is nothing personal in things I have said to you. I only want what's best for the Overlook. It is a great hotel. I wanted to say that way. No hard feelings. Jack flashed a PR grin again, but he was glad Ullman didn't offer to shake the hands. There were hard feelings, all kinds of them. Chapter 2, Boulder. She looked out the kitchen window and saw him just sitting there on the curb, not playing with his trucks, or the wagon, or even the balsa glider. She had pleased him so much all the week since Jack had brought it home. He was just sitting there watching for their shop-worn VW, his elbows planted on the sides and his chin propped in his hands. A 5-year-old kid waiting for his daddy. Wendy suddenly felt bad, almost crying bad. She hung the dish towel over the bar by the sink and went downstairs, buttoning the top 2 buttons of her house dress. Jack and his pride. No, hey, no, Al, I don't need it in advance. I'm okay for a while. The hallway walls were gouged and marked with crayons, grease pencils, spray paint. The stairs were steep and splintery. The whole place smelled of sour age. And what sort of place was this for Danny after the small, neat brick house in Stovington? The people living above them on the 3rd floor weren't married. And while that didn't bother her, their constant rancorous fighting did. It scared her. The guy up there was Tom, and after the bars had closed and they returned home, the fights would start in earnest. Next of the week was just a prelim in comparison. The Friday night fights, Jack called them, but it wasn't funny. The woman, her name was Elaine, and would at last be reduced to tears and be repeating over and over again, "Don't, Tom, please don't, please don't." And he would shout at her once. They'd even awakened Danny, and Danny slept like a corpse. The next morning, Jack caught Tom going out and had spoken to him on the sidewalk at some length. Tom had started to bluster at Jack and said something else to him, too quietly for Wendy to hear, and Tom had only shaken his head sullenly and walked away. That had been a week ago, and for a few days things had been better, but since the weekend things had been working back to normal. Abnormal. It was bad for the boy. Her sense of grief washed over her again, but she was on the walk now, and she smothered it, sweeping her dress under her and sitting down on the curb beside him. She said, "What's up, Doc?" He smiled at her, but it was pre-functionary. "Hi, Mom." The glider was between his sneakered feet, and she saw that one of the wings had started to splinter. "Want me to see what I can do with that, honey?" Dan had gone back to staring straight. "No, Dad will fix it. Your daddy may not be back until supper time, Doc. It's a long drive up to those mountains. Do you think the bug will break down?" "No, I don't think so." But he had just given her something new to worry about. "Thanks, Danny. I needed that." Dad said it might. Danny said in a matter-of-fact, almost bored manner. He said the fuel pump was all shot to poop. "Don't say that, Danny. Fuel pump?" "No." He asked her with honest surprise. She sighed. "No. All shot to poop. Don't say that." "Why? It's vulgar." "What's vulgar, Mom?" "Like when you pick your nose at the table or pee with the bathroom door open, or saying things like, 'all shot to poop.' Poop is a vulgar word. Nice people don't say it. Dad says it." When he was looking at the bug motor, he said, "Christ, this fuel pump's all shot to poop. Isn't Dad nice?" "How do you get into these things, Winifred? Do you practice?" "He's nice, but he's also a grown-up, and he's very careful not to say things like that in front of people who wouldn't understand." "You mean like Uncle Al?" "Yes, that's right. Can I say it when I'm grown up?" "I suppose you will, whether I like it or not." "How old? How does 20 sound, Doc?" "That's a long time to have to wait. I guess it is, but will you try, okay?" He went back to staring up the street. He flexed a little as if to rise, but the beetle coming was much newer and much brighter red. He relaxed again. She wondered how hard this move to Colorado had been on Danny. He was closed-mouthed about it, but they both ordered her to see him spending so much time by himself in Vermont. 3 of Jack's fellow faculty members had children about Danny's age, and there had been the preschool, but in this neighborhood there was no one for him to play with. Most of the apartments were occupied by students attended CU, and of the few married couples on Forever Street, there was a tiny percentage had children. She had spotted a dozen of high school or junior age school infants, and that was about all. "Mommy, why did Dad lose his job?" She was jolted out of her reverie and floundered for an answer. She and Jack had discussed the many ways they did to handle such a question from Danny, ways that had varied from evasion to the plain truth. with no varnish on it, but Danny had never asked, not until now, when she was feeling low and least prepared for a question yet. He was looking at her, maybe reading the confusion on her face and foaming with his own ideas about that. She thought that to children, adult motives and actions must seem as bulking and ominous and dangerous as animals seen in the shadows of a dark forest. They were jerked about like puppets, having only the vaguest notions. Why the thought brought her dangerously close to tears again, and while she fought them off, she leaned over, picked up the disabled glider, and turned it over in her hands. Your daddy was coaching the debate team. Danny, you remember that? Sure, he said. Arguments for fun, right? She turned the glider over and over, looking at the trade name Speed Glide and the Blue Star decals on the wing, and found herself telling the exact truth to her son. There was a boy named George Hadfield that Daddy had to cut from the team. That means he wasn't as good as some of the others, George said. Your daddy cut him because he didn't like him and not because he wasn't good enough. And then George did a bad thing. I think you know about that. Was he the one who put holes in our bug's tires? Yes, he was. It was after school and your daddy caught him doing it. Now she hesitated again, but there was no truth. The question of evasion now, it was reduced to tell a truth or a lie. Your daddy, sometimes he does things he's sorry for later, but sometimes he doesn't think about the way he should. That doesn't happen often, but sometimes it does. Did he hurt George Hatfield like the time I spilled all the papers? Sometimes Danny, with his arm in a cast, he does things he's sorry for later. Wendy blinked her eyes savagely hard, driving her tears all the way back. Something like that, honey. Your daddy hit George to make him stop cutting the tires, and George hit his head. Then the men who are in charge of the school said that George couldn't go there anymore, and your daddy couldn't teach there anymore. She stopped out of words and waited in dread for the deluge of questions. Oh, Danny said, and went back to looking up the street. Apparently, the subject was closed. If only it could be closed. She stood up. I'm going down upstairs for a cup of tea. Doc, do you want a couple of cookies or a glass of milk? I think I'll watch for Dad. I don't think he'll be home much before 5. Maybe he'll be early. Maybe she agreed. Maybe he will. She was halfway up the walk when he called, Mommy, what, Danny? Do you want to go and live in that hotel for the winter now? Which of the 5,000 answers should she give to that one? The way she felt yesterday or the night last night, there was all different. They crossed the spectrum from rosy pink to dead black. She said, if it's what your father wants, it's what I want. She paused. What about you? I guess I do, he said finally. Nobody much to play with around here. You miss your friends, don't you? Sometimes I miss Scott and Andy, that's about all. She went back to him and kissed him, rubbed his light-colored hair that was just losing his baby fineness. He was such a solemn little boy, and sometimes she wondered just how he was supposed to survive with her and Jack for parents. The high hopes they had begun with came down to this unpleasant apartment building in a city she didn't know. The image of Danny in his cast rose, but before her again somebody in the divine placement service had made a mistake. One she sometimes feared could never be corrected, and which only the most innocent by its standard could pay for. Stay out of the road, Doc, she said, and hugged him tight. Sure, Mom. She went upstairs and into the kitchen. She put on the teapot and laid a couple of Oreos on a plate for Danny in case he decided to come up while she was lying down, sitting at the table with her big pottery cup in front of her. She looked out the window at him, still sitting on the curb in his blue jeans and his oversized dark green Stovington prep sweatshirt. The glider now lying beside him. The tears which had all threatened all day now came in a cloudburst, and she leaned into the fray, curling steam of the tea, and wept in grief and lost for the past and terror of the future. Chapter 3. Watson, you lost your temper, Ullman had said. Okay, here's your furnace, Watson said, turning on a light in the dark. Musty-smelling room, he was a beefy man with fluffy popcorn hair. White shirt and a dark green chinos, he swung open a small square grating in the furnace belly, and he and Jack peered together. This here's the pilot light, a steady blue-white jet hissing steadily to upwards channeled destructive force. But the key word Jack thought was destructive and not channeled. If you struck your hand in there, the barbecue would have it been in 3 quick seconds. Lost your temper, Danny, are you alright? The furnace filled the entire room, by far the biggest and oldest Jack had ever seen. The pilot's got a failsafe, Watson told him. Little sensor in there, 3 measures heat. If the heat falls below a certain point, it sets off a buzzer in your quarters. Boilers on the other side of the wall. I'll take you around. He slammed the grating shut and led Jack behind the iron bolt of the furnace toward another door. The iron radiated a stuporous heat at them, and for some reason Jack thought of a large dozing cat. Watson jingled his keys and whistled "Lost Your" when he went back into his study and saw Denny standing there wearing nothing but his training pants and a grin. A slow red cloud of rage had eclipsed Jack's reason. It seemed slow subjectively inside his head. It must have all happened in less than a minute. It seemed slow the way some dreams seem slow. The bad ones, every door and every drawer in his study seemed to have been ransacked in the time he had been gone. Closet, cupboards, the sliding bookcase, every script, every drawer yanked out to the stop. His manuscript, the 3-act play he had been slowly developing from a novelette he had written several years ago. And as an undergraduate, he was scattered all over the floor. He had been drinking a beer and doing the Act 2 corrections when he said the fun was for him, and Danny had poured the can of beer all over the pages. Probably to see it foam, see it foam, see it foam. The words played over and over in his mind like a single sick chord on an out-of-tune piano. Completing the circuit of his rage, he stepped deliberately toward his 3-year-old son, who was looking up at him with that pleased grin. His pleasure at the job worked so successfully and recently completed Danny's study. Danny began to say something, and that was when he had grabbed Danny's hand and bent it to make him drop the typewriter eraser and the mechanical pencil he was clenching in it. Danny had cried out a little, "No, tell the truth," he screamed. It was all hard to remember through the fog of anger, the single thump of that one Spike Jones chord. Wendy somewhere asked what was wrong. Her voice faint by the inner mist. This was between the two of them. He had word. Danny tore around to spank, his big adult fingers digging into the scant meat of the boy's forearm, meeting around in a closed fist, and the snap of the breaking bone had not been loud, not loud, but it had been very loud. Huge, not, but not loud, just enough of a sound to slit through the red fog like an arrow, but instead of letting in sunlight, that sound led in the dark clouds of shame and remorse, the terror, the agonization, convulsing of the spirit, a clean sound with the past on one side of it, and all the future on the other. Sound like a breaking pencil lead, or in a small piece of needling when you brought it down over your knee. A moment of utter silence on the other side. In respect to the beginning future of all the rest of his life, Danny's face grew color like it was cheese, seeing his eye always grow larger still. Lying glassy, Jack sure the boy was going to faint dead away into the puddle of beer and papers. His own voice weak and drunk, slurry, trying to make it all back, to find a way around that not too loud sound of bone cracking and into the past. Is there a status quo in the house? Saying, "Danny, are you alright?" Danny's answering shriek, then Wendy shocked gasp as she came around them. And saw the peculiar angle Danny's forearm had to his elbow. No arm was meant to hang quite that way in a world of normal families. Her own scream as she swept him into her arms. And a nonsense babble, oh God, Danny, oh dear God, oh sweet God, you poor sweet arm. And Jack was standing there, stunned and stupid, trying to understand how a thing like this could have happened. He was standing there, and his eyes met the eyes of his wife, and he saw that Wendy hated him. It did not occur to him that what the hate might mean in practical terms. It was only later that he realized she might have left him that night, had gone to a motel, gotten a divorce lawyer in the morning, or called the police. He only saw that his wife hated him, and he felt staggered by it. All alone, he felt awful. This was what oncoming death felt like. Then she fled for the telephone and out of the hospital with her screaming boy wedged in the crook of her arm, and Jack did not go after her. He only stood in the ruins of his office, smelling beer and thinking, "You lost your temper." He rubbed his hand harshly across his lips and followed Watson into the boiler room. It was humid in here, but it was more than humidity that brought the sick and slimy sweat onto his brow and stomach and legs. Then, remembering, it was a total thing that made that night 2 years ago seem like 2 hours ago. There was no lag. It brought the shame and revulsion back, the sense of having no worth at all, and that feeling always made him want to have a drink, and the wanting of a drink brought still blacker despair. Would he ever have an hour, not a week or even a day, mind you, but just one waking hour, when a craving for a drink wouldn't surprise him like this? The boiler, Watson announced. He put a red and blue banana from his back pocket, blew his nose with a divisive honk, and thrust it back out of sight after a short peek into it to see if he had gotten anything interesting. The boiler stood on 4 cement blocks, a long and cylindrical metal tank, copper jacketed and often patched. It squatted beneath a confusion of pipes and ducts which zigzagged upward into the high cobweb festooned basement ceiling. To Jack's right, 2 large heated pipes came through the wall from the furnace into the adjoining room. Pressure gauges here. Watson tapped it. Pounds per square inch PSI. I guess you know that I got her up to 100 now, and the rooms get a little chilly at night. Few guests complain. What the frick, they're crazy to come up here in September anyway. Besides, this is an old baby, got more patches on her than a pair of welfare overalls. Out came the bandana, a honk, a peek, back it went. I got me a frickin' cold, Watson said conversationally. I get one every September. I'd be tinkering down here with this old, or then I'd be out cutting the grass or raking that rope court. Get a chill, catch a cold. My old mom used to say, God bless her, she been dead 6 years. The cancer got her. Once the cancer gets you, you might as well make your will. You'll want to keep your press up to no more than 50, maybe 60. Mr. Ullman, he said, to heat the West Wing one day. Central Wing, the next East Wing, the next day after that. Ain't he a crazy man? I hate that little freaker. Yab, 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 all the live long day. He's just like one of those little dogs that bites you on the ankle, then run around and pee all over the rug. If brains was a black powder, he couldn't blow his own nose. It's a pity the things you see when you ain't got a gun. Look here, you open and close the ducts by pulling these rings. I got 'em all marked for you. The blue tags all go to the rooms on the east wing, red tags in the middle. Yellow is the west wing. When you go to heat the West Wing, you gotta remember that's the side of the hotel that really catches the weather when it whoops. Those rooms get as cold as a frigid woman with an ice cube up her works. You can run your press all the way to 80 on the West Wing days. I would anyway. The thermostat's upstairs, Jack began. Watson shook his head vehemently, making his fluffy hair bounce on his skull. They ain't hooked up. They're just up there for show. Some of these people from California They don't think things is right unless they got it hot enough to grow a palm tree in their frickin' bedroom. All the heat comes from down here. Got to watch the press though, see her creep. He tapped the main dial, which had crept from 100 pounds per square inch to 102 as Watson soliloquied. Jack felt a sudden shiver across his back, and in a hurry, he thought the goose just walked over my grave. Then Watson gave the present wheel a spin and dumped the boiler off. There was a great hissing, and the needle dropped back to 91. Watson twisted the valve shut, and the hissing died reluctantly. She creeps, Watson said. You tell that fat little pecker would in. He drags out the account books and spends 3 hours showing how he can afford a new one until 1982. I tell you, this whole place is gonna go sky high someday, and I just hope that fat frick's here to ride the rocket. God, I wish I could be as charitable as my mother was. She could see the good in everyone. Me, I'm just as mean as a snake with the shingles. What the frick? A man can't help his nature. Now, you got to remember to come down here twice a day and once a night before you racking. You got to check the press if you forget. It'll just creep and creep. College writes, I like as not as you as your family will wake up on the freaking moon. You just dump her off a little and you'll have no trouble. What's top end? Oh, she's rated for 250, but she'd blow as long before that. Now you couldn't get me to come down and stand next to her when that dial was up to 180. There's no automatic shutdown. No, there ain't. This was built before such things were required. Federal governments into everything these days, ain't it? FBI opening mail, CIA bugging the goddamn phones, and look what happened to that Nixon. Wasn't that a sorry sight? But if you just come down here regular and check the press, you'll be fine. And remember to switch these ducks all around like he wants. Won't none of the rooms get much above 45. Unless we have amazing warm winter and you'll have your own apartment just as warm as you like it. What about the plumbing? Okay, I was just getting to that. Over here through this arch. They walked into a long rectangular room that seemed to stretch for miles. Watson pulled a cord and a single 75-watt bulb cast a stickish swinging glow over the area they were standing in. Straight ahead was the bottom of the elevator shaft, heavy greased cables descending to pulleys 20 feet in diameter, and a huge grease-clogged motor. Newspapers were everywhere, bundled and banded, and boxed other cartons were marked records or invoices or receipts. Save the smell was yellow and moldy. Some of the cartons were falling apart, spilling yellow flimsy sheets that might have been 20 years old onto the floor. Jack stared around, fascinated. The overlook's entire history might be here, buried in these rotting cartons. That elevator's a bro to keep running, Watson said, jerking his thumb at it. I know Ullman's buying the state elevator inspectors a few fancy dinners to keep the repairman away from that freaker. Now here's your central plumbing core. In front of them, 5 large pipes, each of them wrapped in insulation and clinched with steel bands rose into the shadows and out of sight. Watson pointed to a cobwebby shelf beside the utility shaft. There were a number of greasy rags on it and a loose-leaf binder. That there is all your plumbing schematics, he said. I don't think you'll have any trouble with leaks, never has been, but sometimes the pipes freeze up. Only way to stop that is to run the faucets a little bit during the nights. But there's over 400 taps in this freaking place. That fat fairy upstairs would scream all the way to Denver when he saw the water bill. Ain't that right? I'd say that's a remarkably astute analysis. Watson looked at him admiring. Say you really are a college fella, aren't you? Talk just like a book. I admired that, as long as the fella ain't one of those fairy boys. Lots of them are. You know who stirred up all those college riots a few years ago? The homosexuals. That's who. They get frustrated and have to cut loose. Coming out of the closet, they call it holy poop. I don't know what the world's coming to now. If she freezes, she most likely gonna freeze right up this shaft. No heat, you see. If it happens, use this. He reached into a broken orange crate and produced a small gas torch. You just unstrap the insulation when you find the ice plug and put the heat right to her. Get it? Yes, but what if the pipe freezes outside the utility core? That won't happen if you're doing your job and keeping the place heated. You can't get to the other pipes anyway. Don't you fret about it. You'll have no trouble. Beer's lead place down here. Cobwebby gives me the horrors. It does, Ullman said. The first winter caretaker killed his family and himself. Yeah, that guy Grady, he was all a bad actor. I knew that the minute I saw him. Always grinning like an egg-sucking dog, and that was when they were just starting out here. And that fat freak old man, he would have hired the Boston Strangler if he'd worked for minimum wage. Was a ranger from the national park that found him. The phone was out, all of them up in the west wing on the third floor. Froze solid. Too bad about the little girls. 8 and 6, they was cute as cut buttons. Oh, that was a hell of a mess. That old man, he managed some honky-talky resort place down in Florida in the off-season. And he caught a plane up to Denver and hired a sleigh to take him up here from Sidewinder because the roads were closed. A sleigh, can you believe that? He about split a gut trying to keep it out of the papers. Did pretty well. I got him that, but then there was an item in the Denver Post, and of course the obituary in that pissant little rag they have down in Estes Park, but that was just about all pretty good considering the reputation this place has got. I expected some reporter would dig it all up again and just sort of put Grady in it as an excuse to rake over the scandals. What scandals? Watson shrugged. Any big hotels have got scandals. He said, just like any big hotel has got a ghost. Why? Hell, people come and go. Sometimes one of them will pop off in this hotel. Heart attacks or stroke or something like that. Hotels are superstitious places. No 13th floors or room 13. No mirrors on the back of the door you come in through, stuff like that. Why? We lost a lady list just last July. Ullman had to take care of that, and you could bet his, but you did. That's why they pay him $22,000 a season for, and as much as I dislike the little prick, he earns it. It's like some people just come here to throw up, and they hire a guy like Ullman to clean up the messes. Here's this woman, must have been 60 freaking years old, my age, and her hair's dyed just as red as a horse stoplight. Boobs sagging just around down to the belly button, and account of she's not wearing no brassy ear. Big, very coarse veins up down all their legs, so they look like a couple of gosh darn road maps. The jewels dripping off her neck and arms and hanging out her ears. And she's got this kid with her. He can't be no more than 17, with hair stuffed to his butthole and his crotch bulging like he stuffed it up with the funny pages. So they're here a week, 10 days maybe, and every night it's the same drill down in the Colorado lounge from 5 to 7. Her sucking up Singapore slings like they're gonna outlaw him tomorrow, and him with just the one bottle of Olympia, sucking it, making it last, and she'd be making jokes and saying all these witty things. And every time she said one, he'd grin just like a freaking ape, like she had strings tied to the corners of his mouth. Only after a few days you could see it was getting harder for him to grin, and God knows what he had to think about to get his pump primed by bedtime. Well, they'd go for dinner, him walking in or staggering drunk as a coot, you know, and he'd be pinching the waitresses and grinning at them when she wasn't looking. Hell, he even had bets on how long he'd last. Watson shrugged, then he comes one down one night, and to around 10 saying his wife is indisposed, which meant she was passed out, again like every other night they were there. and he's gonna go to get some stomach medicine. So off he goes in the little Porsche they come in, and that's the last we see of him. Next morning, she comes down and tries to put on this big act, but all day she's getting paler and paler, and Mr. Ullman asked her, sort of diplomatic like, would she like to notify the state cops just in case maybe he had a little accident or something. She's worried on him like a cat. No, he's a fine driver. She isn't worried. Everything's under control. He'll be back for dinner. So that afternoon, she steps into the Colorado around 3 and never has no dinner at all. She goes up to her room around 10:30, and that's the last time anybody saw her live. What happened? County coroner said she took about 30 sleeping pills on top of all the booze. Her husband showed up the next day, some big shot lawyer from New York. He gave old Ullman for different shades of holy hell. I'll sue this and then I'll sue that, and when I'm through with you, you won't even be able to find a clean pair of underwear, stuff like that. But Ullman's good, the sucker. Ullman got him quieted down, probably asked that big shot how he'd like to see his wife splashed all over the New York papers. Wife of prominent New York blah blah found dead with belying of sleeping pills after playing hide the salami with the young enough to kid young enough to be his grandson. The state cops found the Porsche in back of all the night burger joints in Lyons, and Ullman pulled a few strings to get it released to that lawyer. Then both of them ganged up on old Archer Houghton, which is the county coroner, and got him to change the verdict to accidental death, heart attack. Now old Archer's driving a Chrysler. I don't begrudge him. Man's got to take it where he finds it, especially when he starts getting along in years. Out came the bandana, honk, peek out of sight. So what happens about a week later? The stupid cunt of a chambermaid, Dolores Vickery by name, she gives out with a hell of a streak while she's making up in the room where those two stayed, and she faints dead away. When she comes to, she says she's seen the dead woman in the bathroom laying naked in the tub. Her face was all purple and stuff, she says, she was grinning at me. So Ullman gave her 2 weeks worth of waking papers and told her to get lost. I figure there's maybe 50 people died in his hotel since my grandfather opened up for business in 1910. He looked shrewdly at Jack. You know how most of them go, heart attack or stroke while they're banging the lady they're with. That's what these resorts get, a lot of old types that want one last fling. They come up here to the mountains to pretend they're 20 again. Sometimes something gives, and not all the guys who ran this place was good as Ullman is at keeping it out of the papers, so the Overlook's got a reputation, yeah. I'll bet the frickin' Biltmore in New York City has got a reputation if you ask the right people, but no ghost, Mr. Torrance. I've worked here all my life. I played here when I was a kid, no older than your boy. That wallet snapshot you showed me, I never seen a ghost yet. You wanna come out back with me? I'll show you the equipment shed. Fine. As Watson reached up to turn off the light, Jack said there's sure a lot of papers down here. Oh, you're not kidding. Seems like they go back 1,000 years. Newspapers and old invoices and bills and lading and Christ knows what else. My dad used to keep up with them pretty good when we had the old wood burning furnace, but now they've got all out of hand. Some year I get to boil the down all to Sidewinder and burn 'em if Ullman will stand the expense. I guess he will if I holler rat loud enough. There are rats, yeah, I guess there's some. I got the traps and the poison Mr. Ullman wants you to use up in your attic, and down here you keep a good eye on your boy, Mr. Torrance. You would want nothing to happen into him. No, I sure wouldn't. Coming from Watson, the advice and sting. They went to the stairs and paused there for a moment while Watson blew his nose. You'll find all the tools you need out there, and some you don't, I guess. Then there's the shingles. Did Ullman tell you about that? Yes, he wants parts of the west roof re-shingled. He'll get all the for free out of here that he can. The fat little prig, and then we wind around in the spring about how you didn't do the job right. told him once right to his face. I said, Watson's word faded away to a comforting drone as they mounted the stairs. Jack Torrance looked back over his shoulder once into the impenetrable, musty-smelling darkness and thought that if there was ever a place that should have ghosts, this was it. He thought of Grady, locked in the soft, implacable snow, going quietly berserk and committing his atrocity. Did they scream? He wondered. Poor Grady, feeling it close on him more and more every day. He knowing at the last that for him spring break would never come. He shouldn't have been there, and he shouldn't have lost his temper as he followed Watson through the door. The words echoed back to him like a knell accompanied by a sharp snap, like a breaking pencil. Let dear God, he could use a drink or 1,000 of them. Chapter 4, Shadowland. Danny White and back out to milk and cookies at 4:15. He gobbled them while looking out the window, then went in. Tiggis's mother, who was lying down, she suggested that he stay in and watch Sesame Street. The time would pass faster, but he shook his head firmly and went back to his place on the curb. Now it was 5 o'clock, and although he didn't have a watch and he couldn't tell time too well, yet anyway he was aware of passing time by the lengthening of the shadows and by the gold cast that now tinged the afternoon light. Turning the glider over in his hands, he sank under his breathless skip to M. Lou. I don't care. I skip to M. Lou and don't care. My master's gone away, Lou. Lou, skip to M. Lou. They had sung that song together. The Jack and the Jill nursery school he had gone to back in Stovington. He didn't go to nursery school out here because Daddy couldn't afford to send him anymore. He knew his mother and father worried about that, worried that it was adding to his loneliness. And even more deeply unspoken between them, and Danny blamed them. But he didn't really want to go to that old Jack and Jill anymore. It was for babies. He wasn't quite a big kid yet, but he wasn't a baby anymore. Big kids went to the big school and got a hot lunch. First grade next year. This year was someplace between being a baby and a real kid. It was alright. He did miss Scott and Andy, mostly Scott, but it was still alright. It seemed best to wait alone for whatever might happen next. He understood a great many things about his parents, and he knew that many times they didn't like his understandings, and many other times refused to believe them, but someday they would have to believe. He was content to wait. It was too bad they couldn't believe more, though, especially at times like this. Mommy was lying on her bed in the apartment, just about crying. She was so worried about Daddy. Some of the things she was worried about were too grown up for Danny to understand. Vague things that had to do with security and Daddy's self-image, feelings of guilt and anger, and the feeling of what was to come of them. But the two main things on her mind right now were that Daddy had let a mental breakdown in the mountains when why didn't he call, or that Daddy had gone off to do the bad thing. Danny knew perfectly well what the bad thing was, since Scotty Aronson, who was 6 months older, had explained it to him. Scotty knew because his daddy did the bad thing too. Once Scotty told him his daddy had punched his mom right in the eye and knocked her down. Finally, Scotty's dad and mom had gotten a divorce over the bad thing, and when Danny had known him, Scotty lived with his mother and only saw his daddy on weekends. The greatest terror of Danny's life was a divorce, a word that always appeared in his mind as a sign painted in red letters, which was covered with hissing poisonous snakes. In divorce, your parents no longer lived together. They had a tug-of-war over you in court, tennis court, badminton court. Danny wasn't sure which, or if it was some other, but Mommy and Daddy had played both tennis and badminton at Stovington, so he assumed it could be either, and you had to go with one of them, and you practically never saw the other one, and the other one you could marry somebody you didn't even know if the urge came on them. The most terrifying thing about divorce was that he had sensed the word or concept or whatever it was that came to him in his understandings floating around in his own parents' head. sometimes diffuse and relatively distant, sometimes as thick and obscuring and frightening as thunderheads. It had been that way since after Daddy punished him for messing the papers up in his study, and the doctor had to put his arm in a cast. The memory was already faded, but the memory of the divorce thoughts was clear and terrifying. It had mostly been around his mommy at the time, but he had been in constant terror that she would pluck the word from her brain and drag it out of her mouth, making it real. Divorce, it was constant undercurrent in their thoughts. One of the few he could always pick up like the beat of simple music, but like a beat, the central thought formed only the spine of more complex thoughts he could not as yet even begin to interpret. They came to him only as comforts or moods. Mommy's divorce thoughts centered around what Daddy had done to his arm and what had happened at Stovington when Daddy lost his job. That boy that George had Field who got pissed off at Daddy and put holes in their bugs' feet. Daddy's divorce thoughts were more complex, colored dark violet, and shot through with the frightening veins of pure black. He seemed to think they would be better off if he left, that things would stop hurting. His daddy heard almost all the time, mostly about the bad thing. Daddy could almost always pick that up too. Daddy's constant craving to go into a dark place and watch a color TV and eat peanuts out of a bowl and do the bad thing until his brains would be quiet and leave him alone. But this afternoon, his mother had no need to worry, and he wished he could go to her and tell her that the bug had not broken down. Danny was not off somewhere doing the bad thing. He was almost home now, putting along the highway between Lyons and Boulder. For the moment, his daddy wasn't even thinking about the bad thing. He was thinking about Danny. Looked furtively behind him at the kitchen window, sometimes thinking very hard. Made something happen to him. It made things, real things, go away. And then he saw things that weren't there once. Not long after they put the cast on his arm, this had happened. At the supper table, they weren't talking much to each other, but they were thinking, oh yes, the thoughts of divorce hung over the kitchen table like a cloud full of black rain, pregnant, ready to burst. It was so bad he couldn't eat. The thought of eating with all that black divorce around him made him want to throw up, and because it had seemed desperately important, he had thrown himself fully into concentration, and something had happened when he came back into real things. He was lying on the floor with beans and mashed potatoes in his lap, and his mommy was holding him and crying. And Daddy had been on the phone. He had been frightened, tried to explain to them that there was nothing wrong, that this sometimes happened to him when he concentrated on understanding more than what normally came to him. He tried to explain about Tony, who they called his invisible playmate. His father had said he's having a hallucination. He seems okay, but I want the doctor to look at him anyway. After the doctor left, Mommy had made him promise to never do that again, to never scare them that way. And Danny had agreed. He was frightened himself because when he had concentrated his mind, it had flown out to his daddy. And for just a moment before, Tony had appeared far away as he always did, calling distantly, and the strange thing had blotted out their kitchen and the carved roast on the blue plate. Just for a moment, his own consciousness had plugged through his daddy's darkness to an incomprehensible word, more such frightening than divorce. That word was suicide. Danny had never come across it again in his daddy's mind, and he had certainly not gone looking for it. He didn't care if he had never found exactly what that word meant. But he did like to concentrate, because sometimes Tony would come, not every time, sometimes things just got woozy and swimmy for a minute and then cleared. Most times, in fact, but at other times, Tony would appear at the very limit of his vision, calling distantly and beckoning. It had happened twice since they moved to Boulder, and he remembered how surprised and pleased he had been to find Tony had followed him all the way from Vermont. So all his friends hadn't been left behind after all. The first time he had been out in the backyard and nothing much had happened. Just Tony beckoning and then darkness, and a few minutes later he had come back to real things with a few vague fragments of memory like a jumbled dream. The second time 2 weeks ago had been more interesting. Tony beckoning, calling from 4 yards over. Danny, come see. It seemed like that he was getting up, then falling into a deep hole like Alice in Wonderland. Then he had been in the basement of the apartment house, and Tony had been beside him, pointing into the shadows of it. The trunk his daddy had carried all his important papers in, especially the play. See, Tony had said in a distant musical voice, it's under the stairs, right under the stairs. The movers put it right under the stairs. Then he had stepped forward to look more closely at this marvel, and then he was falling again, this time out of the backyard swing where he had been sitting all along. He had gotten the wind knocked out of himself 2, 3, or 4 days later. His daddy had been stomping around, telling mommy furiously that he had been all over the gosh darn basement and the trunk wasn't there, and he was going to sue the gosh darn movers who had left it somewhere between Vermont and Colorado. How was he supposed to be able to finish the play if things like that kept cropping up? Danny said, no, Daddy, it's under the stairs. The movers put it right under the stairs. Daddy had given him a strange look and had gone down to see the trunk had been there, just where Tony had shown him. Daddy had taken him aside, had him sat on his lap, and asked Danny how who let him down the cellar. Had it been Tom from upstairs? The cellar was dangerous, Daddy said. That's why the landlord kept it locked if someone was leaving it unlocked. Daddy wanted to know. He was glad to have his papers and his play, but it wouldn't be worth it to him, he said, if Danny fell down the stairs and broke his leg. Danny told his father earnestly that he hadn't been down in the cellar, that the door was locked and always locked, and Mommy agreed. Danny never went down in the back hall, she said, because it was damp and dark and spidery, and he didn't tell lies. And how did you know, Doc? Danny asked. Tony showed me. His mother and father had exchanged a look over his head. This had happened before from time to time because it was frightening. They swept it quickly from their minds, but he knew they always worried about Tony, Mommy especially, and he was careful about thinking the way that could make Tony come where she might see. But now he thought he was lying down, not moving about in the kitchen yet. So concentrated hard to see if he could understand what Daddy was thinking about. His brow first and his slightly grimy hands clenched into tight fists on the jeans. He did not close his eyes. That wasn't necessary, but he squinched them down to slits and imagined Daddy's voice, Jack's voice, John Daniel Torrance's voice, deep and steady sometimes, quirking up with amusement or deepening even more with anger, or just staying steady, thinking, because he was thinking about thinking. Danny sighed quietly, and his body slumped on the curb as if all the muscles had gone out of it. He was fully conscious. He saw the street and the girl and boy walking up the sidewalk on the other side, holding hands because they were in love, so happy about the day and themselves together. In the day, he saw autumn leaves blowing along the gutter, yellow cart wheels of irregular shape. He saw the house where they were passing and noticed how the roof was covered with shingles. I guess it'll be no problem if the flashing's okay. Yeah, that'll be alright. The Watson cries, what a character, wish there was a place for him in the play. I'll end up with the whole freaking human race in it if I don't watch it. Yeah, shingles, are there nails out there? Oh, poop, I forgot to ask him. Well, very simple to get outside, Winder hardware store, wasp there. Nesting this time of year, I might want to get one of those bug bombs in case they're there when I rip up the old shingles, new shingles, old shingles, though that's what they were thinking about. He had gotten the job and was thinking about shingles, and he didn't know who Watson was, but everything seemed clear enough, and he might get to see a wasp nest just as sure as his name was Danny. He looked up, and there was Tony, far up the street, standing by a stop sign and waving. Danny, as always, felt a warm burst of pleasure at seeing his old friend, but this time he seemed to feel a prick of fear, as if Tony had come with some darkness hidden behind his back, a jar of wasps which, when released, would sting deeply. But there was no question of not going. He slumped further down the curb, his hand sliding laxly from his thighs, and dangling below the fork of his crotch, his chin sacking into his dad's chest. There was a dim, painless tug as a part of him got up and ran after Tony into funneling darkness. Danny, now the darkness was shot with swirling whiteness, a coughing, whooping sound with bending, tortured shadows that resolved themselves into fir trees at night. Being pushed by screaming gales, snow swirled and danced, snow everywhere too deep, Tony said from the darkness, and there was a sadness in his voice that terrified Danny too deep to get out another shape, looming, rearing, huge and rectangular, sloping roof, whiteness that was blurred in the stormy darkness, many windows, a long building with a shingled roof. Some of the shingles were green or new, where his daddy put them on with nails from the Sidewinder hardware store. Now, the snow was covering the shingles, it was covering everything, a green witch light glowed into being on the front of the building, flickered, and then became a giant grinning skull over two crossbones, poisoned down, he said, from the floating darkness, poison. Other signs flickered past his eyes, some in green letters, some of them on boards stuck at leaning angles into the snowdrift. No swimming danger, live wires, this property condemned, high voltage, third rail, danger of death, keep out, no trespassing, violators will be shot on sight. He understood none of them completely. He couldn't read, but got a sense of all, like in a dreamy terror floated into the dark hollows of his body like light brown spores that would die in sunlight. They faded now. He was in a room filled with strange furniture, a room that was dark, snow spattered against the windows like thrown sand. His mouth was dry, his eyes like hot marbles, his heart trip hammering in his chest. Outside there was hollow booming noise like a dreadful door being thrown wide. Footfalls across the room was a mirror, and deep down its silver bubble a single word appeared in green fire, and that word was red rum. The room faded, another room he knew this one, an overturned chair, a broken window with snow swirling in, already it had frosted the edge of the rug. The drapes had been pulled free and hung on their broken rod at an angle, a low cabinet lying on its face, more hollow booming noises, steady, rhythmic, horrible, smashing glass, approaching destruction. A hoarse voice, the voice of a madman, made the more terrible by its familiarity. Come out, you little poop, take your medicine. Crash, 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 splintering wood. A bellow of rage and satisfaction, red rum coming drifting across the room, pictures torn off the walls, a record player, mommy's record player, overturned the floor, her records, Grieg, Handel, the Beatles, Art Garfunkel, Bach, lids thrown everywhere, broken into jagged pile, black pie wedges, a shaft of light coming into from another room, the bathroom, harsh white light, and a word flickering on and off in the medicine cabinet mirror like a red eye. Red rum, red rum, red rum, no, he whispered, no, Tony, please. And dangling over the white porcelain lip of the bathtub, a hand, a limp, a slow trickle of blood. Red rum trickling down one of the fingers, the third dripping onto the tile from the carefully shaped nail. No, oh please, Tony, you're scaring me. Red rum, stop it, Tony, stop it. Fading in the darkness, the booming noises grew louder still, echoing everywhere, all around, and now he was crouched in a dark hallway, crouched on a blue rug with a riot of twisting black shapes woven into a pile, listening for the booming noises approach, and now a shape turned the corner and began to come toward him, lurching, smelling of blood and doom. It had a mallet in one hand and it was swinging it red rum from one to side in vicious arcs, slamming it into the walls, cutting the silk wallpaper and knocking out ghostly bursts of plaster dust. Come on and take your medicine, take it like a man, the shape advancing on him, reeking of that sweet, sour odor. Gigantic the mallet head cutting across the air with a wicked hissing whisper, then the great hollow boom as it crashed into the wall, sending the dust out in a puff. You could smell dry and itchy, tiny red eyes glowed in the dark. The monster was upon him. It had discovered him, cowering here with a blank wall at his back and the trap door in the ceiling. He was locked, darkness drifting. Tony, please take me back, please, and he was back, sitting on the curb of Arapahoe Street, his shirt sticking damply to his back, his body bathed in sweat. In his ears, he could still hear that huge contrapuntal booming sound and smell his own urine as he voided himself in the extremity of his own terror. He could see that limp hand dangling over the edge of the tub with blood running down, one finger the third. And that inexplicable word so much more horrible than any of the others. Red rum and now sunshine. Real things except for Tony, now 6 blocks up. Only Speck standing on the corner. His voice faint and high and sweet. Be careful, Doc. Then in next instant, Tony was gone, and Daddy's battered red bug was turning the corner and shattering up the street, farting blue smoke behind it. Daddy was off the curb in a second, waving, jiving from one foot to another, yelling, Daddy, hi, Dad, hi, Dad. His daddy swung the VW into the curb, killed the engine, and opened the door. Danny ran toward him and then froze, his eyes widening, his heart crawled up into the middle of his throat and froze solid beside his daddy. In the other seat was a short-handled mallet, its head clotted with blood and hair. Then it was just a bag of groceries. Danny, you okay? Doc, yeah, I'm okay. He went to his daddy and buried his face in Daddy's sheepskin linen denim jacket and hugged him tight. Dad, Jack hugged him back, slightly bewildered. Hey, you don't want to sit in the sun like that, Doc. You're dripping sweat. I guess I fell asleep a little. I love you, Daddy. I've been waiting. I love you too, Dan. I brought home some stuff. Think you're big enough to carry it upstairs? Sure, I'm Doc Torrance, the world's strongest man, Jack said, and ruffled his hair, whose hobby is falling asleep on street corners. Then they were walking up to the door, and Mommy had come down the porch to meet them, and he stood on the second step and watched them kiss. They were glad to see each other. Love came out of them, the way love had come out of the boy and girl walking up the street and holding hands. Danny was glad. The bag of groceries, just a bag of groceries, crackled in his arms. Everything was all right. Daddy was home. Mommy was loving him. There were no bad things, and not everything Tony showed him was always happened, but fear has settled around his heart, deep and dreadful around his heart, and around that indecipherable word he had seen in his spirit's mirror. Chapter 5, Phone Booth. Jack parked the VW in front of the rickshaw in the Tarbo Table Mesa shopping center and let the engine die. He wondered again if he shouldn't go ahead and get the fuel pump replaced, and told himself that they couldn't afford it if the little car could keep running until November. It would retire with full honors anyway. By November, the snow up here in the mountains would be higher than the Beatles' roof, maybe higher than 3 Beatles stacked on top of each other. Want you to stay in the car, Doc? I'll bring you a candy bar. Why can't I come in? I have to make a phone call, private stuff. Is that why you didn't make it at home? Check. Wendy had insisted on phone in spite of their unraveling finances. She had argued with a small child, especially a boy like Danny, who sometimes suffered from fainting spells, they couldn't afford not to have one. So Jack had forked over the $30 installation fee bad enough and a $90 security deposit, which really hurt, and so far the phone had been muted except for 2 wrong numbers. Can I have Baby Ruth? Daddy, yes, you sit still and don't play with the gear shift. Right, I'll look at maps. You do that. As Jack got out, Danny opened the glove box and took out the 5 battered gas station maps. Colorado, Nebraska, Utah, Wyoming, New Mexico. He loved road maps. He loved to trace where the roads went with his finger. As far as he was concerned, new maps were the best part of moving west. Jack went to drugstore counter and got Danny's candy bar, a newspaper, and a copy of October Writer's Digest. He gave the girl a 5 and asked for his change in quarters with the silver in his hand. He walked over to the telephone booth by the key-making machine and slipped inside. From here he could see Danny and the bug through the 3 sets of glass. The boy's head was bent studiously over his map. Jack felt a wave of near desperate love for the boy. The emotion showed on his face as a stormy, stony grimness. He supposed he could have made this obligatory thank you call to Al from home. He certainly wasn't going to say anything Wendy would object to. It was his pride to say no. These days, they almost always listen to what his pride told him to do, all because along with him and his wife and son, his $600 in a checking account and one weary 1968 Volkswagen, his pride was all that was left. The only thing that was his, even the checking account, was the joint. A year ago, he had been teaching English at one of the finest prep schools in New England. They had been friends, although not exactly the same ones he'd had before going on the wagon. Some laughs. Fellow faculty members who admired his deft touch in the classroom and his private dedication to writing. Things had been very good 6 months ago. All at once, there was enough money left over at the end of each 2-week pay period to start a little savings account. In his drinking days, there had never been a penny left over, even though Al Shockley had stood a great many of the rounds. He and Wendy had begun to talk cautiously about finding a house and making a down payment in a year or so. A farmhouse in the country take 6 or 8 years to renovate it completely. What the hell? They were young, they had time, then they had lost his temper. George Hatfield, the smell of hope had turned the smell of old leather in Cromer's office. The whole thing like some scene from his own play. The old prince of previous Stovington headmasters on the wall, steel engravings of the school as it had been in 1879 when it was first built, and in 1895 when Vanderbilt money had enabled them to build the field house that stood at the west end of the soccer field. Squat immense, dressed in ivy. April ivy had been rustling outside Cromer's slit window, and the drowsy sound of steam heat came from the radiator. It was no set. He remembered thinking it was real, his life. How could he had fricked it up so badly? This was a serious situation, Jack. Terribly serious. The board has asked me to convey its decision to you. The board wanted Jack's resignation, and Jack had given it to him under different circumstances. He would have given tenure in that June. What had followed that interview in Cromer's office had been the darkest and most dreadful night of his life. The wanting, the needing, the get drunk had never been so bad as and shook. He knocked things over. He kept wanting to take it out on Wendy and Danny. His temper was like a vicious animal on the paid leash. He had left the house, a terror that he might strike them had ended up outside a bar, and the only thing that had kept him from going in was the knowledge that if he did, Wendy would leave him at last and take Danny with her. He would be dead from the day they left. Instead of going into the bar where dark shadows sat, sampling the tasty waters of oblivion, he had gone to Al Shockley's house. The boards vote had been 6-1. Al had been the one. Now he dialed the operator, and she told him that for $1.85 he could be put in touch with Al 2,000 miles away for 3 minutes. Time is relative. Baby, he thought, and stuck in 8 quarters. Faintly he could hear the electronic boops and beeps of his connection sniffing its way eastward. Al's father had been Arthur Longley Shockley, the steel baron. He had left his only son, Albert, a fortune of a huge range of investments, then directorships and chairs on various boards. One of these had been on the board of directors for Stovington Preparatory Academy, the old man's favorite charity. Both Arthur and Albert Shockley were alumni, and Al lived in close enough to take personal interest in the school's affairs for a few years. Al had become Stovington's tennis coach. Jack and Al had become friends in a completely natural and uncoincidental way at the many schools and faculty functions they attended together. They were always the two drunkest people there. Shockley was separated from his wife, and Jack's own marriage was getting slowly downhill. Although he still loved Wendy and had promised sincerely and frequently to reform. For her sake and for baby Danny's, the two of them went on for many faculty parties, hitting the bars until they closed. Then, stopping at some mom-and-pop store for a case of beer they would drink, parked at the end of some back road. There were mornings where Jack would stumble into their leased house, with dawn seeping into the sky, and find Wendy and the baby asleep on the couch. Danny always on the inside, a tiny fist curled under the shelf of Wendy's jaw. He would look at them, and self-loathing would back up in his throat in a bitter wave, even stronger than the taste of beer and cigarettes and Martians, as Al called them. Those were the times that his mind would turn thoughtfully and sanely to the gun or the rope or the razor blade if the blender had occurred. On a weeknight, he would sleep for 3 hours, get up, dress, chew 4 Excedrins, and go off to teach his 9 o'clock American poet still drunk. Good morning today, kids. Read. The red-eyed wonder is going to tell you how Longfellow lost his wife in the big fire. He had to believe he was an alcoholic, Jack thought, as Al's telephone began ringing in his ear. The classes he had missed or taught unshaven, still reeking of last night's Martians. Not me, I can stop anytime. The nights he and Wendy had passed in separate beds. Listen, I'm fine. Mashed fenders, sure, I'm okay to dry the tears she had always shed in the bathroom. Cautious looks from his colleagues at any party where alcohol was served, even wine. The slowly dawning realization that he was being talked about, the knowledge that he was producing nothing at Underwood but balls of mostly blank paper that ended up in the wastebasket. He had been something of a catch for Stovington, a slowly blooming American writer, perhaps, and certainly a man well qualified to teach that great mystery creative writing. He had published 24 short stories, and he was working on a play and thought there might be a novel incubating in some mental backroom, but now he was not producing, as teaching had become erratic. It had finally ended one night less than a month after Jack had broken his son's arm. That, it seemed to him, had ended his marriage. All that remained was for Wendy to gather her will. If her mother hadn't been such a great Abra, he knew Wendy would have taken a bus back to New Hampshire as soon as Danny had been okay to travel. It was over. It had been a little past midnight. Jack and Al were coming into bar at US 31. Al behind the wheel of his Jag, shifting fancily on the curve, something crossing the double yellow line. They were both very drunk. The Martians had landed that night in full force. They came around the last curve before the bridge at 70, and there was a kid's bike in the road, and then the sharp heard squealing as rubber shredded from the Jack's tires, and Jack remembered seeing Al's face looming over the steering wheel like a round white moon. Then the jingling, crashing sound as they hit the bike at 40, and it had flown up like a bent and twisted bird, the handlebars striking the windshield, and then it was in the air again, leaving the start safety glass in front of Jack's bulging eyes. A moment later, he heard the final dreadful smash as it landed on the road behind them. Something thumped underneath them as the tires passed over it. The Jag drifted around broadside, Al still jockeying the wheel, and from far away, Jack heard himself saying, "Jesus, Al, we ran him down. I felt it in his ear." The phone kept ringing. "Come on, Al, be home. Let me get this over with." Al had brought the car to a smoking halt, not more than 3 feet from a bridge section to the Jag's. Tires were flat. They had left zigzagging loops of burnt rubber for 130 feet. They looked at each other for a moment and then ran back. In the cold darkness, the bike was completely ruined. One wheel was gone, and looking back at the shoulder, Al had seen it lying in the middle of a road, half a dozen spokes sticking up like piano wire. Al said hesitantly, I think that's what... We ran over Jackie boy, then where's the kid? Did you see a kid? Jack frowned. It had all happened with such crazy speed. Coming over the corner, the bike looming in the Jag's headlights, Al yelling something. Then the collision and the launch skid. They moved the bike onto one shoulder of the road. Al went back to the Jag and put on its four-way flashers. For the next 2 hours, they searched the side of the road using powerful four-cell flashlights. Nothing, although it was like several cars passing the beast Jaguar and the two men with the blobbing flashlight. None of them stopped. Jack thought later that some queer providence bent on giving them both blood last chance had kept the cops away, but had kept any of the passerby from calling them at 2:15. They returned to the Jag sober but queasy. If there was nobody riding it, what was it doing in the middle of the road? Al demanded. It wasn't parked on the side. It was right out in the freaking middle. Jack could only shake his head. Your party does not answer. The operator said, would you like me to keep on trying? No, a couple more rings. Operator, do you mind? No, sir. The voice said dutifully, come on, Al. Al had hiked across the bridge to the nearest payphone, called a bachelor friend, and told him it would be worth $50 if the friend would get the Jag snow tires out of the garage and bring them down to Highway 31 bridge outside a bar. The friend showed up 20 minutes later, wearing a pair of jeans and his pajama top. He surveyed the scene. Kill anyone, he asked. Al was already jacking up the back of the car, and Jack said was loosening lug nuts. Providentially, no one. Al said, I think I'll just head on back anyway. Pay me in the morning. Fine, Al said without looking up. The two of them had gotten the tires on without incident, and together they drove back to Al Shockley's house, and Al put the Jag in the garage and killed the motor in the dark. Quiet, he said, I'm off drinking. Jackie, boy, it's all over. I've slain my last Martian. And now sweating in his phone booth, it occurred to Jack. He had never doubted Al's ability to carry through. He had driven back to his own house in the VW with the radio turned back up, and some disco group chanted over and over again, talismanic in his house before do it any way you want to do it any way you want. No matter how loud he heard the squealing tires, the crash when he blinked his eyes shut, he saw that single crushed wheel with its broken spokes pointing in the sky. When he got in, Wendy was asleep on the couch. He looked back in at Danny's room, and Danny was in his crib on his back, sleeping deeply, his arms still buried in his cast. In the softly filtered glow from the street light outside, he could see the dark lines on its plastered whiteness where all the doctors and nurses in pediatrics had signed it. It was an accident. He fell down the stairs. Oh, you dirty liar. It was an accident. I lost my temper. You freaking drunken waste. God wiped snot out of your nose, and that was you. Listen, hey, come on, please. It was just an accident. But the last plea was driven away by the image of that bobbing flashlight. They hunted through the dry late November weeds, looking for the sprawled body that by all goods rights should have been there waiting for the police. It didn't matter that Al had been driving. There had been other nights when he had been driving. He pulled the covers up. Danny went into bedroom and then took the Spanish Llama .38 to the top shelf. It was a shoebox. He sat on the bed with it for nearly an hour looking at it. Fascinated by its deadly shine, it was dawn when he put oh my gosh. Hold up, I'm gonna drink some water. Ugh. Oh, okay, that's better. In the box, and put the box back in the closet. That morning he had called Bruckner, the department head, and told him to please post his classes. He had the flu. Bruckner agreed with less good grace than common. Jack Torrance had been extremely susceptible to the flu. And though last year Wendy made his scrambled eggs and coffee, they ate in silence. The only sound came from the backyard, where Danny was gleefully running his trucks. Sam Pyle with his good hand. She went to do the dishes. Her back to him, she said, Jack, I've been thinking, have you? He lit a cigarette with trembling hands. No hangover this morning, oddly enough. Only the shakes. He blinked in the instant darkness. The bike flew up against the windshield, staring the glass. The tire shrieked, the flashlight bobbed. I want to talk to you about what's best for me and Danny, for you two, maybe, I don't know. We should have talked about this before, I guess. Would you do something for me, he asked, looking at the wavering tip of his cigarette. Would you do me a favor? What? Her voice was dull and neutral. He looked at her back. Let's talk about it in a week or two from today, if you still want to. Now she turned to him, her hands lazy studies, and her base able delusion. Jack promises don't work with you, just go right on with. She stopped looking in his eyes, fascinated, suddenly uncertain. In a week, he said, his voice had lost all its strength and dropped in a whisper. Please, I'm not promising anything. If you still want to talk, then we'll talk about anything you want. They looked across the sunny kitchen at each other for a long time, and when she turned back to the dishes without saying anything more, he began to shudder. God, he needed a drink, just a little pick-me-up to put things in their true perspective. Danny said he dreamed you had a car accident. He said abruptly he has funny dreams sometimes. He said it this morning when I got him dressed. Did you? Jack, did you have an accident? No, by noon, the craving for a drink had become a low-grade fever. He went to Al's. You dry? Al asked before letting him in. Al looked horrible, bone dry. You look like Lon Chaney in Phantom of the Opera. Come on in. They played two-handed wrist. All afternoon, they didn't drink. A week passed. He and Wendy didn't speak much, but he knew she was watching, not believing. He drank coffee black and endless cans of Coca-Cola. One night, he drank a whole six-pack of Coke, and then ran into the bathroom and vomited up. The level of the bottles in the liquor cabinet did not go down. After his classes, he went over to Al Shockley. She hated Al Shockley worse than she had ever hated anyone, and when he came home, she would swear she smelled Scott George gin on his breath, but he would talk lucidly to her. Before supper, drink coffee, play with Danny. After supper, sharing a Coke with him, read him a bedtime story, then sit and correct themes with a cup of coffee and a cup of black coffee by his hand. And she would have to admit to herself that she had been wrong. Weeks passed, and the unspoken word retreated further from the back of her lips. Jack sensed its retirement, but knew it would never retire completely. Things began to get a little easier than George Hatfield. He had lost his temper again, this time stone sober. Sir, your party still doesn't. Hello? Al's voice out of breath. Go ahead, the operator said. Dourly, Al, this is Jack Torrance. Jackie boy, genuine pleasure. How are you? Good, I just called to say thanks. I got the job. It's perfect. If I can't finish that gosh darn place snowed in all winter, I'll never finish it. You'll finish. How are things? Jack asked hesitantly. Dry, Al responded. You as a bone. I miss it much every day. Al laughed. I know that scene, but I don't know how you stayed dry after that Hatfield thing, Jack. That was above and beyond. I really brought about it for myself, he said evenly. Oh hell, I even have the board around by spring. Fingers already saying they might have been too hasty, and if that play comes to something, yes, listen, my boy's in the car. Al, he looks like he might be getting restless. Sure, understand you have a good winter up there, Jack. Glad to help. Thanks again, Al. He hung up, closed his eyes in the hot booth, and again saw his crashing bike, the bobbing flashlight. There had been a squib in the paper the next day. No more than a space filler, really, but the owner had not been named. Why it had been out there in the night would always be a mystery to them, and perhaps that was as it should be. He went back to the car and gave Danny his slightly melted Baby Ruth. Daddy, what, Doc? Danny hesitated, looking at his father's extracted face. When I was waiting for you to come back from that hotel, I had a bad dream. Do you remember when I fell asleep? But it was no good. Daddy's mind was someplace else, but not with him. Thinking about the bad thing again, I dreamed that you hurt me. Daddy, what was the dream, Doc? Nothing. Danny said as they pulled out into the parking lot. He put the maps back into the glove compartment. He sure... Yes, Jack gave his son a faint, troubled glance, and then his mind turned to the play. Chapter 6, Night Thoughts. Love was over her, and her man was sleeping beside her. Man, she smiled a little in the darkness, with a seed still trickling with slow warmth from between her slightly parted thighs, and her smile was both rueful and pleased because her man summoned up 100 feelings. Each feeling examined alone was a bewilderment. Together in this darkness, floating to sleep, they were like distant blues tune heard in almost deserted nightclub. Melancholy but pleasing. Loving you, baby, is just like a rolling off a log. But if I can't be your woman, I sure ain't going to be your dog. Had that been Billie Holiday or someone more prosaic like Peggy Lee, it didn't matter. It was low and torchy, and in the silence of her head it played mellowly, as if issuing from one of those old-fashioned jukeboxes over Litzer, perhaps half an hour before closing. Now, moving away from her consciousness, she wondered how many beds she had slept in with this man beside her. They had met in college and had made for love in his apartment. That had been less than 3 months after her mother drove her from the house, told her never to come back, that if she wanted to go somewhere where she could go to her father, since she had been responsible for the divorce that had been in 1970, so long ago. A semester later, they had moved in together. They found jobs for the summer and had kept the apartment when their senior year began. She remembered that bed the most clearly, a big double that sagged in the middle. When they made love, the rusty box spring had counted the beats. That fall, she had finally managed to break from her mother. Jack had helped her. She wants to keep beating you, Jack had said. The more times you phone her, the more times you crawl back begging for forgiveness. The more she can beat you with your father. It's good for her, Wendy, because she can go on making believe it was your fault. But it's good for you. They had talked it over and again in that bed that year. Jack, sitting with the covers pulled around his waist, a cigarette burning between his fingers, looking her in the eye, he had half humorously, half scowlily away, doing that, telling her, you know, I told you never to come back, right? Never to darken her door again, right? This is why she doesn't hang up the phone when she knows it's you, why she doesn't only tell you, come in when I'm with you. Because she thinks I might cramp her style a bit. She wants you to keep putting the thumb screws right to you, baby. You're a fool if you keep letting her do it. She told you to never come back, so why do you not take her word? Give it a rest. And at last she'd seen it his way. It had been Jack's idea to separate for a while to get perspective on the relationship. He had said she had been afraid he had become interested in someone else. Later, she found it wasn't so. They were together again in the spring, and she had asked her if she had been to see her father. She had jumped as if he'd struck her with a quirt. How did you know that? The shadow knows. Have you been spying on me? And his impatient laughter, which had always made her feel so awkward, as if she was 8 and he was able to see her motivations more clearly than she. For you needed time, Wendy, for what, I guess, to see which one of us wanted to marry Jack. What are you saying? I think I'm proposing marriage, the wedding. Her father had been there. Her mother had not been. She discovered she could live with that. If she had Jack, then Danny had come, her fine son. That had been the best year, her best bed. After Danny was born, Jack had gotten a job for typing for half a dozen English departments, profs, quizzes, exams, class, syllabi, study notes, reading lists. She ended up typing a novel for one of them, a novel that never got published, much to Jack's very irreverent and very private glee. The job was good for 40 a week and skyrocketed all the way up to 60 during the 2 months she spent typing the unsuccessful novel. They had their first car, a 5-year-old Buick with a baby seat in the middle. bright, upwardly mobile young married Danny forced a reconciliation between her and her mother. A reconciliation that was always never happy, but a reconciliation all the same. When she took Danny to the house, she went without Jack, and she didn't tell Jack that her mother always remade Danny's diapers, frowned over his formula, could always spot the accusation of first signs of a rash from the baby's bottom or privates. Her mother never said anything overly, but the message came through anyway. The price she had begun to pay, and maybe always would, for the reconciliation was a feeling that she was an inadequate mother. It was her mother's way of keeping the thumbscrews handy during the days Wendy would stay at home and housewife, feeding Danny Ayers bottles, and she washed kitchen of the 4-room second-story apartment, playing her records on the battered portable stereo she had since high school. Jack would come home at 3 or 2 if he felt he could cut class, and while Danny slept, he would lead her into the bedroom, and feels of inadequacy would be erased at night when she typed. He would do his writing and his assignments. In those days, she sometimes came out of the bedroom when the typewriter was there to both of them, sleeping on the couch due to the couch. Jack wearing nothing but his underpants. Danny sprawled uncomfortably on her husband's chest with his thumb in his mouth. She could put Danny's crib, then read whatever Jack had written that night. Waking up enough to come to bed, the best year, sun gonna shine in my backyard someday. In those days, Jack's drinking had still been well in his hands. On Saturday nights, a bunch of his fellow students would drop over, and there would be a case of beer and discussions in which she seldom took part because her field had been sociology and his was English. Arguments over whether Peppy's diaries were literature or history. Discussories of Charles Olson's poetry. Sometimes the readings of works in progress, those, and 100 others. No 1,000 she felt no real urge to take part. It was enough to sit her in a rocking chair beside Jack, who sat cross-legged on the floor, one hand holding a beer, the other gently cupping her calf or bracelet or her ankle. The competition at UNH had been fierce, and Jack carried an extra burden in his writing. He put in at least an hour every night. It was his routine. The Saturday sessions were necessary therapy. They let something out of him that might otherwise have swelled and swelled until he burst at the end of his grad work. He landed a job at Stovington, mostly on the strength of his stories, 4 of them published at the time. One of them in Esquire. She remembered the day clearly enough. It would take more than 3 years to forget it. She had almost thrown the envelope away, thinking it was a subscription offer. Opening it, she had found instead that it was a letter saying that Esquires would like to use Jack's history story concerning the black holes. And then early in the following year, they would pay $900, not on publication, but on acceptance. That was nearly half a year take typing papers, and she had flown to the telephone, leaving Danny in his high chair to goggle comically after her, his face lathered with cream, peas, and beef puree. Jack had arrived from the university 45 minutes later. The Buick weighed down with 7 friends and a keg of beer. After a ceremonial toast, Wendy also had a glass, although she ordinarily had no taste for beer. Jack had signed the acceptance letter, put it in the return envelope, and went down to the block to drop it in the letterbox. When he came back, he stood gravely in the door and said, Veni Vidi Vici. There were cheers and applause when the keg was empty. At 11 that night, Jack and the others, who were still ambulatory, went haunted a few bars. She had gotten him aside in the downstairs hallway. The other 2 were already singing out the door, drunkenly singing the New Hampshire fight song. Jack was down on one knee, leashly fumbling with the lacings of his moccasins. Jack, she said, you can't even tie your own shoes, let alone drive. He stood up and put his hands calmly on his shoulders. Tonight, I could fly to the moon if I wanted to. No, she said, not for all the Esquire stories in the world. I'll be home early. But he hadn't been home until 4 in the morning, stumbling and mumbling his way up the stairs, waking Danny up. When he came in, he tried to soothe the baby and dropped him on the floor. Wendy had rushed out, thinking of what her mother would think if she saw the bruise before she thought of anything else. God help her, God help them both. and then picked Danny up, sat him in the rocking chair with him, soothed him. She had been thinking of her mother for most of 5 years. Jack had been gone. Her mother the prophecies that Jack would never come to anything. Big ideas, her mother had said. Sure, the welfare lines are full of educated fools with big ideas. Did the Esquire story make her mother wrong or right? Winfred, you're not holding the baby right, give him to me. And she was not holding her husband right. Why else would he had to take his joy out of the house? A helpless kind of terror had risen in her, and it never occurred to her that he had gone out for reasons that had nothing to do with her. Congratulations, she said, rocking Danny. He was almost asleep again. Maybe you gave him a concussion. It's just a bruise. He sounded sulky, wanting to be repeated. A little boy. For an instant, she hated him. Maybe, she said tightly, maybe not. She heard so much of her mother talking to her departed father in her own voice that she was sickened and afraid. Like mother, like daughter, Jack muttered. Go to bed, she cried, her fear coming out, sounding like anger. Go to bed, you're drunk. Don't tell me what to do. Jack, please, we shouldn't. There were no words. Don't tell me what to do, he repeated sullenly, then went into the bedroom. She was left alone in the rocking chair with Danny, who was asleep again. 5 minutes later, Jack's stores came floating out to the living room. That had been the first night she slept on the couch. Now she turned restlessly on the bed, already dozing, her mind freed of any linear order by encroaching sleep. Floated past the first year at Stovington, past the steadily worsening times that had reached low ebb when her husband had broken Danny's arm, to that morning, the breakfast nook, Danny outside, playing trucks in the sand pile, his arm still in the cast, Jack sitting at the table, pallid and grizzled, a cigarette jittering between his fingers. She had decided to ask him for a divorce. She had pondered the question for 100 angles. She had been pondering for the 6 months before the broken arm. She had told herself she would have made the decision long ago if it had been for Danny, but not even that was necessarily true. She dreamed on the long nights when Jack was out, and her dreams were always of her mother's face and of her own wedding. Who giveth this woman her father standing in the best suit, which was none too good? He was traveling the salesman for a line of canned goods that was even there, was going to broke, and his tired face, how old he looked, how pale I do even after the accident. If you call it an accident, she had not been able to bring it all the way out to admit that her marriage was a lopsided defeat. She had waited, dumbly hoping that a miracle would occur and Jack would see what was happening not only to him but to her. There was no slow down, a drink before going to Academy, 2 or 3 beers with lunch at Stovington House, 3 or 4 martinis before dinner, 5 or 6 more while grading papers. The weekends were worse. The nights out with Al Shockley were worse still. She had never dreamed there could be so much pain in a life where there was nothing physically wrong. She heard all the time how much of it was her fault. The question haunted her. She felt more like her mother, like her father. Sometimes when she felt like herself, she wondered what it would be like for Danny. And she dreaded the day when she grew old enough to lay blame, and she wondered where they would go. She had no doubt her mother would take her in, and no doubt that after a year of watching her diapers remade, Danny's meals recooked and or redistributed, of coming home to find his clothes changed or his hair cut or the books her mother found unsuitable, spirited away into some limbo in the attic. After a year of that, she would have a complete nervous breakdown, and her mother would pat her in the hand and say comfortably, although it's not your fault, it's all your own fault. You were never ready. You showed your true colors when you came between your father and me. My father, Danny's father, mine, his. Who giveth this woman I do? Dead of a heart attack 6 months later, the night before. That morning, she had lain awake almost until he came in, thinking of coming to her decision. The divorce was necessary, she told herself. Her mother and father didn't belong in the decision, neither did her feeling of guilt over their marriage, nor her feelings of inadequacy over her own. It was necessary for her son's sake and for herself. It was so she to salvage anything at all. From her early adulthood, the handwritten on the wall was brutal but clear. Her husband was a lush. He had a bad temper one he could no longer keep wholly under control now that he was drinking so heavily and writing it was going so badly. Accidentally or not accidentally, he had broken Danny's arm. He was going to lose his job if not this year. Then the year after already, she had noticed the sympathetic looks from the other faculty wives. She had told herself that she had stuck to with the messy job of her marriage just for as long as she could. Now she would have to leave. Jack could have full visitation rights and she would want support from him only until she could find something and get her on her feet, and that would have to be fairly rapidly because she didn't know how long Jack would be able to live for. So more money she could build, and it's impossible to have an end. So thinking she had fallen off into her own thin and unrestful sleep, haunted by the faces of her own mother and father. You're nothing but a home wrecker, your mother had said. Who giveth this woman? The minister said, I do, but her father had said. But in the bright and sunny morning she felt the same, her back to him, her hands plunged in warm dishwater up to her wrist. She had commenced with the unpleasantness. I want to talk to you about something that might be best for Danny and I, for you too. Maybe we should have talked about it before, I guess. And then he said odd things. She had expected to discover his anger, to provoke bitterness, the recrimination. She had expected a mad dash for the liquor cabinet, but not this soft, almost toneless reply that was so unlike him. It was almost as though the Jack she had lived with for 6 years had never come back last night, as if he had replaced by some unearthly doppelganger that she would never know or be quite sure of. What would you do something for me, a favor? What? She had discipline in her voice strictly. Let's talk about this in a week if you still want to. And she had agreed. It remained unspoken between them. During that week he had seen Al Shockley more than ever, but he came home early and there was no liquor on his breath. She imagined it smelled it, but she knew it wasn't. So another week and another divorce went back to committee, unvoted on what had happened. She was still wondered and still not had the slightest idea the subject was taboo between them. He was like a man who had leaned around a corner and seen an unexpected monster lying in wait, crouching among the dried bones of his old kills. The liquor remained in the cabinet, but he didn't touch it. She had considered throwing them out a dozen times, but in the end always backed away from the idea, as if some unknown charm would be broken by the act, and there was Danny's part in it to consider. If she felt her husband didn't know her husband, and that she was in awe of her child, all in the strict meaning of that word, a kind of undefined, superstitious dread, dozing lightly, the image of the instant of his birth was presented to her. As she was lying on the delivery table, bathed in a sweat, her hair in strings, her feet lay down on the stirrups, and a little high from the gas they kept giving her whiffs of. At one point she had muttered that she felt like an advertisement for gang rape, and the nurse, an old bird who had assisted at the births of enough children to populate a high school, found that extremely funny. The doctor, between her legs, the nurse up to one side, arranging instruments and humming the sharp, glassy pains, had been coming at steadily shortening intervals, and several times she had screamed in spite of her shame. Then the doctor told her quite sternly that she must push, and she did, and then she felt something being taken from her. It was clear and distinct feeling. One, she would never forget the thing taken. Then the doctor told her son by the legs, and she had seen his tiny sex and known that he was a boy immediately. And this, as the doctor groped for the arm mask, she had seen something else, something so horribly that she found the strength to scream again. And she had thought all screams were used up. He has no face, but of course there had been a face, Danny's own sweet face, and the call that had covered it with the birth was residue in a small jar she had kept, almost shamefully. She did not hold with old superstition, but she had kept the call nonetheless. She did not hold the wives' tales, but the boy had been unusual from the first. She did not believe second sight. But did Daddy have an accident? I dreamed Daddy had an accident. Something had changed him. She didn't believe it was going to ask for divorce that had done it. Something had happened before that morning. Something that had happened while she was sleeping uneasily. Al Shockley said that nothing had happened. Nothing at all, but he had averted his eyes when she said it, as if he believed in faculty gossip. Al had climbed aboard the fabled wagon. Did Daddy had an accident? Maybe a chance collision with fate. Surely nothing more. Much more than concrete. She had read the day's paper, and the next day, with a closed her eyes as usual, but she saw nothing that she could connect with Jack. God help her. She had been looking for a hidden run accident or barroom brawl, but that resulted, or who knew, who wanted to know. But no policeman came to call, either to ask questions or with the warrant empowering him to take the paint scrapings from the VW's bumpers. Nothing, only her husband's 180-degree change in her son's sleep. Each question waking. Did Daddy have an accident? I dream she stuck with Jack for Danny's sake than she would admit in her waking hours, but now, sleeping lightly, she could admit Danny had been Jack's for the asking, almost from the first, just as she had been her father's almost from the first. She could remember Danny ever splitting a bottle back on Jack's shirt. Jack could get him to eat after she had given up in disgust, even when Danny was teething, and it gave him visible pain to chew. And when Danny had a stomach ache, she would rock him for an hour and begin to quiet. Jack had only begin to pick him up, walk twice around the room with him. Then Danny would be asleep on Jack's shoulder, his thumbs securely corked in his mouth. He hadn't minded changing diapers, even those he called the special deliveries. He sat with Danny for hours on end, bouncing him on his lap, playing finger games with him, making faces at him while Danny poked at his nose and then collapsed with the giggles. He made formulas administered, then fell asleep, getting up every last burp. Afterward, he would take Danny with him in the car to get the paper or a bottle of milk or nails at the hardware store. Even when their son was still an infant, he had taken Danny to a Stovington Keen soccer match when Danny was only 6 months old, and Danny had sat motionlessly on his father's lap through the whole game, wrapped in a blanket, a small Stovington pennant clutch in one chubby fist. He loved his mother, but he was a father's boy, and hadn't she felt time and time again her son's wordless opposition to the whole idea of divorce? She would be thinking about it in the kitchen, turning it over in her head as she put the potatoes of her supper over in her hands and the peeler's blade, and she would turn over around to see him sitting cross-legged in a kitchen chair, looking at her with eyes that seemed both frightening and accusatory. Walking with him in the park, she would suddenly seize both her hands and say, almost to man, "Do you love me? Do you love Daddy?" And confused, she would nod or say, "Of course I do, honey." Then he would run to the duck pond, sending them squawking and scared to the other end, flapping their wings in a panic before the small ferocity of charge, leaving her to stare and wonder. There was even times when it seemed that her determination to at least discuss the matter with Jack dissolved, not out of her own weakness, but under the determination of her son's will. I don't believe in such things, but in sleep she did believe them, and in sleep, with her husband's seed still drying on her thighs, she felt that the three of them had been permanently welded together, that if their 3 onesies was to be destroyed, it would not be destroyed by any of them, but from outside. Most of what she believed centered around her love from Jack. She had never stopped loving him, except maybe for the dark period immediately following Danny's accident. And she loved her son most of all. She loved them together, waking up or writing, only sitting in Jack's large head and Danny's small one, poised alertly over the fans of the old maid's hand, sharing a bottle of Coke, looking at the funnies. She loved having them with her, and she hoped to dear God that the hotel caretaking job Al had gotten Jack for would be beginning to good times again. And the wind gonna rise up, baby, and blow my blues away. Soft and sweet and mellow, the song came back and lingered, following her into a deeper sleep, where thoughts ceased and the faces that came in dreams went unremembered. Chapter 7. In another bedroom, Danny awoke with booming still loud in his ears, and the drunk, savagely pettish voice crying hoarsely, "Come out here and take your medicine. I'll find you." But now the booming was only his racing heart, and the only voice in the night was a faraway sound of a police siren. He lay in bed motionlessly, looking up at the wind-stirred shadows of the leaves on his bedroom ceiling. They twined sinuously together, making shapes like the vines and creepers in jungle-like patterns woven into the nap of a thick carpet. He was clad in Dr. Denton pajamas, but between the pajama suit and his skin, he had grown more closely fitting singlet of perspiration. "Tony," he whispered. "You there?" No answer. He slipped out of bed and padded silently across to the window and looked out on Arapahoe Street, now still and silent. It was 2 in the morning. There was nothing out there but empty sidewalks, drifted with fallen leaves, parked cars, and long-necked street light on the corner across from the Cliff Bryce gas station with its hooded top and motionless stance. The street light looked like a monster in a space show. He looked up at the street light both ways, straining his eyes for Tony's sight beckoning form. But there was no one there. The wind sighed through the trees, and the fallen leaves rided up the deserted walks, and around the hubcaps of parked cars it was faint and sorrowful sound, and the boy thought that he might be the only one in Boulder awake enough to hear it, the only human being at least. There was no way of knowing what else might be out in the night, slinking hungrily through the shadows, watching and scenting the breeze. I'll find you, Tony, he whispered again, but without much hope. Only the wind spoke back, gusting more strongly with its time, scattering leaves across the sloping roof below his window. Some of them slipped into rain gutter and came the rest like tired dancers. Danny started at the sound of a familiar voice and craned out the window, his small hands on the sill. With the sound of Tony's voice, the whole night seemed to have come silently and secretly alive, whispering even when the wind quieted again and the leaves were still and the shadows had stopped moving. He thought he saw darker shadows standing by the bus stop and a block down, but it was hard to tell if it was a real thing or an eye trick. Don't go, Danny. Then the wind gusted again, making him squint, and the shadow by the bus stop was gone, if he had ever been there at all. He stood by the window for a minute, an hour, sometime longer, but there was no more. At last he crept back into his bed and pulled the blankets up and watched the shadows throw by. The alien streetlight turned into a sinuous jungle filled with the flesh eating plants that wanted only to slip him around, squeeze the life out of him, and drag him down into a blackness where one sinister word flashed in red rum. Well, that was part 1 of this book reading thing. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that despite what the title says, this is not an actual speedrun. That should have been obvious from the beginning, but I don't want any comments saying something like, you cheat on the speedrun, or this speedrun was spliced, or you're a stinky doo-doo butt that can't read a book for 10 hours straight. Yeah, well, we'll see if you can read a book for 10 hours straight, you poopy head. Also, sorry for using stuff from the movie to visually represent the book, but I'm not going to use stuff from that stupid Shining miniseries that came out in the 90s. I don't care if it's more accurate to the book. I'm going to keep using the good movie. Whoa, what was that? I'm too lazy to check, so I'm just going to assume it was nothing. Anyways, let's keep going on to part 2. Chapter 8, A View of the Overlook. Mommy was worried. She was afraid the bug wouldn't make it up and down all these mountains, and that they would get stranded by the side of the road where somebody might come ripping along and hit them. Danny himself was more sanguine. If Daddy thought the bug would make this one last trip, then probably it would. We're just about there, Jack said. Wendy brushed her hair back from her temples. Thank God she was sitting in the right-hand bucket of Victoria Holt paperback, open but face down in her lap. She was wearing her blue dress, the one Danny thought was her prettiest. It had a sailor color and made her look very young, like a girl just getting ready to graduate from high school. Daddy kept putting his hand high up on her leg, and she kept laughing and brushing it off, saying, "Get away, fly." Danny was impressed by the mountains one day. Daddy had taken them up in the ones near Boulder, the ones they called the Flatodrons, but these were much bigger, and on the tallest of them you could see a fine dusting of snow, which Daddy said was often there year-round. And they actually were in the mountains, no goofing around. Sheer rock faces rose all around them so high you could barely see the tops even by craning your neck out the window. When they left Boulder, the temperature had been in the high 70s. Now, just after noon, the air felt crisp and cold, like November back in Vermont, and Daddy had the heater going. Not that it worked all that well. They had passed several signs that said Falling Rock Zone. Mommy read each one to him, and although Danny had waited anxiously to see some rock fall. None had, at least not yet. Half an hour ago, they had passed another sign that Daddy said was very important. This sign said, "Entering Sidewinder Pass," and Daddy said that sign was as far as the snow plows went in the wintertime. After that, the road got too steep. In the winter, the road was closed from the little town of Sidewinder, which they had gone through just before. They got to that sign all the way to Buckland, Utah. Now they were passing another sign. What's that one, Mom? That one says slower vehicles use right lane. That means us, the bug will make it, Danny said. Please God, Mommy said, and crossed her fingers. Danny looked down at her open-toed sandals and saw that she had crossed her toes as well. He giggled, she smiled, but he knew that she was still worried. The road wound up in a series of slow S-curves, and Jack dropped the bug shift from 4th gear to 3rd, then into 2nd. The bug wheezed and protest, and Wendy's eye fixed on the seldom speedometer needle, which sank from 40 to 30 to 20, where it hovered reluctantly. The fuel pump, she began timidly. The fuel pump will go on another 3 miles, Jack said shortly. The rock wall fell away on their right, disclosing a slash valley that seemed to go down forever, lined in dark green with Rocky Mountain pipes and bruised. The pines fell away to gray cliffs of rock that dropped for hundreds of feet before smoothing out. She saw a waterfall spilling over one of them, the early afternoon sun sparkling in it like a golden fish snared in a blue net. They were beautiful mountains, but they were hard. She did not think they would forgive many mistakes. An unhappy foreboding rose in her throat. Further west in the Sierra Nevada, the Donner Party had become snowbound and had resorted to cannibalism to stay alive. The mountains did not forget many mistakes. With the punch of the clutch and a jerk, Jack shifted down to 1st gear, and they labored upward. The bug's engine thumping gamely. "You know," she said, "I don't think we've seen 5 cars since we came through Sidewinder, and one of them was the hotel limousine." Jack nodded. "It goes right to Stapleton Airport in Denver. There's already some icy patches up beyond the hotel," Watson says, "and they're forecasting more snow for tomorrow up higher. Anybody going through the mountains now wants to be on one of the main roads, just in case. That gosh darn Olman better be up there. I guess he will be. You're sure the larder's fully stocked?" She asked, still thinking of the Donners. He said so. He wanted Halloran to go over it with you. Halloran's the cook. "Oh," she said faintly, looking at the speedometer. It had dropped from 15 to 10 miles an hour. "There's a top," Jack said, pointing 300 yards ahead. "There's a scenic turnout, and you can see the overlook from there. I'm going to pull off the road and give the bug a chance to rest." He craned over his shoulder at Denny, who was sitting on a pile of blankets. "What do you think, Doc? We might see some deer or caribou." "Sure, Dad." The VW labored up and up. The speedometer dropped to just above 5 mile an hour hash mark and was beginning to hitch when Jack pulled off the road. "What's that sign, Mommy?" "Scenic turnout." Yes, she read dutifully, and stepped on the emergency brake and let the VW run in neutral. "Come on," he said, and got out. They walked to the guardrail together. "That's it," Jack said and pointed. At 11 o'clock, for Wendy was discovering truth in a cliche. Her breath was taken away. For a moment, she was unable to breathe at all. The view had knocked the wind from her. They were standing near the top of one peak across from them. Who knew how far an even taller mountain reared into the sky, its jagged tip only a silhouette that was now boosted by the sun, which was beginning its decline. The whole valley floor was spread out below them, the slopes that they had climbed in, the laboring bug falling away with such dizziness, suddenness, that she knew to look down there for too long would bring on nausea and eventual vomiting. The imagination seemed to spring up full life in the clean air beyond the reign of reason, and to look was to helplessly see oneself plunging down and down and down the sky in slopes, changing pace in slow cartwheels, the scream drifting from your mouth like a lazy balloon as your hair and dress billowed out. She jerked her gaze away from the drop almost by force and followed Jack's finger. She could see the highway cling outside of this cathedral spire, switching back on itself but always tending northwest, still climbing but at a more gentle angle farther up, seemingly set directly into the slope itself. She saw the grimly clinging pines and gave way to a wide square of green lawn, and standing in the middle of it, overlooking all this hotel, the overlook, seeing it, she found breath and voice again. "Oh, Jack, it's gorgeous." "Yes, it is," he said. Ullman says he thinks it's the single most beautiful location in America. I don't care much for him, but I think he might be. Danny, Danny, are you alright?" She looked around for him, and her sudden fear for him blotted out everything else. Stupendous or not, she darted toward him. He was holding on the guardrail and looking up at the hotel. His face, a pasty gray color, his eyes had the blank look of someone on the verge of fainting. She knelt beside him and put steadying hands on his shoulder. "Danny's what?" Jack was beside her. "You okay, Doc?" He gave Danny a brisk little shake and his eyes cleared. "I'm okay, Daddy. I'm fine." "What was it, Danny?" she asked. "Were you dizzy?" "Honey, no, I was just thinking. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." He looked at his parents kneeling in front of him and offered them a small puzzled smile. "Maybe it was the sun got in my eyes. We'll get you up to the hotel and give you a drink of water." Daddy said okay, and in the bug which moved forward upward to more surely on the gentler grade. He kept looking out between them as the road unwound, affording occasional glimpses of the Overlook Hotel, its massive bank of westward-looking windows reflected back into the sun. It was the place he had seen in the midst of the blizzard, the dark and booming place where some hideously familiar figures sought him down long corridors carpeted with jungle. The place Tony had warned him against. It was here, whatever red rum was, it was here. Chapter 9, checking it out. Ullman was waiting for them just inside the wide, old-fashioned front doors. He shook hands with Jack and nodded coolly at Wendy, perhaps noticing the way heads turned when she came through into the lobby, her golden hair spilling across the shoulders of the simple navy dress. The hem of the dress stopped at a modest 2 inches above the knee, but you didn't have to see more to know they were good legs. Ullman seemed truly warm toward Danny only, but Wendy had experienced that before. Danny seemed to be a child for people who ordinarily held W.C. Fields' sentiments about children. He bent a little from the waist and offered Danny his hand. Danny shook it formally without a smile. "My son Danny," Jack said, "and my wife Winifred. I'm happy to meet you both." Ullman said, "How are you? How old are you, Danny?" "5, sir." "Sir, yet?" Ullman smiled and glanced at Jack. "He's well-mannered, of course he is," Jack said. "And Mrs. Torrance?" He offered the same little bow, and for a bemused instant Wendy thought he would kiss her hand. She half offered it, and he did take it, but only for a moment. Clasped in both of his hands were small and dry and smooth, and she guessed that he powdered them. The lobby was full, a bustle of activity. Almost every one of the old-fashioned high-back chairs was taken Bellboys shuttled in and out with suitcases, and there was a line at the desk, which was dominated by a huge brass cash register. The Bank Americard and MasterCard decals on it seemed jarring and anachronistic. To the right, and toward a pair of tall double doors there were pulled, closed, and roped off. There was an old-fashioned fireplace now, blazing with birch logs. 3 nuns sat on a sofa that was drawn up almost to the earth itself. They were talking and smiling with their bags stacked up to either other side, waiting for the checkout line to thin a little. As Wendy watched them, they burst into a chord of tinkling, girlish laughter. She felt a smile touch her own lips. Not one of them could be under 60. In the background was the constant hum of conversation, the muted ding of the silver-plated bell beside the cash register. As one of the 2 clerks on duty struck it, the slightly impatient call up front, "Please," it brought back strong, warm memories of your honeymoon in New York with Jack at the Beekman Tower for the first time. She let herself believe that this might be actually what the 3 of them needed. A season together away from the world, a sort of family honeymoon. She smiled after affectionately down at Danny, who was Googling around frankly at everything. Another limo as gray as a banker's vest had pulled up at front. The last day of the season, Ullman was saying, "Closing day, always hectic. I had expected you more on 3, Mr. Torrance. I wanted to give the Volks time for a nervous breakdown if it decided to have one." Jack said it didn't. "How fortunate," Ullman said. "I'd like to take the 3 of you on a tour of the place a little later." And of course Dick Halloran watched the show. Mrs. Torrance, the overlooks kitchen, but I'm afraid one of the clerks came over and almost tugged his forelock. "Excuse me, Mr. Ullman." "Well, what is it?" "It's Mrs. Brandt," the clerk said uncomfortably. "She refuses to pay her bill with anything but her American Express card. I told her we stopped taking American Express at the end of the season last year, but she won't." His eyes shifted to Torrance family, then back to Ullman. He shrugged. "I'll take care of it. Thank you, Mr. Ullman." The clerk crossed back to the desk, which a dreadnought of a woman bundled in to a long fur coat and what looked like a black feather boa, was remonstrating loudly. "I have been coming to the Overlook Hotel since 1955. She was telling the smiling, shrugging clerk. "I continue to come here even after my second husband died of a stroke on that tiresome rope cord. I told him the sun was too hot that day, and I repeat, never paid with anything but my American Express credit card. Call the police if you like. Have them drag me away. I will still refuse to pay with anything but my American Express credit card. I repeat." "Excuse me," Mr. Ullman said. They watched him cross the lobby, touch Mrs. Brandt's elbow deferentially, and spread his hands and nod when she turned her tirade on him. He listened sympathetically, nodded again, and said something in return. Mrs. Brandt smiled triumphantly, turned to the unhappy desk clerk, and said loudly, "Thank God there's one employee of this hotel who hasn't become an unter Philistine." She allowed Ullman, who barely came to the bulky shoulder of her fur coat, to take her arm and lead her away, presumably to his inner office. "Swood," Wendy said, smiling. "There's a dude who earns his money, but he didn't like that lady," Danny said. "Immediately, he was just pretending to like her." Jack grinned down at him. "I'm sure that's true, Doc, but flattery is the stuff that greases the wheels of the world." "What's flattery?" "Flattery," Wendy told him, "is when your daddy says he likes my new yellow slacks, even if he doesn't, or when he says I don't need to take on 5 pounds. Oh, is it lying for fun?" Something very like that. He had been looking at their closet and now said, "You're pretty, Mommy." He frowned in confusion when they exchanged a glance and then burst into laughter. "Ullman didn't waste much flattery on me," Jack said. "Come on over by the window, you guys." I feel conspicuous standing out here in the middle with my denim jacket on. I, honest to God, didn't think there'd be anybody much here on closing day. Guess I was wrong. You look very handsome, she said. And then they laughed again, Wendy putting a hand over her mouth. Danny still didn't understand, but it was okay. They were loving each other. Danny thought this place reminded her of somewhere else, the Beakman place where she had been happy. He wished he liked it as well as she did, but he kept telling himself over and over that the things Tony showed him didn't always come true. He would be careful, he would watch for something called red rum, but he would not say anything unless he absolutely had to, because they were happy. They had been laughing. There was no bad thought, so look at this view, Jack said. Oh, it's gorgeous, Danny looked, but Danny didn't think it was particularly gorgeous. He didn't like heights. They made him dizzy. Beyond the wide front porch, which ran the length of the hotel, a beautifully manicured lawn, there was a putting green on the right, sloped away to a long rectangular swimming pool, a closed sign on the little tripod at one end of the pool. Closed was one sign he could read by himself, along with stop, exit, pizza, and a few others beyond the pool. A graveled path wound off through baby pines and spruces and aspens. Here was a small sign he didn't know. Roque, there was an arrow below it. What's R-O-Q-U-E? Daddy, a game. Daddy said it's a little bit like croquet. Only you play it on a gravel court that has sides like a big billiard table instead of grass. It's a very old game, Danny. Sometimes they have tournaments here. Do you play it with the croquet mallet like that? Jack agreed, only the handle's a little shorter and the head has two sides. One side is hard rubber and the other side is wood. Come out, you little poop. It's pronounced roque, Daddy was saying. I'll teach you how to play if you want, maybe, Danny said in an odd, colorless little voice that made his parents exchange a puzzled look over his head. I might not like it though. Well, if you don't like it, Doc, you don't have to play. Alright, sure. Do you like the animals, Wendy asked. That's called a topiary. Beyond the path leading to the roque, there were hedges clipped in to the shapes of various animals. Danny, whose eyes were sharp, made out a rabbit, a dog, a horse, a cow, and a tree of bigger ones that looked like frolicking lions. Those animals were what made Uncle Al think of me for the job, Jack told him. He knew that when I was in college, I used to work for a landscaping company. That's a business that fixes people's lawns and bushes and hedges. I used to trim a lady's topiary. Wendy put her hand over her mouth and snickered. Looking at her, Jack said, yes, I used to trim her topiary at least once a week. Get away, fly, Wendy said, and snickered again. Did she have nice hedges, Dad? Danny asked, and at this they both stifled great bursts of laughter. Wendy laughed so hard that tears streamed down her cheeks, and she had to get a Kleenex out of her handbag. They weren't animals, Danny, Jack said when he had control of himself. They were playing cards, spades, and hearts, and clubs of diamonds. But the hedges grow, you see, they creep. Watson said, no, not the hedges, the boiler. You have to watch it all the time, and you and your family will end up on the freaking moon. They looked at him, puzzled. The smile had faded off his face. Dad, Danny asked. He blinked at them, as if coming back from far away. They grow, Danny, and lose their shape, so I'll have to give them a haircut once or twice a week, until it gets so cold they'll stop growing for the year. And the playground, too, Wendy said, my lucky boy. The playground was beyond the topiary, 2 slides, a big swing set, with half a dozen swings set. Varying heights, a jungle gym, a tunnel made of cement rings, a sandbox, and a playhouse that was an exact replica of the Overlook itself. Do you like it, Danny? Wendy, as I sure do, he said, hoping he sounded more enthusiastic than he felt. It's neat. Beyond the playground there was an inconspicuous chain link security fence. Beyond that, the wide macadamized drive that led up to the hotel, and beyond that, the valley itself. Dropping away into the bright blue haze of afternoon, Danny didn't know the word isolation, but if someone had explained it to him, he would have seized on it. Far below, lying in the sun like a long black snake that had decided to snooze for a while, was the road that led back through Sidewinder Pass and eventually to Boulder, the road that would be closed all winter long. He felt a little suffocated at the thought and almost jumped when Daddy dropped his hand on his shoulder. I'll get you that drink as soon as I can, Doc. They're a little busy right now, sure, Dad. Mrs. Brent came out of the inner office looking vindicated a few moments later. Two bellboys struggling with 8 suitcases between them followed her as best they could as she strode triumphantly out of the door. Danny watched through the window as a man in a gray uniform and a hat, like a captain in the army, brought her to long silver car around the door to the door and got out. He tipped his cap to her and ran around to the trunk, and in one of those flashes that sometimes came, he got a complete thought from her, one that floated above the confused low-pitched babble of emotions and colors that he usually got in crowded places. I'd like to get into his pants. Danny's brow wrinkled as he watched the bellboys put her cases into the trunk. She was looking rather sharply at the man in the gray uniform who was supervising the loading. Why would she want to get into that man's pants? Was she cold even with that long fur coat on? If she was that cold, why hadn't she just put on some pants of her own? His mommy wore pants just like about all winter. The man in the gray uniform closed the trunk and walked back to help her in to the car. Danny watched closely to see if she would say anything about his pants, but she only smiled and gave him a $1 bill tip. A moment later, she was guiding the big silver car down the driveway. He thought about asking his mother why Mrs. Brent might want that car man's pants and decided against it. Sometimes questions could get you in a whole lot of trouble. It had happened to him before, so instead he squeezed in between them on the small sofa they were sharing and watched all the people check out at the desk. He was glad his mommy and daddy were happy and loving each other, but he couldn't keep from being a little worried. He couldn't help it. Chapter 10, Halloran. The cook didn't conform to Wendy's image of the typical resort hotel kitchen personage at all. To begin with, such a personage was called a chef. Nothing so mundane as a cook. Cooking was what she did in her apartment, a kitchen, when she threw all the leftovers into a greased Pyrex casserole dish and added noodles. Further, the culinary wizard of such a place as the Overlook, which advertised the resort section of the New York Sunday Times, should be a small, rotund, and pasty face, rather like the Pillsbury Doughboy. He should have a thin, pencil-lined mustache, like a 40s musical comedy star, dark-eyed, the French accent, and a detestable personality. Halloran had the dark eyes, and that was all he was. A tall black man with a modest afro that was beginning to powder white. He had a soft southern accent, and he laughed a lot, disclosing teeth too white and too even to be anything but 1950 vintage steers and roebuck dentures. His own father had a pair, which he called roebuckers, and from time to time he would push them out at her comically at the supper table. Always Wendy remembered now when her mother was out in the kitchen getting something else, or on the telephone, Danny had stared up at this black giant in blue serge, and then had smiled when Halloran picked him up easily, set him in the crook of his elbow, and said, "You ain't gonna stay up here all winter." "Yes, I am," Danny said with a shy grin. "No, you're gonna come down to St. Pete's with me and learn to cook and go out on the beach every dang evening, watching for crabs, right?" Danny giggled delightfully and shook his head no. Halloran set him down. "If you're gonna change your mind," Halloran said, bending him over gravely, "you better do it quick. 30 minutes from now, and I'm in my car. 2.5 hours after that, I'm sitting at gate 32. Concourse B Stapleton International Airport. And on my way to sunny St. Pete's, waiting to get into my swim trunks and just laughing up my sleeve at anybody stuck and caught in the snow. Can you dig it, my boy? Yes, sir, Danny said, smiling. Halloran turned to Jack and Wendy. Looks like a fine boy there. We think he'll do, Jack said, and offered his hand. Halloran took it. I'm Jack Torrance. My wife, Winifred. Danny, you've met, and pleasure it was, ma'am. Are you a Winnie or a Freddy? I'm a Wendy. She said, smiling. Okay, that's better than the other two, I think. Right this way. Mr. Ullman wants you to have the tour. The tour you'll get. He shook his head and said under his breath, and won't I be glad to see the last of him. Halloran commenced to tour them around the most immense kitchen Wendy had ever seen in her life. It was sparkling clean. Every surface was coaxed to a high gloss. It was more than just big. It was intimidating. She walked at Halloran's side, while Jack, wholly at his element, hung back a little while with Danny. A long wall board hung with cutting instruments, which went all the way from paring knives to two-handed cleavers, hung beside a four-baskin sink. There was a breadboard as big as their Boulder apartment's kitchen table, an amazing array of stainless steel pots and pans hung from floor to ceiling, covering one whole wall. I think I'll have to leave a trail of breadcrumbs every time I come in. She said, don't let it get you down. Mrs. Halloran said, it's big, but it's still only a kitchen. Most of this stuff you'll never even have to touch. Keep it clean, that's all I ask. Here's the stove I'd be using if I was you. There are 3 of them in all, but this is the smallest, she thought dismally, looking at it. There were 12 burners, 2 regular ovens, and a Dutch oven, heated well on top, in which you could simmer sauces or bake beans, a broiler and a warmer, plus a million dials and temperature gauges, all gas. Halloran said, you cooked with gas before, Wendy? Yes, I love gas, he said, and turned on one of the burners. Blue flame popped into life, and he adjusted it down to a faint glow with a delicate touch. I like to be able to see the flame you're cooking with. You see where all the surface burner switches are? Yes, and the oven dials are all marked myself. I favor the middle one because it seems to heat the most even, but you use whichever one you like, or all 3 for that matter. TV, dinner, and each, Wendy said and laughed. Weekly, Halloran roared. Go right ahead if you like. I left a list of everything edible over by the sink. You see it, here it is, Mummy. Danny brought over 2 sheets of paper written closely on both sides. Good boy, Halloran said, taking it from him and ruffling his hair. You sure you don't want to come to Florida with me, my boy? Learn to cook the sweetest shrimp Creole this side of paradise. Danny put his hands over his mouth and giggled and retreated to his father's side. You 3 folks could eat up here for a year, I guess. Halloran said, we got a cold pantry, a walk-in freezer, all sorts of vegetable bins, and 2 refrigerators. Come on and let me show you for the next 10 minutes. Halloran opened bins and doors, disclosing foods in such amounts as Wendy had never seen before. The food supplies amazed her, but did not reassure her as much as she might have thought. The Donner Party kept recurring to her, not with thoughts of cannibalism. With all this food, it would indeed be a long time before they reduced to such poor rations as each other, but with the reinforced idea that this was indeed a serious business. When snow fell, getting out of here would not be a matter of an hour's drive to Sidewinder, but a major operation they would sit up here in. this deserted Grand Hotel, eating the food that had been left like creatures in a fairy tale, and listening to the bitter wind around their snow-bound eaves in Vermont. When Danny had broken his arm, when Jack broke Danny's arm, she had called an emergency medic squad, dialing the number from the little card attached to the phone. They had been at the house only 10 minutes later. There were other numbers written on that little card. You could have a police car in 5 minutes and a fire truck in even less time than that. Because the fire station was only 3 blocks away, and 1 block over there was a man who called if the lights went out, a man to call if the shower stopped, a man to call if the TV went on. The Fritz boat, what would happen up here? Danny had one of his feigning spells and swallowed his tongue. Oh God, would have thought. What if the place caught on fire? If Jack fell down the elevator shaft and fractured his skull? What if? We have a wonderful time. Now stop it. Winifred Halloran showed them into the walk-in freezer first, where the breath puffed out like comic strip balloons in the freezer. It was as if winter had already come. Hamburger in big plastic bags, 10 pounds in each bag, a dozen bags, 40 whole chickens hanging from a row of hooks in the wood-planked walls, canned hams stacked up like poker chips, a dozen of them below the chickens, 10 roasts of beef, 10 roasts of pork, and a huge leg of lamb. You like lamb, Doc? Halloran asked, grinning. I love it, Danny said immediately. He had never had it. I knew you did. There's nothing like 2 good slices of lamb on a cold night with some mint jelly on the side. You got the mint jelly here too. Lamb eases the belly. It's non-contentious sort of meat. From behind them, Jack said curiously, how did you know we called him Doc? Halloran turned around. Pardon, Danny, we call him Doc sometimes, like in the Bugs Bunny cartoons. Looks sort of like a doc, doesn't he? He wrinkled his nose at Danny, smacked his lips, and said, and what's up, Doc? Danny giggled, and then Halloran said something. Sure, you don't want to go to Florida, Doc? To him very clearly. He heard every word. He looked at Halloran, and a little scared. Halloran winked solemnly and turned back to the food. Wendy looked from the cook's broad serge-clad back to her son. She had the oddest feeling that something had passed between them, something she could not quite follow. You got 12 packages of sausage, 12 packages of bacon, Halloran said. So much of the pig in store, 20 pounds of butter, real butter, Jack said. Number 1, I don't think I've had real butter since I was a kid back in Berlin, New Hampshire. Well, you'll eat it up here until O'Leo seems a treat, Halloran said and laughed. Over in this bin, you got your bread, 30 loaves of white, 20 of dark. We try to keep racial balance at the Overlook, don't you know now? I low 50 loaves won't take you through, but there's plenty of makings, and fresh is better than frozen any day of the week. Down here you got your fish brain food, right, Doc? Is it, Mom? If Mr. Halloran says so, honey, she smiled. Danny wrinkled his nose. I don't like fish, you're dead wrong, Halloran said. You just never had any fish that liked you. The fish here will like you fine. At 5 pounds of rainbow trout, 10 pounds of turbo, 15 cans of tuna fish. Oh yeah, I like tuna. And 5 pounds of the sweetest tasting soul that ever swam the sea. My boy, when next spring rolls around, you're gonna thank old. He snapped his fingers as if he had 4. Gotten something, what's my name? Now I guess it just slipped my mind. Mr. Halloran, Danny said, grinning. Dick to your friends, that's right, and you being a friend, you make it Dick. And as he led them into the far corner, Jack and Wendy exchanged a puzzled glance, both of them trying to remember if Halloran had told them his first name. And this here I put in special Danny, Halloran said. I hope you folks enjoy it. Oh, really, you shouldn't have, Wendy said, touched. It was a 20-pound turkey wrapped in wide scarlet ribbon with a bow on top. You got to have your turkey on Thanksgiving, Wendy, Halloran said gravely. I believe there's a cape on back here. Somewhere for Christmas, doubtless you'll stumble on it. Let's come out of here right now before we all catch the pneumonia. Right, Doc, right. There were more wonders in the cold pantry. 100 boxes of dried milk. Halloran advised her gravely to buy fresh milk for the boy and Sidewinder as long as it was feasible. 5 12-pound bags of sugar, a gallon jug of blackstrap molasses, cereals, jugs of rice, macaroni, spaghetti, rank cans of fruit and fruit salad, a bushel of fresh apples that scented the whole room with autumn. Dried raisins, prunes, and apricots. You got to be regular if you wanted to be happy. Halloran said, and pealed laughter at the cold pantry ceiling where one old-fashioned light globe hung down on an iron chain. A deep bin filled with potatoes and smaller catches of tomatoes, onions, turnips, squashes, and cabbages. My word, when he said as they came out, but seeing all that fresh food after her $30 a week grocery budget so stunned her that she was unable to say just what her word was. I'm running a bit late, Halloran said, checking his watch, so I'll just let you go through the cabinets and the fridges. As you get settled in, there's cheeses, canned milk, sweetened condensed milk, yeast banking soda, a whole bag full of those table talk pies, a few bunches of bananas that ain't even near to ripe yet. Stop, she said, holding up a hand and laughing. I'll never remember it all. It's super, and I promise to leave the place clean. That's all I ask. He turned to Jack. Did Mr. Ullman give you the rundown on the rats in his belfry? Jack grinned. He said there was possibly some in the attic, and Mr. Watson said there might be some more down here in the basement. There must be 2 dozens of paper down there, but I didn't see any shredded, as if they'd be using it to make nests. That Watson, Halloran said, shaking his head in his back sorrow. Ain't he the foulest talking man you ever ran on? He's quite a character, Jack agreed. His own father had been the foulest talking man Jack had ever run on. It's sort of a pity, Halloran said, leading them back toward the wide swinging doors that gave on the overlooked dining room. There was money in that family long ago. It was Watson's granddad or great-granddad, I can't remember which, that built this place, so I was told. Jack said what happened. Wendy asked, well, they couldn't make it go. Halloran said, Watson will tell you the whole story twice a day if you let him. The old man got a bee in his bonnet about the place. He let it drag him down. I guess he had 2 boys and one of them was killed in a riding accident on the grounds while the hotel was still a building. That would have been 1908 or 09, the old man's wife died of the flu, and then it was just the old man and his youngest son they ended up took on as caretakers in the same hotel the old man had built. It is sort of a pity, Wendy said. What happened to him? The old man, Jack asked. He plugged his finger into a light socket by mistake, and that was the end of him, Halloran said. Sometime in the early 30s, before the Depression closed this place down for 10 years anyway. Jack, I'd appreciate it if you and your wife would keep an eye out for rats in the kitchen as well. If you should see them, traps, not poison. Jack blinked, of course. Who'd want to put rat poison in the kitchen? Halloran laughed derisively. Mr. Ullman, that's who. That was his bright idea last fall. I put it to him. I said, what if we all get up here next May, Mr. Ullman, and I serve the traditional opening night dinner, which just happens to be salmon in a very nice sauce, and everybody gets sick, and the doctor comes and says to you, Ullman, what have you been doing up here? You got 80 of the richest folks in America suffering from rat poisoning. Jack threw his head back and bellowed laughter. What did Ullman say? Halloran tucked his tongue into his cheek as if feeling it for a bit of food there. He said, get some traps, Halloran. This time they all laughed, even Danny, although He was not completely sure what the joke was, except it had something to do with Mr. Ullman, who didn't know everything. After all, the four of them passed through the dining room. Empty and silent now, with its fabulous western exposure on the snow-dusty peaks. Even the white linen tablecloths had been covered with a sheet of tough, clear plastic. The rug, now rolled up for the season, stood in one corner like a sentinel on guard duty. Across the wide room was a double set of bat-wing doors, and over them an old-fashioned sign lettered in gilt script, "The Colorado Lounge." Following his gaze, Halloran said, "If you're drinking, man, I hope you brought your own supplies. That place is picked clean. Employees party last night. You know, every maid and bellhop in the place is going around with a headache today, me included. I don't drink," Jack said shortly. They went back to the lobby. It had cleared greatly. During the half hour they'd spent in the kitchen, the long main room was beginning to take on the quiet, deserted look that Jack supposed they would become familiar with soon enough. The high-backed chairs were empty. The nuns who had been sitting by the fire were gone, and the fire itself was down to a bed of comfortably glowing coals. Wendy glanced out into the parking lot and saw that all but a dozen cars had disappeared. She found herself wishing they could get back in the VW and go back to Boulder or anywhere else. Jack was looking around for Ullman, but he wasn't in the lobby. A young maid with her ash blonde hair pinned up on her neck came over. "Your luggage is out on the porch, Dick." "Thank you, Sally." He gave her a peck on the forehead. "You have yourself a good winter getting married, I hear." He turned to the Torrances as she strolled away, backside twitching pertly. "I've got to hurry along if I'm going to make that plane. I want to wish you all the best. No, you'll have it." "Thanks," Jack said. "You've been very kind. I'll take good care of your kitchen," Wendy promised again. "Enjoy Florida." "I always do," Halloran said. He put his hands on his knees and bent down to Danny. "Last chance, guy. Want to come to Florida?" "I guess not," Danny said, smiling. "Okay, like to give me a hand out here to my car with my bags." "If my mommy says I can, you can," Wendy said, "but you'll have to do that jacket buttoned." She leaned forward to do it, but Halloran was ahead of her, his large brown fingers moving with smooth dexterity. "I'll send him right back in," Halloran said. "Fine," Wendy said, and followed them to the door. Jack was still looking around for Ullman. The last of the Overlook's guests were checking out at the desk. Chapter 11, The Shining. There were 4 bags in a pile just outside the door. 3 of them were giant, battered old suitcases covered with black imitation alligator hide. The last was an oversized zipper bag with a faded tartan skin. "Guess you can handle that one, can't you?" Halloran asked him. He picked up 2 of the big cases in one hand and hoisted the other under his arm. "Sure," Danny said. He got a grip on it with both hands and followed the cook down to the porch steps, trying manfully not to grunt and give away how heavy it was. A sharp and cutting fall wind had come up since they had arrived. It whistled down the parking lot, making Danny wince his eyes down to slits as he carried the zipper bag in front of him, bumping on his knees. A few errant aspen leaves rattled and turned across the now mostly deserted asphalt, making Danny think momentarily of that night last week when he had wakened out of his nightmare and had heard, or thought he heard at least, Tony telling him not to go. Halloran set his bags down by the trunk of the beige Plymouth Fury. "This ain't much car," he confided to Danny. "Just a rental job. My bestie's on the other end. She's a car, 1950 Cadillac. Does she run sweet? I'll tell the word. I keep her in Florida because she's too old for all this mountain climbing. You need a hand with that." "No, sir, Danny." Danny said he managed to carry it the last 10 or 12 steps without grunting and set it down with a large sigh of relief. Good boy. Halloran said he produced a large key ring from the pocket of his blue serge jacket and unlocked the trunk as he lifted the bags in. He said, "You shine on, boy, harder than anyone I ever met in my life, and I'm 60 years old this January. Huh, you got a knack," Halloran said, turning to him. "Me, I've always called it shining. That's what my grandmother called it, too. She had it. We used to sit in the kitchen when I was a boy, no older than you, and have long talks without even opening our mouths, really." Halloran smiled at Danny's open-mouthed, almost hungry expression and said, "Come on up and sit in the car with me for a few minutes. I want to talk to you." He slammed in the trunk in the lobby of the Overlook when he Torrance saw Sonny get into the passenger side of Halloran's car of the big black cook. Slid in between the wheel. A sharp ping of fear struck her, and she opened her mouth to tell Jack that Halloran had not been lying about taking their son to Florida. There was a kidnapping afoot, but they were only sitting there. She could barely see the small silhouette of her son's head turned attentively toward Halloran's big one. Even at this distance, that small head had set to it that she recognized it was the way her son looked when there was something on the TV that particularly fascinated him, or when he and his father were playing Old Maid or Idiot Cribbage. Jack, who was still looking around for Ullman, hadn't noticed. Wendy kept silent, watching Halloran's car nervously, wondering what they could possibly be talking about that would make Danny cock his head that way. In the car, Halloran was saying, "Get you kinda lonely, thinking you were the only one." Danny, who had been frightened as well as lonely, sometimes nodded. "Am I the only one you ever met?" he asked. Halloran laughed and shook his head. "No, child, no, but you shine the hardest, and there are lots then." "No," Halloran said, "but you do run across them. A lot of folks, they got little bit of shine in them, so they don't even know it, but they always seem to show up with flowers when their wives are feeling blue. With the these they do good on school tests. They don't even study, for they got a good idea how people are feeling as soon as they walk into a room. I come across 50 or 60 like that, but maybe only a dozen, counting my gram that knew they was shining." "Wow," Danny said, and thought about it then. "Do you know Mrs. Brandt?" Halloran asked scornfully. "She don't shine. Just sends her supper back 2-3 times every night." "I know she doesn't," Danny said earnestly, "but do you know the man in the gray uniform that gets the cars, Mike?" "Sure, I know Mike. What about him?" "Mr. Halloran, why would she want his pants?" "What are you talking about, boy?" "Well, when she was watching him, she was thinking she would sure like to get into his pants, and I just wondered why." But he got no further. Halloran had thrown his head back, and rich, dark laughter issued from his chest, rolling around in the car like cannon fire. The seat shook with the force of it. Danny smiled, puzzled. And at last the storm subsided. By fits and starts, Halloran produced a large silk handkerchief from his vest pocket like a white flag of surrender and wiped his streaming eyes. "Boy," he said, still snorting a little, "you are gonna know everything there is to know about the human condition before you make 10. I don't know if to envy you or not, but Mrs. Brandt, you never mind her," he said, "and don't go asking your mom either. You'd only upset her. Dig what I say in." "Yes, sir," Danny said. He dug it perfectly well. He had upset his mother that way in the past. That Mrs. Brandt is just a dirty woman with an H, that's all you have to know. He looked at Danny speculatively. "How hard can you hit, Doc? Huh? Give me a blast. Think about it. I want to know if you got as much as I think you do. What do you want me to think? Anything, just think it hard." "Okay," Danny said. He considered it for a moment, then gathered his concentration and flung it out at Halloran. He had never done anything precisely like this before, and at the last instant, some instinctive part of him rose up and blunted some of the thoughts raw for, as he didn't want to hurt Mr. Halloran. Still, the thought arrowed out of him. with a force he never would have believed. It went like Nolan Ryan fastball with a little extra on it. Gee, I hope I don't hurt him. And the thought was high dick. Halloran winced and jerked backwards on the seat. His teeth came together with a hard click, drawing blood from his lower lip in a thin trickle. His hands flew up involuntarily from his lap to the level of his chest, then settled back again. For a moment, his eyelids fluttered limply with no conscious control, and Danny was frightened. Mr. Halloran, Dick, are you okay? I don't know, Halloran said, and laughed weakly. I don't, honest to God, don't. My God, boy, you're a pistol. I'm sorry, Danny said, more alarmed. Should I get my daddy? I'll run and get him. No, here I come. I'm okay, Danny. You just sit right there and feel a little bit scrambled. That's all. I didn't go as hard as I could. Danny confessed. I was scared, too, at the last minute. Probably my good luck. You did. My brains would be leaking out my ears. He saw the alarm on Danny's face and smiled. No harm done. What did it feel like to you? Like I was Nolan Ryan throwing a fastball. He replied promptly. You like baseball, do you? Halloran was rubbing his temples gingerly. Daddy and me like the Angels, Danny said. The Red Sox in the American League East and the Angels in the West. We saw the Red Sox against Cincinnati in the World Series. I was a lot littler then, and Daddy was. Danny's face went dark and troubled. What was Dan? I forget, Danny said. He started to put his thumb in his mouth and suck it. That was a baby trick. He put his hand back in his lap. Can you tell what your mom and dad are thinking? Dannery. Halloran was watching him closely most times. If I want to, but usually I don't try. Why not? Well, he paused a moment, troubled. It would be like peeking into the bedroom and watching while they're doing the thing that makes babies. Do you know that thing I have? Had acquaintance with it, Halloran said gravely. They wouldn't like that, and they wouldn't like me peeking at their things. It would be dirty, I see, but I know how they're feeling. Danny said, if I can't help that, I know how you're feeling too. I hurt you. I'm sorry, it's just a headache. I've had hungovers that were worse. Can you read other people, Danny? I can't read yet at all, Danny said, except a few words. But Daddy's gonna teach me. This winter, my daddy used to teach reading and writing in a big school, mostly writing, but he knows reading too. I mean, can you tell what anybody's thinking? Danny thought about it. I can if it's loud. He said finally, like Mrs. Brant and the pants, or like once when me and Mommy were in this big shoe store and got me some shoes. There was this big kid looking at radios, and he was thinking about taking one and buying it without buying it. Then he'd think, what if he get caught? Then he'd think, I really want it. Then he'd think about getting caught again. He was making himself sick about it, and he was making me sick. Mommy was talking to the man who sells the shoes, so I went over and said, kid, don't take that radio, go away. And he got really scared. He went away real fast. Halloran was grinning broadly. I bet he did. Can you do anything else, Danny? Is it only thoughts and feelings, or is there some more? Cautiously, is there more for you sometimes? Halloran said, not often. Sometimes. There are dreams. Do you dream, Danny? Sometimes, Danny said. I dream when I'm awake. After Tony comes, his thumb wanted to go in his mouth again. He had never told anyone but Mommy and Daddy about Tony. He made his thumb-sucking hand go back into his lap. Who's Tony? And suddenly Danny had one of those flashes of understanding that frightened him. Most of all, it was like a sudden glimpse of incomprehensible machine that might be safe or might be deadly dangerous. He was too young to know which. He was too young to understand what's wrong. He cried, you're asking me all this because you're worried, aren't you? Why are you worried about me? Why are you worried about us? Halloran put his large, dark hands on the small boy's shoulders. Stop, he said. It's probably nothing, but if it is something, well, you've got a large thing in your head, Danny. You'll have to do a lot of growing yet before you catch up to it, I guess, but you've got to be brave about it. But I don't understand things, Danny burst out. I do, but I don't. People, they feel things, and I feel them, but I don't know what I'm feeling. He looks down his laps wretchedly. I wish I could read. Sometimes Tony shows me the signs, and I can hardly read any of them. Who's Tony? Halloran asked again. Mommy and Daddy call him my invisible playmate, Danny said, reciting words carefully, but he's very real. At least I think he is sometimes. When I try real hard to understand things, he says, Danny, I want to show you something, and it's like I pass out. Only there are dreams like you said. He looked at Halloran and swallowed. They used to be nice, but now I can't remember the word for it. Dreams that scare you and make you cry. Nightmares, Halloran said. Yes, that's right. Nightmares about this place, about the Overlook. Danny looked down at his thumb, sucking hand again. Yes, he whispered, then he spoke. Shrilly looking up into Halloran's face, but I can't tell my daddy, and you can't either. He has to have this job because it's the only one Uncle Al could get for him, and he has to finish his play or might start doing the bad thing again, and I know what that is. It's getting drunk, that's what it is. It's when he used to always be drunk, and that was a bad thing to do. He stopped on the verge of tears, Halloran said, and put Danny's face against the rough serge of his jacket. It smelled faintly of mothballs. That's all right, son. And if that thumb likes your mouth, let it go where it wants. But his face was troubled. He said, but what you got? I call it shining on. The Bible calls it having visions. And there's scientists that call it precognition. I've read up on it, son. I've studied on it. They all mean seeing the future. Do you understand that? Danny nodded against Halloran's coat. I remember the strongest shine I ever had that way. I'm not liable to forget. It was 1955. I was still in the army then, stationed overseas in West Germany. It was an hour before supper, and I was standing by the sink, giving one of the KP's hell for taking too much of the potato along with the peel. I says, here, let me show you how that's done. He held out the potato and the peeler, and then the whole kitchen was gone. Bang, just like that. You say, you seen this guy, Tony, before have you? You have dreams, Danny nodded. Halloran put an arm around him. With me, it's smelling oranges. All that afternoon, I'd be smelling them and thinking nothing of it because they were on the menu for that night. We had 30 crates of Valencias. Everyone in the dang kitchen was smelling oranges that night. For a minute, it was like I had just passed out, and then I heard an explosion and saw flames. There were people screaming sirens, and I heard this hissing noise that could only be steam. Then it seemed like I got a little closer to whatever it was, and I saw a railroad car off the tracks and laying on its side with Georgia and South Carolina Railroad written on it, and I knew like a flash that my brother Carl was on that train, and it jumped the tracks, and Carl was dead just like that. Then it was gone, and here's this scared, stupid little KP in front of me, still holding out that potato and the peeler. He says, are you okay, Sarge? And I says, no, my brother's just been killed down in Georgia. And when I finally got my mama on the overseas telephone, she told me how it was, but see, boy, I already knew how it was. He shook his head slowly, as if dismissing the memory, and looked down at the wide-eyed boy. But the thing you got to remember, my boy, is this: those things don't always come true. I remember just 4 years I had a job cooking at the boys' camp up in Maine on Long Lake, so I am sitting by the boarding gate at Logan Airport in Boston, just waiting to get on my flight. And I start to smell oranges for the first time in maybe 5 years or so. I say to myself, my God, what's coming on this crazy late show now? And I got down to the bathroom and sat on one of the toilets to be private. I never did black out, but I started to get this feeling stronger and stronger that my plane was gonna crash. Then the feeling went away and the smell of oranges, and I knew it was over. I went back to the Delta Airlines desk and changed my flight 1 or 3 hours later. And do you know what happened? What? Danny whispered nothing. Halloran said and laughed. He was relieved to see the boy smile a little, too. Not one single thing. That old plane landed right on time and without a single bumper bruise. So you see, sometimes those feelings don't come to anything. Oh, Danny said, or you take the racetrack. I go a lot, and I usually do pretty well. I stand by the rail when they go by the starting gate, and sometimes I get a little shine about this horse or that one. Usually those feelings help me get real well. And I always tell myself that someday I'm gonna get 3 at once on 3 long shots and make enough on the trifecta to retire early. It ain't happened yet, but there's plenty of times I've come home from the track on Shank's mare instead of in the taxi cab with my wallet swollen up. Nobody shines on all the time except maybe for God up in heaven. Yes, sir, Danny said, thinking of a time almost a year ago when Tony showed him a new baby lying in a crib at their house in Stovington. He had been very excited about that. He had waited, knowing that it took time, but there had been no new baby. Now you listen, Halloran said, and took both of Danny's hands in his own. I've had some bad dreams here, and I've had some bad feelings. I've worked here 2 seasons now, and maybe a dozen times I've had, well, nightmares, and maybe half a dozen times I've had, well, nightmares, and maybe half a dozen times I've thought I've seen things. No, I won't say what it ain't. For a little boy like you, just nasty things once. It had something to do with those dang hedges clipped, to something to do with to look like animals. Another time there was a maid, Dolores Vickery her name was, and she had a little shine to her, but I don't think she knew it. Mr. Ullman fired her. Do you know what that is, Doc? Yes, sir. Danny said candidly, my daddy got fired from his teaching job, and that's why we're in Colorado, I guess. Well, Miss Ullman fired her on account of her saying she'd seen something in one of the rooms where a bad thing happened. That was in room 217. And I want you to promise me you won't go in there. Danny, not all winter, steer right clear, oh right. Danny said, did the maiden, did she ask you to go look? Yes, she did, and there was a bad thing there, but I don't think it was a bad thing that could hurt anyone, Danny. That's what I'm trying to say, people who shine can sometimes see things that are gonna happen, and I think sometimes they can see things that did happen, but they're just like pictures in a book. Did you ever see a picture in a book that scared you, Danny? Yes, he said, thinking of the story of Bluebeard and the picture where Bluebeard's new wife opens the door and sees all the heads. But you knew it couldn't hurt you, didn't you? Yes, Danny said, a little dubious. Well, that's how it is in this hotel. I don't know why, but it seems that all the bad things that ever happened here, there's little pieces of those bad things still laying around like fingernail clippings or the boogers that somebody nasty just wiped up under a chair. I don't know why it should just be here. There's bad thing going on in just about every hotel in the world, I guess, and I've worked in a lot of them and had no trouble only here. But Danny, I don't think those things can hurt you, anybody. He emphasized each word in the sentence with a mild shake of the boy's shoulders. So if you should see something in a hallway or room or outside by those hedges, just look the other way, and when you look back, it'll be gone. Are you digging me? Yes, Danny said. He felt much better, soothed. He got up on his knees, kissed Halloran's cheek, and gave him a big hard hug. Halloran hugged him back when he released the boy. Your folks, they don't shine, do they? No, I don't think so. I tried them, like I did you, Halloran said. Your mama jumped the tiniest bit. I think all mothers shine a little, you know, at least until their kids grow up enough to watch out for themselves. Your dad? Halloran paused. Momentarily, he had probed at the boy's father, and he just didn't know it was like meeting someone who had the shine or someone who definitely did not. Poking at Danny's father had been strange, as if Jack Torrance had something that he was hiding, or something he was holding in so deeply submerged in himself that it was impossible to get to. I don't think he shines at all. Halloran finished, so you don't worry about them. You just take care of you. I don't think there's anything here that can hurt you, so just be cool, okay? Okay. Danny, hey Doc. Danny looked around. That's Mom. She wants me. I have to go. I know you do, Halloran said. You have a good time here, Danny. Best you can anyway. I will. Thanks, Mr. Halloran. I feel a lot better. The smiling thought came in his mind. Dick to my friends. Yes, Dick. Okay. Their eyes met, and Dick Halloran winked. Danny scrambled across the seat of the car and opened the passenger side door. As he was getting out, Halloran said, Danny, what? If there's trouble, you give me a call. A big loud holler like the one you gave a few minutes ago. I might hear you even way down in Florida, and if I do, I'll come on the run. Okay, Danny said and smiled. You take care, big boy. I will. Danny slammed the door and ran across the parking lot towards the porch where Wendy stood, holding her elbows against the chill wind. Halloran watched, the big grin slowly fading. I don't think there's anything here that can hurt you, I don't think. But what if he was wrong? He had known that this was his last season at the Overlooks ever since he had seen that thing in the bathtub of room 217. It had been worse than any picture in any book. And from here, the boy running to his mother looked so small, I don't think. His eyes drifted towards the topiary animals. Abruptly, he started the car and put it in gear and drove away, trying not to look back. And of course, he did. And of course, the porch was empty. They had gone back inside. It was as if the Overlook had swallowed them. Chapter 12, The Grand Tour. What were they talking about, hon? Wendy asked him as they went back inside. Oh, nothing much, nothing much. It sure was a long talk. He shrugged, and when he saw Danny's paternity and gesture, Jack could hardly have done it better himself. She would get no more out of Danny. She felt strong expiration mixed with an even stronger love. The love was helpless. The exasperation came from a feeling that she was deliberately being excluded with the two of them around. She sometimes felt like an outsider, a bit player, who had accidentally wandered back on stage while the main action was taking place. Well, they wouldn't be able to exclude her this winter. Her two exasperating males' quarters were going to be a little too close for that. She suddenly realized she was feeling jealous of the closeness between her husband and her son, and felt a shame that was too close to the way her own mother might have felt. Too close for comfort. The lobby was now empty except for Ullman and the head desk clerk. They were at the register cashing up. A couple of maids who had changed to warm slacks and sweaters standing by the front door and looking out with their luggage pulled around them. And Watson, the maintenance man, he caught her looking at him and gave her a wink, a decidedly lecherous one. She looked away hurriedly. Jack was over by the window just outside the restaurant, studying the view. He looked wrapped and dreamy. The cash register apparently checked out, because now Ullman ran it shut with an authoritative snap. He initiated the tape and put it in a small zipper case. Wendy silently applauded the head clerk, who looked greatly relieved. Ullman looked like the type of man who might take any shortage out of the head clerk's hide without ever spilling a drop of blood. Wendy didn't much care for Ullman or his officious, ostentatiously bustling manner. He was like every boss she'd ever had, male or female. They would be saccharine sweet with the guests, a petty tyrant when he was backstage with the help. But now school was out, and the head clerk's pleasure was written large on his face. It was out for everyone, but she and Jack and Danny anyway. Mr. Torrance, Ullman called peremptorily. Would you come over here, please? Jack walked over, nodding to Wendy and Danny. They were come to. The clerk, who had gone into the back, now came out again wearing an overcoat. Have a pleasant winter, Mr. Ullman. I doubt it, Ullman said distantly. May 12th, Braddock. Not a day earlier, not a day later. Yes, sir. Braddock walked around the desk, his face sober and dignified, as befitted his position, but when his back was entirely to Ullman, he grinned like a schoolboy. He spoke briefly to the two girls. still waiting by the door for their ride, and he was followed out by a brief burst of stifled laughter. Now Wendy began to notice the silence of the place. It had fallen over the hotel like a heavy blanket muffling everything but the faint pulse of the afternoon wind outside. From where she stood, she could look through the inner office, now neat to the point of sterility, with its 2 bare desks and 2 sets of gray filing cabinets. Beyond that, she could see Halloran's spotless kitchen, the big porthole, double doors propped open by rubber wedges. I thought I would take a few extra minutes and show you the hotel, Ullman said, and Wendy reflected that you could always hear that capital H in Ullman's voice. You were supposed to hear it. I'm sure your husband will get to know the ins and outs of the overlook quite well, Mrs. Torrance, but you and your son will doubtless keep more to the lobby level on the first floor, where your quarters are, doubtless, Wendy murmured demurely, and Jack shot her a private glance. It's a beautiful place, Ullman said expansively. I rather enjoy showing it off. I'll bet you do, Wendy thought. Let's go up to the 3rd and work our way down, Ullman said. He sounded positively enthused. If we're keeping you. Jack began. Not at all, Ullman said. The shop is shut to Finney for the season, at least, and I plan to overnight at Boulder. At the Boulderado, of course, only decent hotel this side of Denver, except for the overlook itself, of course. This way, they stepped into the elevator together. It was ornately scrolled in copper and brass, but it settled appreciatively before Ullman pulled the gate across. Danny stirred a little uneasily, and Ullman smiled down at him. Danny tried to smile back without notable success. Don't you worry, little man, Ullman said. Safe as houses. So was the Titanic, Jack said, looking up at the cut glass globe in the center of the office. Wendy bit the inside of her cheek to keep the smile away. Ullman was not amused. He slid the inner gate across with the rattle at a bang. The Titanic made only one voyage, Mr. Torrance. This elevator has made thousands of them since it was installed in 1926. That's reassuring, Jack said. He ruffled Danny's hair. The plane ain't gonna crash, Doc. Ullman threw the lever over, and for a moment there was nothing but a shuddering beneath their feet and the tortured whine of the motor below them. Wendy had a vision of the 4 of them being trapped between the floors like flies in a bottle and found in the spring. With little bits and pieces gone like the Donner Party stop it, the elevator began to rise with some vibration and clashing and banging from below. At first, then the ride smoothed out and the 3rd floor. Ullman brought them to a bumpy stop, retracted the gate, and opened the door. The elevator car was still 6 inches below floor level. Danny gazed at the difference in height between the 3rd floor hall and the elevator floor, as if he had just sensed the universe was not the same as he had been told. Ullman cleared his throat and raised the car a little, brought it to a stop with a jerk, still 2 inches low, and they all climbed out with their weight gone. The car rebounded almost to floor level, something Wendy did not find reassuring at all. Safe as houses or not, she resolved to take the stairs when she had to go up or down in this place, and under no conditions would she allow the 3 of them to get into the rickety thing again. What are you looking at, Doc? Jack inquired humorously. I see any spots there? Of course not, Ullman said, netted. All the rugs were shampooed just 2 days ago. Wendy glanced down at the hall rudder herself. Pretty, but definitely not anything she would choose for her own home if the day ever came where she had one deep Lyle blue. It was entwined with what seemed to be a surrealistic jungle scene full of ropes and vines and trees filled with exotic birds. It was hard to tell just what sort of birds because all the interweaving was done in unshaded black, giving only silhouettes. Do you like the rug? Wendy asked Danny. Yes, Mommy said colorlessly. They walked down the hall, which was comfortably wide. The wallpaper was silk, a lighter blue to go against the rug. Electric fan blow stood at the 10-foot intervals at the height of about 7 feet, imagined to look like London gas lamps. The bulbs was mashed behind cloudy, cream-hued glass that was bound with criss-crossing iron strips. I like those very much, she said. Ullman nodded, pleased. Mr. Derwin had those installed throughout the hotel after the war. Number 2, in fact, most, although not all, of the third floor decorating scheme was his idea. This to 300, the presidential suite. He twisted his key in the lock of the mahogany double doors and swung them wide. The sitting room's wide western exposure made them all gasp, which had probably been Ullman's intention. He smiled. Quite a view, isn't it? Sure, as Jack said. The window ran nearly the length of the sitting room, and beyond it, the sun was poised directly between two sawtooth beaks and casting golden light across the rock faces and the sugared snow on the high tips of clouds around and behind. This picture postcard view were also tinted gold, and the sunbeam glinted duskily down into the darkly pooled first below the timber line. Jack and Wendy were so absorbed in the view that they didn't look down at Danny, who was staring not at the window, but at the red, white, and striped silk wallpaper to the left, where a door opened into an interior bedroom, and his gas, which had been mingled with theirs, had nothing to do with beauty. Gray splashes of dried blood flecked with tiny bits of grayish white tissue cluttered the wallpaper. It made Danny feel sick. It was like a crazy picture drawn in blood, a surrealistic etching of a man's face drawn back in terror and pain, the mouth yawning and half the head pulverized. So if you should see something, just look the other way, and when you look back, it'll be gone. Are you digging me? He deliberately looked out the window, being careful to show no expression on his face, and when his mommy's hand closed over his own, he took it, being careful not to squeeze it or give her a signal of any kind. The manager was saying something to his daddy about making sure to shutter that big window so a strong wind wouldn't blow in it. Jack was nodding. Danny looked cautiously back at the wall. The big dried blood stain was gone. Those little gray white flecks had all been scattered all through it. They were gone too. Then Ullman was leading them out. Mommy asked him if he thought the mountains were pretty dense. Said he did, although he didn't really care for the mountains one way or the other. As Ullman was closing the door behind them, Danny looked back over his shoulder. The bloodstain had returned, only now it was fresh. It was running. Ullman, looking directly at it, went on with his running commentary about the famous men who had stayed here. Danny discovered that he had bitten his lip hard enough to make it bleed, and he had never even felt it as they walked on down the corridor. He felt a little bit behind the others and wiped the blood away from the back of his hand and thought about it. Blood. Did Mr. Halloran see blood, or was it something worse? I don't think those things can hurt you. There was an iron scream behind his lips, but he would not let it out. His mommy and daddy could not see such things. They had never had. He would keep quiet. His mommy and daddy were loving each other, and that was a real thing. The other things were just like pictures in a book. Some pictures were scary, but they couldn't hurt you. They couldn't hurt you. Mr. Ullman showed them some other rooms on the third floor, leading them in through corridors that twisted and turned like a maze. They were all sweets up here, Mr. Ullman said, although Danny didn't see any candy. He showed them some rooms where a lady named Marilyn Monroe once stayed when she was married to a man named Arthur Miller. Danny got a vague understanding that Marilyn and Arthur had gotten a divorce not long after they were in the Overlook Hotel. Mommy, what, honey, if they were married, why did they have different names? You and Daddy have the same names, yes, but we're not famous, Danny. Jack said. Famous women keep their same names even after they get married, because their names are their bread and butter. Bread and butter, Danny said. Completely mystified. What Daddy means is that people who used to like to go to the movies to see Marilyn Monroe, Wendy said, but they might not like to go see Marilyn Miller. Why not? She'd still be the same lady. Wouldn't everyone know that? Yes, but she looked at Jack helplessly. Truman Capote once stayed in this room. Ullman interrupted impatiently. He opened the door. That was in my time. An awfully nice man. Continental manners. There was nothing remarkable in any of these rooms, except for the absence of suites, which Mr. Ullman kept calling them. Nothing that Danny was afraid of. In fact, there was only one thing on the third floor that bothered Danny, and he could not have said why. It was the fire extinguisher on the wall just before they turned the corner and went back to the elevator, which stood open and waiting like a mouthful of gold teeth. It was an old-fashioned extinguisher, a flat hose folded back a dozen times upon itself. One end attached to a large red valve, the other ending in a brass nozzle. The folds of the hose were secured with a red seal slat on one hinge. In case of fire, you could knock the steel slat up and out of the way with one hard push, and the hose was yours. Danny could see that much. He was good at seeing how things work. By the time he was 2.5, he had been unlocking the protective gate that his father had installed at the top of the stairs in the Stovington house. He had seen how the lock worked. His daddy said it was a knack. Some people had the knack and some people didn't. This fire extinguisher was a little older than the others he had seen. This one in the nursery school, for instance, but that was not so unusual. Nonetheless, it filled him with faint unease. Curled up there against the light, blue wallpaper like a sleeping snake, and he was glad when it was out of sight around the corner. Of course, all the windows have to be shuttered, Mr. Ullman said as they stepped back into the elevator. Once again, the car sank back queasily beneath their feet, but I'm particularly concerned about that one in the presidential suite. The original bill on that window was $420, and that was over 30 years ago. Cost 8 times that to replace today. I'll shutter it, Jack said. They went down to the corner, the second floor, where there were more rooms and even more twists and turns in the corridor. The light from the windows had begun to fade appreciably now that the sun went behind the rounds. Mr. Ullman showed them 1 or 2 rooms, and that was all. He walked past 217, the one Dick Halloran had warned him about, without slowing. Danny looked at the bland number plate on the door with an uneasy fascination. Then down to the first floor. Mr. Ullman didn't show them into any rooms here until they had almost reached the thickly carpeted staircase that led down into the lobby again. Here are your quarters, he said. I think you'll find them adequate. They went in. Danny was braced for whatever might be there. There was nothing. Wendy Torrance felt a strong surge of relief. The presidential suite with its cold elegance had made her feel awkward and clumsy. It was all very well to visit some restored historical building with a bedroom plaque that announced Abraham Lincoln or Franklin D. Roosevelt had slept there. But another thing entirely to imagine you and your husband lying beneath a gauge of linen and perhaps making love where the greatest men in the world had once lain. The most powerful anyway, she amended, but this apartment was simpler, homier, almost inviting. She thought she could abide this place for a season with no great difficulty. It's very pleasant, she said to Ullman, and heard the gratitude in her voice. Ullman nodded, simple but adequate. During the season, the suite quarters, the cook and his wife, or the cook and his apprentice, Mrs. Halloran, had lived here. Danny broke in. Mr. Ullman inclined his head to Danny condescendingly. Quite so. He and Miss Nevers. Mr. Nevers, he never turned back to Jack and Wendy. This is the sitting room. There were several chairs that looked comfortable but not expensive. A coffee table that had once been expensive but now had a long chip gone from one side. 2 bookcases stuffed full of Reader's Digest, condensed books, and detective book club trilogies from the 40s. Wendy saw with some amusement, and an anonymous hotel TV that looked much less elegant than the boxwood consoles in the rooms. No kitchen, of course, Ullman said, but there is a dumb waiter. This apartment is directly over the kitchen. He slid aside a square of paneling and disclosed a wide square tray. He gave it a push and disappeared, trailing rope behind it. It's a secret passage, Danny said excitedly to his mother, momentarily forgetting all fears. in favor of that intoxicating chef between the walls, just like in Abbott and Costello Meet the Monsters. Mr. Ullman frowned, but Wendy smiled indulgently. Danny ran over to the dumbwaiter and peered down in the shaft. This way, please. He opened the door on the far side of the living room. It gave on the bedroom, which was spacious and airy. There were twin beds. Wendy looked at her husband, smiling. Shrugged. No problem, Jack said. We'll push them together. Mr. Ullman looked over at his shoulder, honestly puzzled. Beg pardon the beds. Jack said pleasantly, we can push them together. Oh, quite, Ullman said, momentarily confused. Then his face cleared and a red blush began to creep up from the collar of his shirt. Whatever you like. He led them back into the sitting room, where a second door opened on a second bedroom. This one equipped with bunk beds. A radiator clanked in one corner, and then the rug on the floor was hideous. Embroidery of western sage and cactus. Danny had already fallen in love with it when he saw the walls of the smaller room were paneled in real pine. Think you can stand it in here, Doc? Sure I can. I'm gonna sleep in the top bunk. Okay, if that's what you want. I like the rug too, Mr. Ullman. Why, don't you have all the rugs like that? Mr. Ullman looked for a moment as if he had sunk his teeth into a lemon. Then he smiled and patted Danny's head. Those are your quarters, he said, except for the bath, which opens off the main bedroom. It's not a huge apartment, but of course you'll have the rest of the hotel to spread out in the lobby. Fireplace is in good working order, so Watson tells me, and you must feel free to eat in the dining room if the spirit moves you to do so. He spoke in the tone of a man conferring to a great favor. If we're all right, Jack said, shall we go down? Mr. Ullman asked fine when he said they went downstairs in the elevator. Now the lobby was wholly deserted, except for Watson, who was leaning against the main doors in a rawhide jacket, a toothpick between his lips. I would have thought you'd be miles from here by now, Mr. Ullman said, his voice slightly chill. Just stuck around to remind Mr. Torrance here about the boiler, Watson said, straightening up. Keep your good weather eye on her, fellas. She'll be fine. Knock the press down a couple times a day. She creeps, Danny thought. And the words echo down a long and silent corridor. In his mind, a corridor lined with mirrors where people seldom look. I will, his daddy said. You'll be fine, Watson said, and offered Jack his hand. Jack shook it. Watson turned to Wendy and inclined his head. Ma'am, he said, I'm pleased, Wendy said, and thought it would sound absurd. It didn't. She had come out here from New England, where she had spent her life, and it seemed to her that, in a few short sentences, this man, Watson, with his fluffy fringe of hair, had epitomized what the West was supposed to be all about. And never mind the lecherous wink earlier. Young Master Torrance, Watson had gravely and put out his hand. Danny, who had known all about handshaking for almost a year ago, put his own hand out gingerly and felt it swallowed up. You take good care of him, Dan. Yes, sir. Watson let go of Danny's hand and straightened up fully. He looked at Ullman. Until next year, I guess, he said, and held his hand out. Ullman touched it bloodlessly. His pinky ring caught the lobby's electric lights in a baleful sort of wink. May 12th. Watson, he said, not a day earlier or later. Yes, sir, Watson said, and Jack could almost read the codicil in Watson's mind. You freaking little... I can't say that word, that's the F slur. I have a good winter, Mr. Ullman. Oh, I doubt it, Ullman said remotely. Watson opened one of two big main doors. The wind whined louder and began to flutter the collar of his jacket. You folks, take care now, he said. It was Danny who answered, yes, sir, we will. Watson, whose not-so-distant ancestor had owned this place, slipped humbly through the door and closed behind him, muffling the wind. Together they watched him clop down the perch's broad front steps in his battered black cowboy boots. Brittle yellow aspen leaves tumbled around his heels as he crossed the lot to his International Harvester pickup and climbed in. Blue smoke jetted from the rusted exhaust pipe as he started it up. The spell of silence held among them as he backed and then pulled out of the parking lot. His truck disappeared over the brow of the hill and then reappeared smaller on the main road heading west for a moment, and he felt more lonely than he ever had in his life. Chapter 13, the front porch. The Torrance family stood together on the long front porch of the Overlook Hotel as if posing for a family portrait. Danny in the middle, zippered into last year's fall jacket, which was now too small and starting to come out at the elbow. Wendy behind him with one hand on his shoulder and Jack to his left, his own hand resting lightly on his son's head. Mr. Ullman was a step below them, buttoned into an expensive-looking brown mohair overcoat. The sun was entirely behind the mountains now, edging them with gold fire, making the only shadows around. Things took long and purple, and the only 3 vehicles left in the parking lots were the hotel truck, Ullman's Lincoln Continental, and the battered Torrance VW. "You've got your keys then," Ullman said to Jack, "and you understand fully about the furnace and the boiler." Jack nodded, feeling some real sympathy for Ullman. Everything was done for the season. The ball string was neatly wrapped up until next May 12th, not a day earlier or later, and Ullman, who was responsible for all of it, and who referred to the hotel in the unmistakable tones of infatuation, could not help looking for loose ends. "I think everything is well in hand," Jack said. "Good, I'll be in touch," but he still lingered for a moment as if waiting for the wind to take a hand and perhaps gust him down to his car. He sighed. "All right, have a good winter, Mr. Torrance, Mrs. Torrance." "You too, Danny." "Thank you, sir." Danny said, "I hope you do too." "I hope it." Ullman repeated, and he sounded sad. "The place in Florida is a dump. If the out-and-out truth is to be spoken, busy work, the Overlook is my real job. Take good care of it for me, Mr. Torrance. I think it will be here when you get back next spring." Jack said, and a thought flashed through Danny's mind. Will we? And was gone. Of course it will." Ullman looked out toward the playground where the hedge animals were clattering in the wind. Then he nodded once more in a businesslike way. "Goodbye, then." He walked quickly and briskly along to his car, a ridiculously big one for such a little man, and tucked himself into it. The Lincoln's motor purred into life and taillights flashed as he pulled out of his parking stall. As the car moved away, Jack could read the small sign at the head of the stall. "Reserved for Mr. Ullman, MGR, right?" Jack said softly. They watched until the car was out of sight, headed down the eastern slope. When it was gone, the 3 of them looked at each other for a silent, almost frightened moment. They were alone. Aspen leaves whirled and skittered in aimless packs along across the lawn that was now neatly mowed and tended for no guests' eyes. There was no one to see the autumn leaves steal across the grass, but the 3 of them. It gave Jack a curious, shrinking feeling, as if his life force had dwindled to a mere spark, while the hotel and the grounds had suddenly doubled in size and become sinister, dwarfing them with soul and inanimate power. Then Wendy said, "Look at you, Doc, your nose is running like a fire hose. Let's get inside." And they did, closing the door firmly behind them against the restless whine of the wind. And that was part 2. You know, I think it's about time that I say subscribe and comment on the video and like the video to boost it in the algorithm. I can say that shamelessly here because this is not the beginning, middle, or end of the video, so nobody will probably watch this part. Ah, crap. Hello? Is anybody there? Hello? Hello? Hey, wait a minute. It appears that someone has turned my lights off. That solves the problem why the lights went off, but now I know there's someone else with me. Oh well, that's still not going to stop me from going to part 3. Chapter 4. 14 up on the roof, oh you gosh darn freaking son of a bruh. Jack Torrance cried these words out in both surprise and agony as he slapped his right hand against his blue chambray work shirt, dislodging the big slow-moving wasp that had stung him. Then he was scrambling up the roof as fast as he could, looking back over the shoulder to see if the wasp brothers and sisters were rising from the nest he had uncovered. To do battle, if they were, it could be bad. The nest was between him and his ladder, and the trapdoor leading down into the attic was locked from the inside. The drop was 70 feet from the roof to the cement patio between the hotel and the lawn. The clear air above the nest was still and undisturbed. Jack whistled disgustedly between his teeth, sat straddling the peak of the roof, and examined his right index finger. It was swelling already. He was supposed to. He would had to try and creep back in past that nest to his ladder so he could go down and put some lights on it. It was October 20. Wendy and Danny had gone down to Sidewinder in the hotel truck, an elderly rattling Dodge that was still more trustworthy than the VW, which was now wheezing gravely and seemed terminal to get 3 gallons of milk and do some Christmas shopping. It was early to shop, but there was no telling when the snow would come to stay. They had already been flurries, and in some places the road down from the overlook was slick with patch ice. So far the fall had been almost preternaturally beautiful in the 3 weeks they had been there. Golden day had followed golden day. Crisp 30-degree mornings gave way to afternoon temperatures in the low 60s, the perfect temperature for climbing around on the overlook's gently sloping western roof and doing the shingling. Jack had admitted freely to Wendy that he could have finished the job 4 days ago, but he felt no real urge to hurry. The view from up here was spectacular, even putting the vista from the presidential suite in the shade. More important, the work itself was soothing. On the roof he felt himself healing from the troubled wounds of the last 3 years. On the roof he felt at peace. Those 3 years began to seem like turbulent nightmare. The shingles had been badly rotted, some of them blown entirely away by last winter's storms. He had ripped them all up, yelling bombs away as he dropped them over the side, not wanting Danny to get hit in case he had wandered over there. He had been pulling out bad flashing when the wasp had gotten him. The ironic part was that he warned himself each time he climbed onto the roof to keep an eye out for nests. He had gotten that bug bomb just in case. But this morning, the stillness and peace had been so complete that his watchfulness had lapsed. He had been back in the world of the play, and he was slowly creating, roughing out whatever scene he would be working on that evening in his head. The play was going very well, and although Wendy had said little, he knew she was pleased. He had been roadblocked on the crucial scene between Denker, the sadistic headmaster, and Gary Benson, his young hero, during the last unhappy 6 months at Stovington, months when the craving for a drink had been so bad that he could barely concentrate on his in-class lectures, let alone his extracurricular literary ambitions. But in the last 12 evenings, as he actually sat down in front of the office model Underwood he had borrowed from the main office downstairs, the roadblock had disappeared under his fingers. As magically as cotton candy dissolves on the lips, he had come up almost effortlessly with the insights into Denker's character that had always been lacking. And he had rewritten most of the second act accordingly, making it revolve around the new scene and the progress of the third act, which he had been Turning over in his mind, when the wasp put an end to cognition, it was clumping clear all the time. He thought he could rough it out in 2 weeks and have a clean copy of the whole darn play by New Year's. He had an agent in New York, a tough red-headed woman named Phyllis Sandler, who smoked Herbert Tarrytons, drank Jim Beam from a paper cup, and thought the literary sun rose and set on Shan Casey. She had marked 3 of Jack's short stories, including the Esquire piece he had written her about the play, which was called The Little School, describing the basic conflict between Tanker, a gifted student who had failed into becoming the brutal and brutalizing headmaster of a turn of the century New England prep school, and Gary Benson, a student he sees as a younger version of himself. Phyllis had written back, expressing the interest and admonishing him to read Casey before sitting down to it. She had written her again earlier that year, asking where the heck the play was. The play he had written back Riley that the little school had been indefinitely and perhaps infinitely delayed between hand and page in that interesting intellectual goby known as the writer's block. Now it looked as if she might actually get the play, whether or not it was any good or if it would ever see any actual production was another matter. And he didn't seem to care a great deal about those things. He felt in a way that the play itself, the whole thing, was the roadblock, the colossal symbol of the bad years. At Stonington Prep, the marriage he had almost totaled like a nutty kid behind the wheel of an old jalopy, the monstrous assault on his son, the incident in the parking lot with George Hatfield, an incident he could no longer view as just another sudden and destructive flare in temper. He now thought that part of his drinking problem had stemmed from an unconscious desire to be free of Stonington and the fear of security he felt was stifling whatever creative urge he had stopped drinking, but the need to be free had just been as great. Hence George Hatfield. Now, all that remained of those days was the play on the desk in his and Wendy's bedroom, and when it was done and sent off to Phyllis's hole-in-the-wall New York agency, he could turn to other things, not a novel. He was not ready to stumble into the swamp of another 3-year undertaking, but surely more short stories, perhaps a book of them. Moving warily, he scrambled back down the slope of the roof on his hands and knees, past the line of demarcation where the fresh green bird shingles gave way to the section of the roof he had just finished clearing. He came to the edge on the left of the wasp's nest he had uncovered and moved gingerly toward it, ready to backtrack and boil down to his ladder to the ground if things looked too hot. He leaned over the section of pulled out flashing and looked in. The nest was in there, but tucked into the space between the old flashing and the final roof undercoating of 3x5s. It was a dang big one, the grayish paper ball looked to Jack as if it might be nearly 2 feet through the center. Its shape was not perfect because the space between the flashing and the boards was too narrow, but he thought the little buggers had still done a pretty good, respectable job. The surface of the nest was a crawl with the lumbering, slow-moving insects. They were the big, mean ones, not yellow jackets, which are smaller and calmer, but wall wasps. They had been rendered sludgy and stupid by the fall temperatures, but Jack, who knew about wasps from his childhood, counted himself lucky that he had been stung only once, and he thought if Altman had hired the job done in the height of the summer, the workman who had tore up that particular section of the flashing would have gotten one hell of a surprise. Yes, indeed, when a dozen wall wasps land on you all at once and start stinging your face and hands and arms, stinging your legs right through your pants, it would be entirely impossible to forget you were 70 feet up. You might just charge right off the edge of the roof while you were trying to get away from them, from those little things The biggest of them only half the length of a pencil stub. He had read someplace in a Sunday supplement piece or a back of the Book News magazine article that 7% of all automobile fatalities go unexplained. No mechanical failure, no excessive speed, so no booze, no bad weather, simply one car crashes on deserted sections of the road, one dead occupant, the driver unable to explain what happened to him. The article had included an interview with a state trooper who theorized that many of these so-called foo crashes resulted from insects in the car. Wasp, a bee, possibly even a spider or moth. The driver gets panicky, tries to swat it, or unroll a window to let it out. Possibly the insect stings him. Maybe the driver just loses control. Either way, it's banging over. All the insect, usually completely unharmed, would buzz merely out of the smoking wreck, looking for greener pastures. The trooper had been in favor of having pathologists look for insect venom while autopsying such victims, Jax recalled. Now looking down into the nest, it seemed to him that it could serve as both a workable symbol for what he had been through and what he had dragged his hostages to fortune through, and an omen for a better future. How else could you explain the things that had happened to him? For he still felt that the whole range of unhappy Sylvington experiences had to be looked at with Jack Torrance. In the passive mode, he had not done things. Things had been done to him. He had known plenty of people on the Stovington faculty, 2 of them right in the English department, who were hard drinkers. Zach Tunney was in the habit of picking up a full keg of beer on Saturday afternoon, plugging it in a backyard snowbank overnight, and then killing dang near all of it on Sunday, watching football games and old movies. Yet through the week, Zach was as sober as a Judge O-Week cocktail. With lunch was an occasion he and Al Shockley had been alcoholics. They had sought each other out like 2 cast-offs who were still socially enough to prefer drowning together to doing it alone. The sea had been a whole grain instead of salt, that was all. Looking down at the wasps as they slowly went about their instinctual business before winter closed down to kill all but their hibernating queen. He would go further. He was still an alcoholic, always would be. Perhaps he had been since sophomore class night in high school, when he had taken his first drink. It had nothing to do with willpower or the mortality of drinking or the weakness or strength of his own character. There was a broken switch somewhere, or a circuit breaker that didn't work, and he had been propelled down the chute willy-nilly, slowly at first and then accelerating as Stovington applied his pressures on him. A big grease slide, and at the bottom had been a shattered, ownerless bicycle and a son with a broken arm. Jack Torrance in the passive mode, and his temper same thing all his life. He had been trying unsuccessfully to control it. He could remember himself at 7, spanked by a neighbor lady for playing with matches. He had gone out and hurled a rock at a passing car. His father had seen that, and he had descended on little Jackie, roaring. He had red and Jack's behind, and then blacked his eye. And when his father had gone into the house muttering to see what was on television, Jack had come upon a stray dog and kicked it into the gutter. There had been 24 fights in grammar school, even more of them in high school, warranting 2 suspensions and uncounted detentions. In spite of his good grades, football had provided a partial safety valve, although he remembered perfectly well that he had spent almost every minute of every game in a state of high piss-off, taking every opposing block and tackle personally. He had been a fine player, making all-conference in his junior and senior years, and he knew perfectly well that he had his own bad temper to thank or to blame. He had not enjoyed football. Every game was a grudge match, and yet Through it all, he hadn't felt like a son of a bruh. He hadn't felt mean. He had always regarded himself as Jack Torrance, a really nice guy who was just going to have to learn how to cope with his temper someday before it got him in trouble. The same way he was going to have to learn how to cope with his drinking, but he had been an emotional alcoholic just as surely as he'd been a physical one. The two of them were no doubt tied together somewhere deep inside him, where you just as soon not look, but it didn't much matter to him if the root causes were interrelated or separate, sociological or psychological or physiological. He had to deal with the results of spankings, the beatings from his old man, the suspensions, with trying to explain the school clothes torn in playground brawls, and later the hangovers, the slowly dissolving glue of his marriage. The single bicycle wheel with its bent spokes pointing to the sky, Janny's broken arm, and George Hatfield, of course, there he felt he had unwittingly stuck his hand into the great wasp nest of life, and as image it stank as a cameo of reality, he felt it was serviceable that he had stuck his hand through some rotted, flashing in high summer, and that hand and his whole arm had been consumed in holy righteous fire, destroying conscious thought, he making the concept of civilized behavior obsolete. Could you be expected to behave as a thinking human being when your hand was being impaled on red-hot darning needles? Could you be expected to live in the love of your nearest and dearest when the brown, furious cloud rose out of the hole in the fabric of things, the fabric you thought was so innocent and arrowed straight at you? Could you be held responsible for your own actions as you ran crazily about on the sloping roof 70 feet above the ground, not knowing where you were going, not remembering that your panicky, stumbling feet could lead you crashing and blundering right over the rain gutter and down to your death on the concrete 70 feet below? Jack didn't think you could when you unwittingly stuck your hand into the wasp nest. You hadn't made a covenant with the devil to give up your civilized self with its trappings of love and respect and honor. It just happened to you passively with no say. You ceased to be a creature of the mind and became a creature of the nerve endings. From college-educated man to wailing ape in 5 easy seconds, he thought about George Hatfield. Tall and shaggily blonde, George had been an almost insolently beautiful boy in his tight, faded jeans and Sovington sweatshirt with the sleeves carelessly pushed up to the elbows to disclose his tan forearms. He had reminded Jack of a young Robert Redford, and he doubted that George had much trouble scoring no more than the young football-playing devil Jack Torrance had it 10 years earlier. He couldn't say that he honestly didn't feel jealous of George or envy him his good looks. In fact, he had, almost unconsciously, begun to visualize George as the physical incarnation of his play hero Gary Benson, the perfect foil for the dark, slumped, and aging Denker, who grew to hate Gary so much, but he, like Jack Torrance, had never felt that way about George. If he had, he would have known it. He was quite sure of that. George had floated through his classes at Stovington, a soccer and baseball star. His academic program had been fairly undemanding, and he had been content with the C's and an occasional B in history or botany. He was a fierce field contender, but a lackadaisical, amused sort of student in the classroom. Jack was familiar with the type more from his own days as a high school and college student than from his teaching experience, which was at second hand. George Hatfield was a jock. He could be calm, undemanding figure in the classroom, but when the right set of competitive stimuli was applied like electrodes to the temples of Frankenstein's monster, Jack thought wryly he could become a juggernaut In January, George had tried out with 24 others for the debate team. He had been quite frank with Jack. His father was a corporation lawyer, and he wanted his son to follow in his footsteps. George, who felt no burning call to do anything else, was willing. His grades were not top end, but this was, after all, the only prep school. And it was silly times. If it should become better by his father could pull some strings. George's own athletic ability would still be other doors, but Brian Hatfield thought his son should get on the debate team. It was good practice, and it was something that law school admissions board always looked for, so George went out for the debate, and in late March, Jack cut him from the team. The late winter inter-squad debates had fired George Hatfield's competitive soul. He became a grimly determined debater, prepping his pro or con position fiercely. It didn't matter if the subject was legalization of marijuana, reinstating the death penalty, or the oil depletion allowance. George became conversant, and he was just jingoist enough to be honestly not care which side he was on, a rare and valuable trait. Even in a high-level debater, Jack knew the souls of a true carpetbagger and a true debater were not far removed from each other. They were both passionately interested in the main chance. So far, so good, but George Hatfield stuttered. This was not a handicap that had all even shown up in the classroom, where George was always cool and collected, whether he had done his homework or not, and certainly not on the Stovington playing fields, where talk was not a virtue, and they sometimes even threw you out of the game for too much discussion. When George got tightly wound up in a debate, the stutter would come out. The more eager he became, the worse it was, and when he felt he had an opponent dead in his sights, an intellectual sort of buck fever seemed to take his place between his speech centers and his mouth, and he would freeze solid when the clock ran out. It was painful to watch. So I think we had to say that the facts in the case, Mr. Dorksky cites, are rendered obsolete by the recent decision handed down in. The buzzer would go off, and George would whirl around to stare furiously at Jack, who sat beside George's face. At those moments would be flushed, his notes crumpled spasmodically in one hand. Jack had held onto George long after he had cut most of the obvious flat tires, hoping George would work out. He remembered one late afternoon about a week before he had reluctantly dropped the axe. George had stayed after the others had filed out, and then he had confronted Jack angrily. "You set the timer ahead." Jack looked up from his papers as he was putting back to the briefcase. "George, what are you talking about? I didn't get my whole 5 minutes. You set it ahead. I was watching the clock. The clock and the timer may keep slightly different times, George, but I never touched the dial on the dang theme. Scout's honor. You did the belligerently. I'm sticking up for my rights way." George was looking at him at sparks Jack's own temper. He had been cut off the sauce for 2 months too long, and he was ragged. He made one last effort to hold himself in. "I assure you, I did not, George. It's your stutter. Do you have any idea what causes it?" "You don't stutter in class." "I don't stutter. Lower your voice. You want to get me. You don't want me on your gosh darn team. Lower your voice. I said, let's discuss this rationally. Frick that. George, if you can control your stutter, I'd be glad to have you. You're well prepped for every practice, and you're good at the background stuff, which means you're rarely surprised, but all that doesn't mean much if you can't control that." "I never stuttered," he cried out. "It's you. If someone else had the debate team, I could." Jack's temper slipped another notch. "George, you're never going to make much of a lawyer, corporation or otherwise, if you can't control her. That law isn't like soccer. 2 hours of practice every night won't cut it. What are you going to do now? Stand up in front of a board meeting and say, now, gentlemen, about this retort?" He suddenly flushed, not with anger, But with shame at his own cruelty, this was not a man in front of him, but a 17-year-old boy who was facing the first major defeat of his life and maybe asking in the only way he could for Jack to help him find a way to cope with it. George gave him a final furious glance, his lips twisting and bucking as the words bottled up behind them. Struggle to find the way out, you said it ahead, you hate me because you no. With an inarticulate cry, he had rushed out of the classroom, slamming the door hard enough to make the wire-reinforced glass rattle in his frame. Jack had stood there, feeling rather than hearing the echo of George's Adidas in the empty hall, still in the grip of his temper and his shame at mocking George's stutter. His first thought had been a sick sort of exhaustion for the first time in his life. George Hatfield had wanted something he could not have. For the first time, there was something wrong that all of Daddy's money could not fix. You couldn't bribe a speech center. You couldn't offer a tongue an extra $50 a week and a bonus at Christmas if it would agree to stop flapping like a record needle in a defective groove. Then the exhaustion was simply buried in shame, and he felt the way he had after he had broken Danny's arm. Dear God, I am not a son of a bruh, please. That sick happiness at George's retreat was more typical of Danker in the play than of Jack Torrance, the playwright. You hate me because you know, because he knew what? What could he possibly know about George Hatfield that would make him hate him? That his whole future lay ahead of him, that he looked a little bit like Robert Redford, and all conversation among the girls stopped when he did a double gainer from the pool diving board, that he played soccer and baseball with a natural, unlearned grace. Ridiculous, absolutely absurd. He envied George Hatfield nothing. If the truth was known, he felt worse about George Hat's unfortunate stutter than George himself, because George really would have made an excellent debater. And if Jack had set the timer ahead, and of course he hadn't, it would have been because both the other members of the squad were embarrassed for George's struggle. They had agonized over it the way you agonize when the class night speaker forgets some of his lines. If he had set the timer ahead, it would have been just to put George out of his misery, but he hadn't set the timer ahead. He was quite sure of it. A week later, he had cut him, and at the time he had kept his temper. The shots and the threats had all been on George's side. A week after that, he had gone out to the parking lot halfway through practice to get a pile of source books that he had left in the trunk of his VW, and there had been George down on one knee with his long blonde hair swinging in his face, a hunting knife in one hand. He was sawing through the VW's right front tire. The back tires were already shredded, and the bug sat on the flats like a small tired dog. Jack had seen, read, and remembered very little. The encounter that followed, he remembered a thick growl that seemed to issue from his throat. All right, George, if that's how you want it, just come here and take your medicine. He remembered George looking up, startled and fearful. You'd said, Mr. Torrance, as if to explain how all this was just a mistake. The tires had been flat when he got there, and he was just cleaning dirt out of the front treads with the tip of his gutting knife he just happened to have with him. Jack had waded in, his fist held up in front of him, and it seemed that he had been grinning, but he wasn't sure of that. The last thing he remembered was George holding up the knife and saying, "You better not come any closer." And the next thing was Miss Strong, the French teacher, holding Jack's arms, crying, screaming, "Stop it, Jack, stop it, you're gonna kill him." He had blinked around stupidly. There was the hunting knife glittering harmlessly on the parking lot asphalt 4 yards away. There was his Volkswagen, his poor old battered bug, veteran of many wild midnight drunken rides, sitting on 3 flat shoes. There was a new dent in the right front fender he saw, and there was something in the middle of the dent that was either red paint or blood. For a moment he was confused. His thoughts, Jesus Christ, Al, we hit him after all of that other night. Then his eyes had shifted
to George. George lying dazed and blinking on the asphalt. His debate group had come out, and they were huddled together by the door, staring at George. There was blood on his face from a scalp laceration that looked minor, but there was also blood running out of one of George's ears. That probably meant a concussion. When George tried to get up, Jack shook free of Miss Strong and went to him. George cringed. Jack put his hands on George's chest and pushed him back down. Lie still, he said. Don't try to move. He moved to Miss Strong, who was staring at them both with horror. Please go call the school doctor, Miss Strong, he told her. She turned and fled toward the office. He looked at his debate class, then looked them right in the eye because he was in charge again, fully himself, and when he was himself, there wasn't a nicer guy in the whole state of Vermont. Surely they knew that you can go home now. He told them quietly, we'll meet again tomorrow. But by the end of that week, 6 of his debaters had dropped out, 2 of them the class of the act, but of course it didn't matter much because he had himself been informed by then that he would be dropping out himself, yet somehow he stayed off the bottle, and he was supposed that was something, and he had not hated George Hatfield. He was sure of that because he had not acted, but he had acted upon. You hate me because you know, but he had nothing. He would swear that before the throne of Almighty God, just as he would swear that he had set the timer had no more than a minute, and not out of hate, but out of pity. 2 wasps were crawling sluggishly about on the roof beside the hole in the flashing. He watched them until they spread there, aerodynamically unsound but strangely efficient wings, and lumbered off into the October sunshine, perchance to sting someone else. God had seen fit to give them stingers, and Jack supposed they had to use them on somebody. How long had he been sitting here looking at that hole with its unpleasant surprise? Down inside, raking over old coals, he looked at his watch. Almost half an hour. He let himself down to the edge of the roof, dropped one leg over and felt around till his foot found the top rung of the ladder just below the overhang. He would go down to the equipment shed where he had stored the bug bomb on the high shelf. Out of Danny's reach, he would get it, come back up, and then they would be the ones. Surprised you could be stung, but you could also sting back. He's believed that sincerely. 2 hours from now, the nest would be such much just chewed paper, and Danny would have it in his room if you wanted to. Jack had one in his room when he was just a kid. It had always smelled faintly of wood smoke and gasoline. He could have it right by the head of his bed. It wouldn't hurt him. I'm getting better. The sound of his own voice, confident in the silent afternoon, reassured him. Even though he hadn't meant to speak aloud, he was getting better. It was possible to graduate from passive to active, to take the thing that had once driven you nearly to madness as a neutral prize of no more than occasional academic interest. And if there was a place where the thing could be done, this was surely it. He went down the ladder to get the bug bomb. They would pay for stinging him. Chapter 15. Down in the front yard, Jack had found a huge white painted wicker chair in the back of the equipment shed 2 weeks ago, and had dragged it around to the porch over Wendy's objections that it was really the ugliest thing she had ever seen in her life. She was sitting in it now, amusing himself with a copy of E.L. Doctorow's Welcome to Hard Times, when his wife and son rattled up the driveway in the hotel truck. Wendy parked it in the turnaround, raced the engine sportily, and then turned it off. The truck's single tail light died. The engine rumbled grumpily with indignation and finally stopped. Jack got out of his chair and ambled down to meet them. "Hi, Dad," Danny called, and raced up the hill. He had a box in one hand. Look what Mommy bought me. Jack picked his son up, swung him around twice, and kissed him heartily on the mouth. Jack Torrance, the Eugene O'Neill of his generation, the American Shakespeare, Wendy said, smiling. Fancy meeting you here, so far up in the mountains. The common ruck became too much for me, dear lady. He said and slipped his arms around her. They kissed. How was your trip? Very good. Danny complains that I keep jerking him, but I didn't stall the truck once. And oh, Jack, you finished it. She was looking at the roof, and Danny followed her gaze. A faint frown touched his face as he looked at the wide swatch of fresh shingles atop the overlooks. West wing, a lighter green than the rest of the roof. Then he looked down at the box in his hand, and his face cleared again at the night pictures. The pictures Tony had showed him came back to haunt in all of their original clarity, but in sunny daylight they were easy to disregard. Look, Daddy, look. Jack took the box from his son. It was a model car, one of the Big Daddy Ranch characters that Danny had expressed an admiration for in the past. This one was the violet Volkswagen with the picture on the box showed a huge purple VW with a long 59 Cadillac coupe, Dayville taillights burning up a dirt track. The VW had a sunroof, and poking up through it, clawed hands on the wheel. Down below was a very gigantic warty monster with popping bloodshot eyes, a maniacal grin, and a gigantic English racing cap turned around backward. Wendy was smiling at him, and Jack winked at her. That was what I like about you, Doc, Jack said, handing the box back. Your taste runs to the quiet, the somber, the introspective. You are definitely the child of my loins. Mommy said you'd help me put it together as soon as I could read all of the first Dick and Jane. That ought to be by the end of the week. By the end of the week, Jack said. What else do you have got in that fine-looking truck, ma'am? She grabbed his arm and pulled him back. No peeking, some of that stuff is for you. Danny and I will take it. You can get the milk. It's on the floor of the cab. That's all I am to you, Jack cried, clapping a hand to his forehead. Just a dray horse, a common beast of the field. Dray here, dray there, dray everywhere. Just dray that milk right into the kitchen, mister. It's too much, he cried and threw himself on the ground. While Danny stood over him and giggled, "Get up, you ox," Wendy said, and prodded him with the toe of her sneaker. See, he said to Danny, she called me an ox. You're witness, witness, witness. Danny concurred gleefully, and Broad jumped on his prone father. Jack sat up. That reminds me, Chumley, I've got something for you. Two on the porch by my ashtray. What is it? Forgot. Go and see. Jack got up, and the two of them stood together watching Danny charge up the lawn and then take the steps to the porch by 2 by 2. He put an arm around Wendy's waist. You happy, babe? She looked up at him solemnly. This is the happiest I've been since we were married. Is that true? God's honest. He squeezed her tightly. I love you. She squeezed him back, touched. Those had never been cheap words with John Torrance. She could count the number of times he had said them to her, both before and after the marriage, on both her hands. I love you too, mommy, mommy. Danny was on the porch now, shrill and excited. Come and see. Wow, it's neat. What is it? Wendy asked him as they walked up from the parking lot, hand in hand. Forgot, Jack said. Oh, you'll get yours, she said, and elbowed him. See if you don't. I was hoping I'd get it tonight, he remarked, and she left. A moment later, he asked, is Danny happy, do you think? You ought to know. You're the one who has a long talk with him every night before bed. That's usually about what he wants to be when he grows up, or if Santa Claus is really real. That's getting to be a big thing with him, I think. His old buddy Scott let some pennies drop on that one. No, he hasn't said much of anything about the overlook to me either, she said. They were climbing the porch steps now, but he's been quiet a lot of the time, and I think he's lost weight, Jack. I really do. He's just getting tall. Danny was back to them. He was examining something on the table by Jack's chair, but Wendy couldn't see what it was. He's not eating as well either. He used to be the original steam shovel. Remember last year they taper off? He said vaguely. I think I read that in Spock. He'll be using 2 forks by the time he's 7. They had stopped on the top steps. He's pushing awfully hard on those readers too, she said. I know he wants to learn how to please us. To please you, she added reluctantly, to please himself. Most of all, Jack said, I haven't been pushing him on that at all. In fact, I do wish he wouldn't go quite so hard. Would you think I was foolish if I made an appointment for him to have a physical? There's a GP inside, whined a young man from what the checker in the market said. You're a little nervous about the snow coming, aren't you? She shrugged. I suppose if you think it's foolish, I don't. In fact, you can make appointments for all 3 of us. We'll get our clean bills of health, and then we can sleep easy at night. I'll make the appointments this afternoon, she said. Mom, look, Mommy. He came running to her with the large gray thing in his hands, and for one comic horrible moment, Wendy thought it was a brain. She saw what it really was and recoiled instinctively. Jack put an arm around her. It's all right. The 10 ants who didn't fly away have been shaken out. And I used the bug bomb. She looked at the large wasp nest her son was holding, but would not touch it. Are you sure it's safe? Positive. I had one in my room when I was a kid. My dad gave it to me. Went to put it in your room, Danny. Yeah, right now. He turned around and raced through the double doors. They could hear the muffled running feet on the main stair. There were a wasp up there. She said, do you get stung? Where's my purple heart? He hasn't displayed his finger. The swelling had already begun to go down, but she hewed over it satisfyingly and gave it a small, gentle kiss. What, did you put the stinger out? Wasps don't leave them in. That's bees they have. Barb stingers. Wasp stingers are smooth. That's what makes them so dangerous. They can sting again and again. Jack, are you sure that's safe for him to have? I followed the instructions on the bomb. The stuff is guaranteed to kill every single bug in 2 hours. Time and then dissipate with no residue. I hate them, she said. What was anything that stings? She said. Her hands went to her elbows and cupped them. Her arms crossed over her breasts. I too, he said, and hugged her. Chapter 16, Danny. Down the hall in the bedroom, Wendy could hear the typewriter Jack had carried up from downstairs burst into life for 30 seconds, fall silent for a minute or two, and then rattle briefly again. It was like listening to machine gun fire from an isolated pistol box. The sound that was ready music to her ears. Jack had not been writing so steadily since that second year of their marriage when he wrote the story that Esquire had purchased. He said he thought the play would be done by the end of the year, for better or worse, and he would be moving on to something new. He said he didn't care if the little school stirred any excitement when Phyllis showed it around. He didn't care if it sank without a trace, and Wendy believed that too. The actual act of his writing made her immensely hopeful. Not because she expected great things from the play, but because her husband seemed to be slowly closing a huge door on a room full of monsters. He had his shoulder to that door for a long time now, but at last it was shut, swinging shut, every key tied closer to a little more. Look, Dick. Look, Danny was hunched over the first of the 5 battered primer Jack had dug up by culling mercilessly through boulders, myriad secondhand bookshops. They would take Danny right up to the 2nd grade reading level, a program she had told Jack she thought was much too ambitious. Their son was intelligent, they knew that, but it would be a mistake to push him too far, too fast. Jack had agreed there would be no pushing involved, but if the kid caught on fast, they would be prepared, and now she wondered if Jack hadn't been right about that too. Danny prepared for by 4 years of Sesame Street and 3 years of electric company seemed to be catching on with almost scary speed. It bothered her. He hunched over the innocuous little books, his crystal radio and balsa glider on the shelf above him, as though his life depended on learning to read. His small face was more tense and paler Then she lightened the close and cozy glow of the gooseneck lamp they had put in his room. He was taking it very seriously. Both the reading and the workbook pages his father had made up for him every afternoon. Picture of an apple and a peach, the word apple written beneath in Jack's large, neatly made printing. Circle the right picture, the one that went with the word apple. And their son would stare from that word to the pictures, his lips moving, sounding out, actually sweating it out. And with his double-sized red pencil curled into his pudgy right fist, he could now write about 36 words on his own. His finger traced slowly under the words in the reader. Above them was a picture Wendy half remembered from her own grammar school days, 19 years before. A laughing boy with brown curly hair, a girl in short dress, her hair in blonde ringlets, one hand holding a jump rope, a prancing dog running after a large rubber ball. The first grade trinity, Dick, Jane, and Jip. See Jip run, Danny read slowly. Run, Jip, run, 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 run. He paused, dropping his finger down a line. See the, he bent closer, his nose almost touching the page. Now see the, not so close, Doc. Wendy said quietly, you'll hurt your eyes. It's, don't tell me, he said, sitting up with a jerk. His voice was alarmed. Don't tell me, Mommy, I can get it. All right, honey, she said. But it's not a big thing, really. It's not unheeding. Denny bent forward again. On his face was an expression that might be more commonly seen hovering over a graduate record exam in a college gym somewhere. She liked it less and less. See the B-A-L-L. See the B-A-L-L. See the B-A-L ball. Suddenly triumphant. Fierce. The fierceness in his voice scared her. See the ball, that's right, she said. Honey, I think that's enough for tonight. A couple more pages, Mommy, please. No, Doc. She closed the red-bound felt book firmly. It's bedtime. Please don't tease me about it, Danny. Mommy's tired. Okay, but he looked longingly at the primer. Go kiss your father and then wash up. Don't forget to toothbrush. Yeah, he slouched out. Oh, a small boy in pajama bottoms with feet and a large flannel top with a football on the front end. New England Patriots written on the back. Jack's typewriter stopped and she heard Danny's hearty smack. Daddy. Good night, Doc. How'd you do? Okay, I guess Mommy made me stop. Mommy was right. It's past 8:30. Going to the bathroom. Yeah, good. There's potatoes growing out of your ears and onions and carrots and chives and Danny's giggle fading. Then cut off by the firm click of the bathroom door. He was private about his bathroom functions. Well, both she and Jack were pretty much cash as cash can. Another sign, and they were multiplying all the time, and there was another human being in the place, not just a carbon copy of one of them, or a combination of both. It made her a little sad. Someday her child would be a stranger to her, and she would be strange to him, but not as strange as her own mother had become to her. Please don't let it be that way, God. Let him grow up and still love his mother. Jack's typewriter began its irregular burst again, still sitting in the chair beside Danny's reading table. She let her eyes wander around her son's room. The glider wing had been neatly mended. His desk was piled high with picture books, coloring books, old Spider-Man comic books with the covers half torn off, Crayolas, and an untidy pile of Lincoln Logs. The VW model was neatly placed above these lesser things. Its shrink-wrapped, still undisturbed. He and his father would be putting it together tomorrow night or the night after if Danny went on at this rate. And never mind the end of the week. His pictures of Pooh and Eeyore and Christopher Robin were tacked neatly to the wall soon enough to be replaced with pin-ups and photographs of dope-smoking rock singers she supposed, in a sense, to experience human nature. Baby, grab it and growl. Still, it made her sad. Next year, he would be in a school, and she would lose at least half of him, maybe more, to his friends. She and Jack had tried to have another one for a while. When Things had seemed to be going well at Stovington, but she was on the pill again. Now things were too uncertain. God knew where they would be in 9 months. Her eyes fell on the wasp nest. It held the ultimate high place in Danny's room, resting on a large plastic plate at the table by his bed. She didn't like it, even if it was empty. She wondered vaguely if it might have germs, thought to ask Jack, then decided she would laugh at her, but she would ask the doctor tomorrow if she could catch him with Jack out of the room. She didn't like the idea of that thing, constructed from the chewings and saliva of so many alien creatures lying within a foot of her sleeping son's head. The water in the bathroom was still running, and she got up and went into the bedroom to make sure everything was okay. Jack didn't look up. He was lost in the world he was making, staring at the typewriter. A filter cigarette clamped in his teeth. She knocked lightly on the closed bathroom door. "You okay, Doc? You awake?" No answer. Danny, no answer. She tried the door. It was locked. Danny, she was worried now. The lack of any sound beneath the steadily running water made her uneasy. "Danny, open the door, honey." No answer. Danny, Jesus Christ, Wendy, I can't think. If you're going to pound on the door all night. Danny's locked himself in the bathroom and he doesn't answer me. Jack came around the desk, looking put out. He had knocked on the door once hard. "Open up, Danny." No games, no answer. Jack knocked harder. "Stop fooling, Doc. Bedtime spanking if you don't open up." He's losing his temper, she thought, and was more afraid. He had not touched Danny in anger since that evening 2 years ago. But at this moment, he sounded angry enough to do it. "Danny, honey." She began. No answer, only running water. "Danny, if you make me break this lock, I can guarantee you'll spend the night sleeping on your belly." Jack warned. "Nothing break it," she said, and suddenly it was hard to talk quick. He raised one foot and brought it down hard against the door to right of the knob. The lock was a poor thing, gave immediately, and the door shuddered open, banging the tile, bathroom wall, and rebounding halfway. "Danny," she screamed. The water was running full force in the basin beside it, a tub of crest with the cap off. Danny was sitting on the rim of the bathtub across the floor, his toothbrush clasped limply in his left hand, a thin foam of toothpaste around his mouth. He was staring translate into the mirror on the front of the medicine cabinet above the wash basin. The expression on his face was one of drugged horror, and his first thought was that he was having some sort of epileptic seizure, that he might have swallowed his tongue. Danny didn't answer. Guttural sounds came from his throat. Then she pushed aside so hard that she crashed into the towel rack, and Jack was kneeling in front of the boy. "Danny," he said. "Danny." Danny snapped his fingers in front of Danny's blank eyes. Sure, Danny. Tournament play, stroke nerd, Danny Roke." Danny said, the voice suddenly deepened, almost man-like. "Roke stroke, the Roke mallet has 2 sides, guy." "Oh, Jack, what? My God, what's wrong with him?" Jack grabbed the boy's elbows and shook him hard. Danny's head roped limply backward and then snapped forward like a balloon on a stick. "Roke stroke, red rum." Jack shook him again, and Danny's eyes suddenly cleared. His toothbrush fell out of his hand onto the tiled floor. With a small click. "What?" he asked. Looking around, he saw his father kneeling before him. Wendy standing by the wall. "What?" Danny asked with a rising alarm. What? "What's wrong? Don't stutter." Jack suddenly screamed into his face. Danny cried out in shock, his body going tense, trying to draw away from his father, and then he collapsed into tears-stricken. Jack pulled him close. "Oh, honey, I'm sorry, Doc, please, don't cry. I'm sorry, everything's okay." The water ran ceaselessly in the basin, and Wendy felt that she suddenly stepped into some grindling nightmare where time ran backward to the time where her drunken husband had broken her son's arm and then had muled over him in almost the exact same word. "Oh, honey, I'm sorry, Doc, please, so sorry." She ran to them both, pried Danny out of Jack's arms. Somehow she saw the look of angry approach on his face, but filed it away for later consideration and lifted him up. She walked him back into the small bedroom, Danny's arms clasped around her neck, Jack trailing them. She sat down on Danny's bed and rocked him back and forth, soothing him with nonsensical words repeated over and over. She looked up at Jack, and there was only worry in his eyes now. He raised questioning eyebrows at her. She shook her head faintly. "Danny," she said. Danny. "It's okay. Doc is fine." At last, Danny was quiet. only faintly trembling in her arms, yet it was Jack he spoke to first. Jack, who was now sitting beside them on the bed, and she felt the old faint pang. It's him first, it's always been him first of jealousy, Jack had shouted at him. She had comforted him, yet it was his father. That Danny said, I'm sorry if I was bad, nothing to be sorry for, Doc. Jack ruffled his hair. What the hell happened there? Danny shook his head slowly, dazedly. I don't know. What did you tell me to stop stuttering, Daddy? I don't stutter. Of course not, Jack said heartily. But when he felt a cold finger touch her heart, Jack suddenly looked scared as if he'd seen something that might have just been a ghost. Something about the timer. Danny muttered what? Jack was leaning forward and Danny flinched in her arms. Jack, you're scaring him, she said. And her voice was high, accusatory. It suddenly came. What they were all scared of. I don't know. Danny was saying to her father. What did I say, Daddy? Nothing, Jack muttered. He took his handkerchief from his back pocket and wiped his mouth with it. When he had a moment of that sickening time is running backward feeling. It was a gesture she remembered from his drinking days. What did you lock the door, Danny? She asked gently. Why did you do that, Tony? He said. Tony told me to. They exchanged a glance over the top of his head. What did Tony say? Why, hun? Jack asked quietly. I was brushing my teeth and I was thinking about my reading, Danny said, thinking real hard, and I saw Tony way down in the mirror. He said he had to show me again. What do you mean he was behind you? Wendy asked. No, he was in the mirror. Danny was emphatic on this point, way down deep, and then I went through the mirror. The next thing I remember, Daddy was shaking me, and I was thinking, and I thought I was being bad again. Jack winced as if struck. No, Doc, he said quietly. Tony told you to lock the door, Wendy asked, brushing his hair. Yes, and what did he want to show you, Danny? Tensed in her arms. It was as if the muscles in his body had turned into something like piano wire. I don't remember, he said, distraught. I don't remember. Don't ask me. I don't remember nothing. Should Wendy said, alarmed. She began to rock him again. It's all right if you don't remember, hun. Sure it is. At last, Danny had begun to relax again. Do you want me to say a little wild Reggie story? No, just a nightlight. He looked shyly at his father. Why would you stay, Daddy, for a minute? Sure, Doc, when he sighed. I'll be in the living room, Jack. Okay, she got up and watched as Danny slid under the covers. He seemed very small. Are you sure you're okay, Danny? I'm okay. Just plug in Snoopy, Mom. Sure. She plugged in the nightlight, which showed Snoopy lying fast asleep on top of his doghouse. He had never wanted a nightlight until they moved into the overlook, and then he had specifically requested one. She turned off the lamp and the overhead and looked back at them, the small white circle of Danny's face and Jack's above it. She hesitated a moment, and then I went through the mirror and then left them quietly. You sleepy, Jack asked, brushing Danny's hair off his forehead. Yeah, want a drink of water? No. There was silence for 5 minutes. Danny was still beneath his hand, thinking the boy had dropped off. He was about to get up and leave quietly when Danny said, from the brink of sleep broke. Jack turned back, all zero at the bone. Danny, you'd never hurt Mommy, would you, Daddy? No. Or me? No. Silence again, spitting out. Daddy, what? Tony came and told me about the rope. Did he, Doc? What did he say? I don't remember much, except he said it was in innings like baseball. Isn't that funny? Yes, Jack's heart was thudding dully in his chest. How could the boy possibly know a thing like that? Roke was played by innings, not like baseball, but like cricket. Danny he was almost asleep now. What's red rum? Red drum sounds like something an Indian might take on the warpath. Silence. Hey, Doc. But Danny was asleep, breathing in long, slow strokes. Jack had sat down next to him for a moment, and a rush of love pushed through him like tidal water. Why had he yelled at the boy like that? It was perfectly normal for him to stutter a little. He had been coming out of a daze or some weird kind of trance, and stuttering was perfectly normal under those circumstances, perfectly, and he hadn't set timer at all. It had been something else. Nonsense, gibberish. How had he known? Roke was played in innings. Had someone told him? Ullman Halloran. He looked down at his hands. They were made into tight, clenched fists of tension. God, I need a drink. And the nails were digging into his palms like tiny braids. Slowly he forced him to open. I love you, Danny, he whispered. God knows I do. He left the room. He lost his temper again, only a little, but enough to make him feel sick and afraid. A drink would blunt that feeling. Oh, yes, it would blunt that. Something about the timer and everything else. There was no mistake about those words at all. None. Each had come out clear as a bell. He paused in the hallway, looking back, and automatically wiped his lips with his handkerchief. Their shapes were only dark silhouettes in the glow of the night light. Wendy, wearing only panties, went to his bed and tucked him in again. He had kicked the covers back. Jack stood in the doorway, watching as she put her inner wrist against his forehead. Is he feverish? No, she kissed his cheek. Thank God you made that appointment, he said as she came back to the doorway. You think that guy knows his stuff? The checkers said he was very good. That's all I know. If there's something wrong, I'm going to send you and him to your mother's, Wendy. No, I know, he said, putting an arm around her. How you feel? I don't know how I feel bad all about her. Wendy, there's no place I can send you. You know that if you came without this job, we're done, he said simply. You know that. Her silhouette nodded slowly. She knew it when I had that interview with Ullman. I thought he was just blowing off his bazoo. Now I'm not so sure. Maybe I really shouldn't have tried this with you two along 40 miles from nowhere. I love you, she said, and Danny loves you even more if that's possible. He would have been heartbroken, Jack. He will be if you send us away. Don't make it sound that way. If the doctor says there's something wrong, I'll look for a job inside Wider, she said. If I can't get one inside Wider, Danny and I will go to Boulder. I can't go to my mother, Jack, not on those terms. Don't ask me, I just can't. I guess I know that. Cheer up, maybe it's nothing. Maybe the appointment's at 2. Yes, let's leave the bedroom door open, Wendy. But I want to, but I think he'll sleep through now. But he didn't. Boom, 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 boom. He fled the heavily crashing, echoing sounds through twisting maze-like corridors, his bare feet whispering over a deep piled jungle of black and blue. Each time he heard the rogue mallet smash into the wall somewhere behind him, he wanted to scream loud, but he mustn't. A scream would give him away, and then Red Rum, come here and take your medicine, you freaking crybaby. Oh, and he could hear the owner of that voice coming for him. Charging up the hall like a tiger in an alien blue-black jungle. A man-eater, come here, you son of a bruh. If he could get to the snares going down, if he could get off the 3rd floor, he might be alright. Even the elevator, if he could remember what had been forgotten, but it was dark and in the terror. He had lost his orientation. He had learned down one corner and then another, his heart leaping into his mouth like a lump of ice, fearing that each turn would bring him face to face with the human tiger in these halls. The booming was right here behind him now. The awful horse shouting the whistle is the head of the mallet maid cutting through the air. Rogue, stroke, Red Rum, before it crashed into the wall. The soft whisper of feet on the jungle carpet, panic squirting in his mouth like bitter juice. You remember what was forgotten. But would he? What was it? He fled around another corner and saw the with creeping utter horror that he was in a cul-de-sac. Looked doors frowned down on him with 3 sides. The West Wing. He was in the West Wing, and outside he could hear the storm whooping and screaming, seeming to choke on its own dark throat filled with snow. He backed up against the wall, weeping with terror now, his heart racing like the heart of a rabbit caught in a snare, when his back was against the light blue silk wallpaper. With the embossed patterns of wavy lines, his legs gave way as he collapsed into the carpet, hands played on the jungle of woven vines and creepers, the breath whistling in and out of his throat louder. There was a tiger in the hall. Another tiger was just around the corner still, crying out in that shrill and petulant lunatic rage. The rug mallet slamming because the tiger had walked on 2 legs, and it woke with a sudden underdrawn gasp, sitting bolt upright in bed, eyes wide and staring in to the darkness, hands closed in front of his face, something on one hand, crawling wasps, 3 of them, they stung him then, seeming to needle all at once, and that was when all the images broke apart and fell on him in a dark flood, and he began to shriek into the dark. The wasp clinged to his left hand, stinging again and again. The lights went on, and Daddy was standing there in his shorts, his eyes glaring, Mommy behind him sleepy and scared. Get them off me, Danny screamed. Oh my god, Jack said. He saw Jack. What's wrong with him? What's wrong? He didn't answer. He ran to the bed, scooped up Danny's pillow, and slapped Danny, thrashing left hand with it. Again, when he saw lumbering insectile forms rise into the air, droning, get a magazine, he yelled over his shoulder, kill them. Wasps, she said, when for a moment she was inside herself, almost detached in her realization that her mind crossed patch of knowledge was connected to emotion. Wasp, oh Jesus, Jack, you said, shut the freak up and kill them, he roared. Will you do what I say? One of them had landed on Danny's reading desk. She took a coloring book off his work table and slammed it down on the wasp. It left a vicious brown smear. There's another one on the curtain, he said, and ran out. Past her with Danny's arms, he took the boy into their bedroom and put them on Wendy's side of the makeshift double lie right there. Danny, don't come back until I tell you. Understand, his face puffed with shriek with tears. Danny nodded. That's my brave boy. Jack ran back down the hall to the stairs behind him. He's heard the coloring book slap twice, and then his wife screamed in pain. He didn't look slow, but went down the stairs 2 by 2 into the darkened lobby. He went through Ullman's office into the kitchen, slamming the heavy part of his thigh into the corner of Ullman's oak desk. Barely feeling it, he slapped on the kitchen overheads and crossed the sink. The washed dishes from supper were still heaped up in the trainer where Wendy had left them to drip dry. He snatched the big Pyrex bowl off the top. A dish fell to the floor and exploded. Ignoring it, he turned and ran back through the office and up the stairs. Wendy was standing outside Danny's door, breathing hard. Her face was the color of table linen, her eyes were shiny and flat, her hair hung damply against her neck. I got all of them, she said dully, but one stung me, Jack. You said they were all dead. She began to cry. He slipped past her without answering and carried the Pyrex bowl over the nest by Danny's bed. It was still nothing there on the outside anyway. He slammed the bowl down on the nest there. He said, come on. They went back into their bedroom. Where did you get you? He asked her. On my wrist. Let's see. She showed him just above the bracelet of lines between wrist and palm. There was a small circular hole. The flesh around it was puffing up. Are you allergic to stings? He asked. Think hard. If you are, Danny might be. The freaking little bastard's got him 5 or 6 times. No, she said more calmly. I just hate them. That's all. Hate them. Danny was sitting on the foot of the bed, holding his left hand. When looking at them, his eyes circled with the white of shock. Looked at Jack reproachfully. Daddy, you said you killed them all. My hand, it really hurts. Let's see it, Doc. No, I'm not gonna touch it. That would make it hurt even more. Just hold it out. He did, and when he moaned, oh, Danny, oh, your poor hand. Later, the doctor would count 11 separate stings. Now all they saw was a dotting of small holes, as if his palm and fingers had been sprinkled with grains of red paper. The swelling was bad. His hands had begun to look like one of those cartoon images where Bugs Bunny or Daffy Duck just slammed himself with a hammer. Wendy, go get that spray stuff in the bathroom, he said. She went after it, and he sat down next to Danny and slipped an arm around his shoulder. After we spray your hand, I want to take some Polaroids of it, Doc. Then you sleep the rest of the night with us, Kay. Sure, Danny said, but why are you gonna take pictures? So maybe we can sue the ass out of some people. Wendy came back with a spray tube in the shape of a chemical fire extinguisher. This won't hurt, honey, she said, taking off the cap. Danny held out his hand and she sprayed both sides until it gleamed. He let out a long, shuddery sigh. Does it smart? She asked. No, feels better. Now these, crunch them up. She held out for 5 orange-flavored baby aspirin Danny took them and popped them into his mouth, one by one. Isn't that a lot of aspirin? Jack asked. It's a lot of stings, she snapped at him angrily. You go and get rid of the nest, John Torrance, right now. Just a minute. He went to the dresser and took his Polaroid square shooter out from the top drawer. He rummaged deeper and found some flash cubes. Jack, what are you doing? She asked a little hysterically. We're gonna take pictures of my hand, Danny said gravely, and then we're gonna sue the ass out of some people, right, Dad? Right, Jack said grimly. He had found the flash attachment and he jabbed into the camera. Hold it out, son. I figure about $5,000 a sting. What are you talking about? Wendy nearly screamed. I'll tell you what, he said. I followed the directions on that freaking bug bomb. We're going to sue them. The dang thing was defective. Had to have been. How else could you explain this? Oh, she said in a small voice. He took 4 pictures, pulling out each covered print for Wendy to time on the small locket watch she wore around her neck. Danny, fascinated with the idea that his stung hand might be worth thousands and thousands of dollars, began to lose some of his fright and take an active interest. The hand throbbed dully and he had a small headache. When Jack had put the camera away and spread the prints out on top of the dresser to dry, Wendy said, should we take him to the doctor tonight? Not unless he's really in pain. Jack said if a person has a strong allergy to wasp venom, it hits within 30-second hits. What are you, a coma or convulsions? Oh my Jesus, she cupped her hands over her elbows and hugged herself, looking pale. And when? How do you feel? Son, think you could sleep? Danny blinked at them. The nightmare faded to a dull, featureless background in his mind, but he was still frightened. If I can sleep with you, of course. Wendy said, oh honey, I'm sorry. It's okay, Mommy. She began to cry again. Jack put his hands on her shoulders. Wendy, I swear to you that I followed the directions. Will you get rid of it in the morning, please? Of course I will. The 3 of them got in bed together, and Jack was about to snap off the lights over the bed when he paused and pushed the covers back instead. Want a picture of the nest, too? Come right back, I will. He went to the dresser, got the camera and the last flash cube, and Jack gave Danny a close thumb and forefinger circle. Danny smiled and gave it back with his good hand. Quite a kid, he thought, as he walked down to Danny's room. All of that and then some. The overhead was still on. Jack crossed to the bunk, set up and as he glanced at the table beside it, his skin crawled into goose flesh. The short hairs on his neck prickled and tried to stand erect. He could hardly see the nest through the clear Pyrex bowl. The inside of the glass was crawling with wasps. It was hard to tell how many, 50, at least maybe 100. His heart thudding slowly in his chest. He took his picture and then set the camera down to wait for them to develop. He wiped his lips with the palm of his hand. One thought played over and over in his mind, echoing with, you lost your temper, you lost your temper, you lost your temper, and almost superstitious dread. They had come back. He had killed the wasp, but they had come back. In his mind, he heard himself screaming into his frightened, crying son's face. Don't stutter. He wiped his lips again. He went to Danny's work table, a rummage in its drawers, and came up with a big jigsaw puzzle with the fiberboard backing. He took it over to the bed table and carefully slid the bowl and the nest onto it. The wasps buzzed angrily inside their prison, then putting his hand firmly on top of the bowl so it wouldn't slip. He went out into the hall. Coming to bed, Jack? Wendy asked. Coming to bed. Daddy had to go downstairs for a minute, he said, making his voice light. How had it happened? How in God's name? The bomb sure hadn't been a dud. He had seen the thick white smoke start to puff out of it when he had pulled the ring and when he had gone up. 2 hours later, he had shaken a drift of small dead bodies out of the hole in the top. Then how spontaneous regeneration. That was crazy. 17th century bull poop and insects didn't regenerate, and even if wasp eggs could mature full grown insects in 12 hours, this wasn't the season in which the queen laid. That happened in April or May. Fall was their dying time. A living contradiction. The wasp buzzed furiously under the bowl. He took them downstairs and through the kitchen. In back there was a door which gave on the outside. A cold night wind blew against the nearly naked body, and his feet went numb almost instantly against the cold concrete of the platform. He was standing on the platform where milk deliveries were made. During the hotel's operating season, he put the puzzle and the bowl down carefully, and when he stood up, he first looked down. A thermometer nailed outside the door, fresh up with 7-Up. The thermometer said, and the mercury stood at an even 25 degrees. The cold would kill them by the morning. He went in and shut the door firmly. After a moment's thought, he locked it too. He crossed the kitchen again and shut off the lights. He stood in the darkness for a moment, thinking, wanting a drink. Suddenly, the hotel seemed full of 1,000 stealthy sounds, creakings and groans, and the sly sniff of the wind under the case where more wasp nests might be hanging like deadly fruit. They had come back, and suddenly he found that he didn't like the overlook so well anymore. It was as if it wasn't wasps that had stung his son, wasps that had miraculously lived through the bug bomb assault, but the hotel itself. His last thought before going upstairs to his wife and son: from now on, you will hold your temper no matter what, was firm and hard and sure as he went down the hall and wiped his lips with the back of his hand. Chapter 17. The doctor's office stripped to his underpants lying on the examination table. Danny Torrance looked very small. He was looking up at Dr. Just Call Me Bill Edmonds, who was wheeling a large black machine up beside him. Danny rolled his eyes to get a better look at it. Don't let it scare you, guy, Bill Edmonds said. It's an electroencephalogram, and it doesn't hurt. We call it EEG for short. I'm going to hook a bunch of wires to your head. No, not stick them in, only tape them. And the pens in this part of the gadget will record your brain waves. Like on the $6 Million Man. About the same. Would you like to be like Stevie Austin when you grow up? No way, Danny said as the nurse began to tape the wires to a number of tiny shaved spots on his scalp. My daddy says that someday he'll get a short circuit and then he'll be up the creek. I know that creek well, Dr. Edmonds said admiringly. I've been up it a few times sans paddle, and EEG can tell a lot of things. Danny, like what? Like, for instance, if you have epilepsy, that's a little problem where, yeah, I know what epilepsy is. Really sure. There was this kid in my nursery school back in Vermont. I went to a nursery school when I was a little kid, and he was supposed to use the flashboard. What was that, Dan? He had turned on the machine. Thin lights began to trace their way across the graph paper. It had all these lights, all different colors, and when you turned it on, some colors would flash, but not all, and you had to count the colors. And if you pushed the right button, that could turn it off. Brent couldn't use that. That's because bright flashing lights sometimes cause epileptic seizure. You mean using the flashboard might have made Brent pitch a fit? Edmund and the nurse exchanged a brief, amused glance. Inelegantly but accurately put, Danny. What? I said you're right, except you should say seizure instead of pitch a fit. That's not nice. Okay, lie just as still as a mouse now. Okay, Danny, when you have these, whatever they are. Do you ever recall seeing bright flashing lights before? No. Funny noises ringing or chimes like a doorbell? Huh? How about a funny smell? Maybe like oranges or sawdust, or smells like something rotten? No, sir. Sometimes you feel like crying before you pass out, even though you don't feel sad. No way, that's fine then. Have I got epilepsy? Dr. Bill, I don't think so, Danny. Just lie still. Almost done. The machine hummed and scratched for another 5 minutes, and then Dr. Edmonds shut it off. All done, Guy. Edmonds said briskly. Let Sally get those electrodes off of you, and then come into the next room. I want to have a little talk with you. Okay, sure, Sally, you go ahead and give him a time test before he comes in. All right. Edmonds ripped off the long curl of paper the machine had extruded it and went into the next room looking at it. I'm going to prick your arm just a little, the nurse said after Danny had pulled up his pants. It's to make sure you don't have TB. They gave me that at school just last year, Danny said without much hope, but that was a long time ago and you're a big boy now, right? I guess so. Danny sighed and offered his arm up for sacrifice. When he had his shirt and shoes on, he went through the sliding door and into Dr. Edmonds' office. Edmonds was sitting on the edge of his desk, swinging his legs thoughtfully. Hi, Danny. Hi, how's that hand? Now he pointed at Danny's left hand, which was slightly bandaged. Pretty good. Good, I see. I looked at your EEG, and it seems fine, but I'm going to send it to a friend of mine in Denver who makes his living reading those things. I just want to make sure. Yes, sir, tell me about Tony. Danny shuffled his feet. He's just an invisible friend, he said. I made him up to keep me company. Edmonds laughed and put his hands on Danny's shoulder. Now that's what your mom and dad say, but this is just between us, Guy. I'm your doctor. Tell me the truth and I'll promise not to tell them unless you say I can. Danny thought about it and he looked at Edmonds, and then it was small as he kind of tried to catch Edmonds' thoughts, or at least the color of his mood, and suddenly he got an oddly comforting images in his head. File cabinets, their doors sliding shut, one after another, locking with a click written on the small table is in the center of each door. A through C, secret. D through G, secret, and so on. This made Danny feel a little easier. Cautiously, he said, I don't know who Tony is. Is he your age? No, he's at least 11. I think he might be even older. I've never seen him. Right up close, he might be old enough to drive a car. You just see him at a distance, huh? Yes, sir, and he always comes. Rest before you pass out. Well, I don't pass out. It's like I go with him, and he shows me things. What kind of things? Well, Danny debated for a moment, and then told Edmonds about Daddy's truck with all his writing in it, and he told about how the movers hadn't lost it between Vermont and Colorado. After all, it had been right under the stairs all along, and your daddy found it where Tony said it would. Oh, yes, sir, only Tony didn't tell me. He showed me. I understand, Danny. What did Tony show you last night when you locked yourself in the bathroom? I don't remember. Danny said quickly. Are you sure? Yes, sir. A moment ago when you locked yourself in the bathroom door. That was right. Was it Tony locked the door? No, sir. Tony couldn't lock the door because he couldn't. He isn't real. He wanted to do me to do it. I did, so I locked it. Does Tony always show you where lost things are? No, sir. Sometimes he shows me things that are going to happen, really. Sure, like the one time Tony showed me the amusement and wild animal park in Great Barrington. Tony and said that he was going to take me there for my birthday. He did too. What else did he show you? Danny frowned. Signs. He's always showing me stupid old signs, and I can't read them hardly ever. What do you suppose Tony would do that, Danny? I don't know, Danny brightened, but my daddy and mommy are teaching me to read, so I'm trying really hard. So you can read Tony's signs? Well, I really want to learn, but yeah, that too, yeah. Well, do you like Tony? Danny looked at the tile floor and said nothing. Danny, it's hard to tell. Danny said I used to hope he'd come every day because he showed me good things, especially since mommy and daddy didn't think about divorce anymore. Dr. Edmonds' gaze sharpened, but Danny didn't notice. He was looking hard at the floor, concentrating on expressing himself. But now whenever he comes, he shows me bad things, awful things, like in the bathroom last night. He shows me, they sting me like those wasps stung me. Only Tony's things sting me up here. He cocked a finger gravely at his temple. A small boy unconsciously burlesquing suicide. What things, Danny? I can't remember. Danny cried out, agonized. I'd tell you if I could. It's like I can't remember. It's so bad. I don't want to remember. All I can remember when I wake up is red drum, or red rum. What's that, Danny? I don't know, Danny. Yes, sir. Can you make Tony come now? I don't know. He doesn't always come. I don't even know if I want him to come anymore. Try Danny. I'll be right here. Danny looked at Edmonds doubtfully. Edmonds nodded encouragement. Danny let out a long sighing breath and nodded, but I don't know if it will work. I never did it with anyone looking at me before, and Tony doesn't always come anyway. If he doesn't, Edmund said. I just want you to try. Okay, he dropped his gaze to Edmund, slowly swinging loafers and cast his mind outward toward his mommy and daddy. They were here someplace right beyond that wall with the pictures on it. As a matter of fact, in the waiting room They had come in, sitting side by side, but not talking, leaving through magazines. Worried about him, he concentrated hard, his burrow furrowing, trying to get a feeding of his mommy's thoughts. It was harder when they weren't right there in the room with him. Then he began to get it. Mommy was thinking about his sister. The sister was dead. Her mommy was thinking about. That was the main thing. Turned her mommy into such an old biddy because her sister had died as a little girl. She was hit by a car. Oh god, I could never stand anything like that, like Eileen. But what if he's sick, really sick, cancer, spinal meningitis, leukemia, brain tumor, like John Gunther's son, or muscular dystrophy? Oh geez, kids his age get leukemia all the time, radium treatments, chemotherapy, we couldn't afford anything like that, but of course they just can't turn you out to die on the street then, can they? And anyway, he's alright, you really shouldn't let yourself think, Danny, about Eileen and Danny, that card Danny, but Tony wasn't there, only his voice, and as it faded, Danny followed it down into darkness, failing and tumbling down into some magic hole between Dr. Bill's swinging loafers past a loud knocking sound. Further, a bathtub crows silently by in the darkness, with some horrible thing lulling in it, past a sound like sweetly chiming church bells, past a clock under a dome of glass, then the dark was pierced feebly by a single light, festooned with cobwebs, the weak glow disclosed a stone floor that looked damp and unpleasant. Somewhere not far distant was a steady mechanical roaring sound, but that muted, not frightening, sporadic. It was the thing that would be for a guy, and Danny thought with a dreamy surprise. His eyes adjusted to the gloom. He could see Tony just ahead of him, a silhouette. Tony was looking at something, and Danny strained his eyes to see what it was. Your daddy, see your daddy. Of course he did. How could he have missed him? Even in the basement, lights feeble glow. Daddy was kneeling on the floor, casting a beam of flashlight over old cardboard boxes and wooden crates. The cardboard boxes were mushy and old. Some of them had split open when spilled drifts of paper onto the floor. Newspapers, books, printed pieces of paper that looked like bills. His daddy was examining them with great interest, and then Danny looked up and shone his flashlight. In another direction, its beam of light impaled another book, a large white one bound with gold string. The cover looked like white leather. It was a scrapbook. Danny suddenly needed to cry out his daddy, tell him to leave that book alone, that some books should not be opened, but his daddy was climbing towards it. The mechanical roaring sound, which he now recognized as a boiler at the overlook, which Daddy checked 3 or 4 times every day, had developed an ominous rhythmic hitching. It began to sound like pounding, and the smell of mildew and wet, rotting paper was changing to something else. The high, junipery smell of the bad stuff. It hung around Daddy like a vapor as he reached for the book and grasped it. Tony was somewhere in the darkness, this inhuman place. Makes human monsters, this inhuman place, repeating the same incomprehensible thing over and over, makes human monsters, falling through darkness again, now accompanied by the heavy pounding thunder that was no longer the boiler, but the sound of a whistling mallet striking silk papered walls, knocking out whiffs of plaster, dust, crouching helplessly on that blue, black woven jungle rug. Come out this inhuman place, take your medicine, makes human monsters with the gas that echoed in his own head. He jerked himself out of the darkness. Hands were on him, and at first he shrank back, thinking that the dark thing in the overlook of Tony's world had somehow followed him back into the world of real things. And then Dr. Edmonds was saying, "You are alright, Danny, you're alright, everything is fine." Danny recognized the doctor, then his surroundings in the office. He began to shudder helplessly. Edmonds held him when the reaction began to subside. Edmonds asked, "You said something about monsters, Danny. What was it? This inhuman place?" He said. Gutturally, Tony told me this inhuman place makes. He shook his head. "Can't remember. Try." "I can't." "Did Tony come?" "Yes." "What did he show you?" "Dark pounding." "I don't remember. Where were you?" "Leave me alone." "I don't remember." "Leave me alone." He began to sob helplessly in fear and frustration. It was all gone, dissolved into a sticky mess. Like a wet bundle of paper, the memory Unreadable, Edmonds went to the water cooler and then got a paper cup of water. Danny drank it, and Edmonds got him another one. Better, yes, Danny, I don't want to badger you, tease you about this, but can you remember anything about before Tony came? My mommy, Danny said slowly, she's worried about me. Mothers always are. I know she had a sister that died when she was a little girl, Eileen. She was thinking about how Eileen got hit by a car and that made her worried about me. I don't remember anything else. Edmonds was looking at him sharply just now. She was thinking that out in the waiting room. Yes, sir, Danny, how would you know that? I don't know, Danny said weakly. The Shining, I guess. The what? Danny shook his head very slowly. I'm awfully tired. Can't I go see my mommy and daddy? I don't want to answer any more questions. I'm tired and my stomach hurts. Are you going to throw up? No, sir, I just want to see my mommy and daddy. Okay, Dan. Edmonds stood up. You can go on out and see them for a minute. Then send them in so I can talk to them. Okay. Yes, sir, there are books out there to look at. You like books, don't you? Yes, sir, Danny said dutifully. You're a good boy, Danny. Danny gave him a faint smile. I can't find a thing wrong with him, Dr. Edmonds said to the Torrances. Not physically, mentally, he's bright and rather too imaginative. It happens. Children have to grow into their imaginations like a pair of oversized shoes. Danny's is still way too big for him. Ever had his IQ tested? I don't believe in them, Jack said. They straitjacket the expectations of both parents and teachers. Dr. Edmonds nodded. That may be, but if you did test him, I think you'd find he's right off the scale for his age group. His verbal ability for a boy who is 5 going on 6 is amazing. We don't talk down to him, Jack said with a trace of pride. I doubt if you'd ever have to in order to make your other self understood. Edmonds paused, fiddling with the pen. He went into a trance while I was with him at my request, exactly as you described him. In the bathroom last night, all his muscles went lax, his body slumped into his eyeballs, rolled outward, textbook auto-hypnosis. I was amazed, I still am. The Torrance staff or what happened when he asked intensely, and Edmonds carefully related Danny's trance, the muttered phrase from which Edmonds had only been able to pluck the words monster, the dark, and the pounding, the aftermath, the tears, near hysteria, and nervous stomach. Tony again. Jack said, what does it mean, Wendy? Asked, have you any idea? A few. You might not like them. Go ahead anyway. Jack told him from what Danny told me his invisible friend was truly a friend until you folks moved out here from New England. Tony has only become a threatening figure since that move. The pleasant interludes had become nightmarish, even more frightening to your son because he can't remember exactly what the nightmares are about. That's common enough. We all remember our pleasant dreams more clearly than the scary ones. There seems to be a buffer somewhere between the conscious and the subconscious. One hell of a blue nose lives in there. The sensor only lets through a small amount, and often what does come through is symbolic. That's oversimplified, Freud, but it does pretty much describe what we know about the mind's interaction with the self. You think moving has upset Danny that badly? Wendy asked. It may have, if the move took place under traumatic circumstances. Edmund said, did it? Wendy and Jack exchanged a glance. I was teaching at a prep school, Jack said slowly. I lost my job, I see, Edmund said. He put the pen that he had been flailing with firmly back in its holder. There's more here, I'm afraid. It may be painful to you. Your son seems to believe you two have seriously contemplated divorce. He spoke of it in an offhand way, but only because he believes you are no longer considering it. Jack's mouth dropped open and Wendy recoiled as if slapped. The blood drained from her face. We never even discussed it, she said. Not in front of him. Not even in front of each other. I think it's best if you understand everything, Doctor. Jack said shortly after Danny was born, I became an alcoholic. I'd had a drinking problem all the way through college. It subsided a little after Wendy and I met. It cropped up worse than ever after Danny was born, and the writing I consider to be my real work was going badly. When Danny was 3.5, he spilled some beer on a bunch of papers I was working on. Papers I was shuffling around anyway, and poop. His voice broke and his eyes remained dry and unflinching. It sounds so gosh darn beastly and out loud. I broke his arm, turning him around to spank him. 3 months later, I gave up drinking. I haven't touched it since. I see, Edmund said neutrally. I knew the arm had broken. Of course, it was set well. He pushed back from his desk a little and crossed his legs. If I may be frank, it's obvious that he's been in no way abused since then. Other than the stings, there's nothing on him but the normal bruises and scabs any kid has in abundance. Of course not, Wendy said hotly. Jack didn't mean no. Wendy, Jack said, I meant to do it, I guess. Someplace inside, I really did. I mean to do that to him. Or something even worse. He looked back at Edmonds. Again, you know something, doctor. This is the first time the word divorce has been mentioned between us, and alcoholism and child beating. 3 firsts. In 5 minutes, that may be at the root of the problem, Edmund said. I am not a psychiatrist. If you want Danny to see a child psychiatrist, I can recommend a good one who works at a Mission Ridge Medical Center in Boulder, but I am fairly confident of my diagnosis. Danny is an intelligent, imaginative, perceptive boy. I don't believe he would have been as upset by your marital problems as you believed. Small children are great acceptors. They don't understand shame or need to. I think Shaq was studying his hands when he took one of them, then squeezed it. But he sensed the things that were wrong. Chief among them were, from his point of view, was not the broken arm, but the broken or breaking link between you two. He mentioned divorce to me, but not the broken arm. When my nurse mentioned the set to him, he simply shrugged it off. It was no pressure thing. It happened a long time ago, is what I think he said. That kid, Jack muttered. His jaws were clamped together, the muscles in the cheeks standing out. We don't deserve him. You have him all the same, Edmund said dryly. At any rate, he retires into a fantasy world. From time to time, nothing unusual about that. Lots of kids do, as I recall. I had my own invisible friend when I was Danny's age, a talking rooster named Chug Chug. Of course, no one could see Chug Jug. But me, I had 2 older brothers who often left me behind, and in such a situation, Chug Jug came in mighty handy. And of course, you two must understand why Danny's invisible friend is named Tony instead of Mike or Hal or Dutch. Yes, Wendy said, have you ever pointed it out to him? No, Jack said, should we? Why bother? Let him realize it in his own time. By his own logic, you see, Danny's fantasies were considerably different than those that grow around the ordinary invisible friend syndrome, but he felt he needed Tony more. And much more. Tony would come and show him pleasant things, sometimes amazing things, always good things. Once Tony showed him where Daddy's lost trunk was, under the stairs. Another time Tony showed him that Mommy and Daddy were going to take him to an amusement park for his birthday at Great Barrington. When he cried, but how could he know those things? It's eerie. The things he comes out with sometimes almost as if he had second sight. Edmund's ass smiling. He was born with a call. Wendy said weakly. Edmund's smile became a good, hearty laugh. Jack and Wendy exchanged a glance and then also smiled, both of them amazed at how easy it was. Danny's occasional lucky guesses about things that was sometimes else they had not discussed much. Next, you'll be telling me he can levitate, Edmund said, still smiling. No, I'm afraid not. It's not extrasensory, but good old human perception, which in Danny's case is unusually keen. Mr. Torrance, he knew your trunk was under the stairs because you had looked everywhere else. Process of elimination, what? It's so simple. Ellery Queen would laugh at it. Sooner or later, you would have thought of yourself as for the amusement park at Great Barrington. Whose idea was that? Originally yours or his? His, of course. Wendy said they advertised on all the morning's children's programs. He was wild to go, but the thing is, Doctor, we couldn't afford to take him, and we had told him so. Then a Meds magazine I'd sold a story to back in 1971 sent a check for $50. Jack said they were reprinting the story in an annual or something, so we decided to spend it on Danny. Edmund shrugged with fulfillment plus a lucky coincidence. Gosh darn it, I bet that's just right, Jack said. Edmund smiled a little, and Danny himself told me that Tony often showed him things that never occurred. Visions based on faulty perception, that's all. Danny is doing subconsciously what the so-called mystiques and mind readers do quite consciously and cynically. I admire him for it if life doesn't cause him to retract his antennae. I think he'll be quite a man. Wendy nodded. Of course, she thought Danny would be quite a man, but the doctor's explanation struck her as a glib. It tasted more like margarine than butter. Edmonds had not lived it with them. He had not been there when Danny found lost buttons, told her that maybe the TV guide was under the bed, that he thought he better wear his rubbers to nursery school even though the sun was out, and later that day they had walked down under her umbrella through the pouring rain. Edmonds could know of the curious way Danny had of pre-guessing them both. She would decide to have an unusual evening cup of tea, go in the kitchen, and find her cup out with the tea bag in it. She would remember that the books that were due at the library and find them all neatly piled up on the hall table, her library card on top, or Jack would take it into his hand to wax the Volkswagen Duke, find Danny already out there listening to tinny top 40 music on his crystal radio as he sat on the curb to watch. Aloud, she said, "Then why the nightmares now? Why did Tony tell him to lock the bathroom door? I believe it's because Tony has outlived his usefulness." Edmund said, "He was born Tony, not Danny, at a time when you and your husband were straining to keep your marriage together. Your husband was drinking too much. There was the incident of the broken arm, the ominous quiet between you." Ominous quiet. Yes, that phrase was the real thing. Anyway, the stiff, tense meals were the only conversation had been, "Please pass the butter," or "Danny, eat the rest of your carrots," or "May I be excused, please?" The nights when Jack was gone and she had lain down dry-eyed on the couch while Danny watched TV. The mornings when she and Jack had stalked around each other like two angry cats with a quivering, frightened mouse between them. It all rang true. Dear God, do old scars ever stop hurting? Horribly, horribly true. Edmonds resumed, "But things have changed, you know. Schizoid behavior is a pretty common thing in children. It's accepted because all we adults have this unspoken agreement that children are lunatics. They have invisible friends. They may go and sit in the closet when they're depressed, withdrawing for the world when they attach to his Malik. And then pour into a special blanket or a teddy bear, a stuffed tiger. They suck their thumbs. When adults see things like that aren't there, we consider him ready for the rubber room. When a child says he's seen a troll in his bedroom or a vampire outside the window, we simply smile indulgently. We have a one-sentence explanation that explains the whole range of such phenomena in children. He'll grow out of it," Jack said. Edmonds blinked. "My very words," he said. "Yes. Now, I would guess that Danny was in pretty good position to develop a full-fledged psychosis, unhappy home life, a big imagination, an invisible friend who was so real to him that he nearly became real to you instead of growing out of it. His childhood schizophrenia, he might well have grown into it and become autistic." When he asked, she had read about autism. The word itself frightened her. It sounded like dread and white sounds, possibly, but not necessarily. He might simply have entered Tony's world someday and never come back to what he calls real things, God, Jack said. But now the basic situation has changed drastically. Mr. Torrance no longer drinks. You are in a new place where conditions have forced there three of you into a tighter family unit than ever, certainly tighter than my own, where my wife and kids may see me for only 2 or 3 hours a day. To my mind, he is in the perfect healing situation. I think the very fact that he is able to differentiate so sharply between Tony's world and real things says a lot about the fundamentally healthy state of his mind. He says that you are no longer considering the voice. Is he right as I think he is? Yes, Wendy said, and Jack squeezed her hand tightly, almost painfully. She squeezed back. Edmonds nodded. He really doesn't need Tony anymore. Danny is flushing him out of his system. Tony no longer brings pleasant visions, but hostile nightmares that are too frightening for him to remember except fragmentally. He internalized Tony during a difficult, desperate life situation, and Tony is not leaving easily, but he is leaving. Your son is a little like a junkie kicking the habit. He stood up, and the Torrances stood also. As I said, I'm not a psychiatrist. If the nightmares are still continuing when your job at the Overlook ends next spring, Mr. Torrance, I would strongly urge you to take him to this man in Boulder. I will. Well, let's go out and tell him he can go home. Edmonds said, I want to thank you. Jack told him painfully, I feel better about all this than I have in a very long time. So do I, Wendy said at the door. Edmonds paused and looked at Wendy. Do you have a sister? Mrs. Torrance named Eileen. Wendy looked at him surprised. Yes, I did. She was killed outside her home in Somersworth, New Hampshire, when she was 6 and I was 10. She chased a ball into the street and was struck by a delivery van. Does Danny know that? I don't know. I don't think so. He says, you were thinking about her in the waiting room. I was, when he said slowly, for the first time in, I don't know how long. Does the word red rum mean anything to you? Wendy shook her head, but Jack said he mentioned that word last night, just before he went to sleep. Red drum? No, rum, Edmonds corrected. He was quite emphatic about that. Rum, as in the drink, the alcoholic drink. Oh, Jack said, it fits in, doesn't it? He looked his handkerchief out of his pocket and wiped his lips with it. Does the phrase The Shining mean anything to you? This time they both shook their heads. Doesn't matter, I guess. Edmund said he opened the door into the waiting room. Anybody here named Danny Torrance that would like to go home? Hi, Daddy. Hi, Mommy. He stood up from the small table where he had been, leafing slowly through a copy of Where the Wild Things Are and muttering the words he knew out loud. He ran to Jack, who scooped him up. Wendy ruffled his hair. Edmonds peered at him. If you don't love your mommy and daddy, you can say, oh, with good old Bill. No, sir, Danny said emphatically. He slung one arm around Jack's neck, one arm around Wendy's, and looked radiantly happy. Okay, Edmonds said, smiling. He looked at Wendy. You call if you have any problems. Yes, I don't think you will, Edmonds said, smiling. Chapter 18, The Scrapbook. Jack found the scrapbook on the 1st of November while his wife and son were hiking up the old rutted old road that ran from behind the road court into a deserted sawmill 2 miles farther up. The fine weather still held, and all three of them had acquired improbable autumn suntans. He had gone down into the basement to knock the press down on the boiler, and then on impulse he had taken the flashlight from the shelf where the plumbing schematics were and decided to look at some of the old papers. He was also looking for good places to set his traps, although he didn't plan to do that for another month. I want them all to be home from vacation, he had told Wendy, shining the flashlight ahead of him. He stepped past the elevator shaft at Wendy's insistence. They hadn't used the elevator since they moved in, and through the small stone arch, his nose wrinkled at the smell of rotted paper behind him. The boiler kicked on with a thundering whoosh, making him jump. He flickered the light around, whistling tunelessly between his teeth. There was a scale model, Andy's range down here. Dozens of boxes and crates stuffed with papers, most of them white and shapeless with age and damp. Others had broken open and spilled yellow sheaves of paper onto the stone floor. There were bales of newspaper tied up with hay ropes. Some boxes contained what looked like ledgers, and others contained invoices bound with rubber bands. Jack pulled one out and put the flashlight beam on it. Rocky Mountain Express, Inc., to Overlook Hotel from Sydney's Warehouse, 1210 16th Street, Denver, Colorado. Via Canadian Pacific RR. Contents 400 cases. Delsey toilet tissue. 1 gross case. Signed DEF. Date August 24th, 1954. Smiling Jack let the paper drop back into the box. He flashed the light above it, and it speared a hanging light bulb. Almost buried in the cobwebs, there was no chain pull. He stood on the tiptoe and tried to screwing the bulb in. It lit weakly. Picked up the toilet paper invoice again and used it to wipe off some of the old cobwebs. The glow didn't brighten much. Still using the flashlight, he wandered through the boxes and bales of paper looking for rat spore. They had been here, but not for quite a long time. maybe years, he found some droppings that were powdery with age and several nests of neatly shredded paper that were old and unused. Jack pulled a newspaper from one of the bundles and glanced down at the headline. Johnson promises orderly transition, says work begun by JFK will go forward in coming year. The paper was the Rocky Mountain News, dated December 19, 1963. He dropped it back onto its pile. He supposed he was fascinated by that commonplace sense in history that anyone can feel glancing through the fresh page news of 10 or 20 years ago. He found gaps in the piled newspapers and records, nothing from 1937 to 1945, from 1957 to 1960, from 1962 to 1963, periods when the hotel had been closed. He guessed when it had been between suckers grabbing for the brass ring. Ullman's explanations of the overlooked checkered career still didn't ring quite true to him. It seemed that the overlooked spectacular location alone should have guaranteed its continuing success. There had always been an American jet set, even before the jets were invented, and it seemed to Jack that the overlook should have been one of the bases they touched in their migrations. It even sounded right. The Waldorf in May, the Bay Harbor House in June and July, the Overlook in August and early September, before moving on to Bermuda, Havana, Rio, wherever. He found a pile of old desk registers, and they bore him out. Nelson Rockefeller in 1950, Henry Ford and Famine 1927, Jean Harlow in 1930, Clark Gable and Carol Lombard in 1957. The whole top floor had been taken for a week by Darrell F. Zanuck and party. The money must have rolled down the quarters and into cash registers like a 20th century Comstock load. The management must have been spectacularly bad. There is his history here, alright, not just in newspaper headlines, but it buried between the entries in these ledgers and account books and room service chits where you couldn't quite see it. In 1922, Warren G. Harding had ordered a whole salmon at 10 o'clock in the evening and a case of Coors beer, but whom had he been eating and drinking with? Had it been a poker game? A strategy session? What? Jack glanced at his watch and was surprised to see that 45 minutes had somehow slipped by since he had come down here. His hands and arms were grimy, and he probably smelled bad. He decided to go up and take a shower before Wendy and Danny got back. He walked slowly between the mountains of paper, his mind alive and ticking over possibilities in a speedy way that was exhilarating. He hadn't felt this way in years. It suddenly seemed that the book he had semi-jokingly promised himself might really happen. It might even be right here, buried in these untidy heaps of paper. It could be work of fiction or history, or both. The long book of exploding out in this central place in 100 directions. He stood beneath the cobwebby light, took his handkerchief from his back pocket without thinking, and rubbed his lips with it. And that was when he saw the scrapbook. A pile of 5 boxes stood on his left like some tarring pizza. The one down left stuff was invoices and ledgers bound. Top of those, keeping its angular repose for how many years, was a thick scrapbook with white leather covers, its pages bound with 2 hanks of gold string that had been tied along the binding in gaudy rows. Curious, he went over and took it down. The top cover was thick with dust. He held it on a plane at lip level, blew the dust off in a cloud, and opened it. As he did so, a card fluttered out, and he grabbed it mid-air. Before it could fall onto the stone floor, it was rich and creamy, dominated by a raising engraving on the overlook, with every window alight. The lawn and playground were decorated with glowing Japanese lanterns. It looked almost as though you could step right into it. An overlook that existed 30 years ago. Horace M. Derwent requests the pleasure of your company at a masked ball to celebrate the grand opening of the Overlook Hotel. Dinner will be served at 8 p.m. Unmasking and Dancing at midnight, August 29th, 1945. RSVP. Dinner at 8, unmasking at midnight. He could almost see them in the dining room. The richest men in America and their women tuxedos and glimmering star-shirts, even gowns. The bands playing gleaming high-heeled pumps. The clink of glasses, the jocund pop of champagne corks. The war was over, or almost over. The future lay ahead, clean and shining. America was the colossus of the world, and at last she knew it and accepted it. And later at midnight, Derwent himself crying, unmask, unmask, the mask coming off, and the Red Death held sway over all. He frowned, what left field that had that come out of? That was Poe, the great American hack, and surely the Overlook, this shining, glowing Overlook. On the invitation he held in his hands was furthest cry from a Poe imaginable. He put the invitation back and turned to the next page of paste up from one of the Denver papers and scratched beneath it the date, May 15th, 1947, Posh Mountain Resort reopens with stellar guest register. Derwent says Overlook will be the showcase of the world. By David Felton, features editor. The Overlook Hotel had been opened and reopened in its 38-year history, but rarely with such style and dash as that promised. By Horace Derwent, the mysterious California millionaire who is the latest owner of the hostelry Derwent, who makes no secret of having sunk more than $1 million into his new venture, and some say the figure is closer to $3 million, says that the new Overlook will be one of the world's show places, a kind of hotel you'll remember overnighting. And 30 years later, when Derwent, who is rumored to have substantial Las Vegas holdings, was asked if his purchase was and refurbishing of the Overlook signaled the opening gun in a battle to legalize casino-style gambling in Colorado. The aircraft, movie munitions, and shipping magnate denied it with a smile. The Overlook would be cheapened by gambling, he said, and I don't think I'm knocking Vegas. They've got too many of my markers out there for me to do that. I have no interest in lobbying for legalized gambling in Colorado. It would be spitting into the wind. When the Overlook opens officially, there was a gigantic, hugely successful party there was some time ago with actual work finished. The newly painted, papered, and decorated rooms will be occupied by stellar guest list, ranging from the chic designer Cole bar stand to smiling bemusedly. Jack turned the page now. He was looking at a front page ad from the New York Sunday Times section. On the page after was a story on Derwent himself, a balding man with eyes that pierced you even from an old newsprint photo. He was wearing rimless spectacles and a 40s style pencil-lined mustache that did nothing at all to make him look like Errol Flynn. His face was that of an accountant. It was the eyes that made him look like someone or something else. Jack skimmed the article rapidly. He knew most of the information from a Newsweek story on Derwent the year before. Poor in St. Paul, never finished high school, joined the Navy instead, rose rapidly, then left in a bitter wrangle over the patent on a new type of propeller that he had designed in the tug-of-war between the Navy and an unknown young man named Horace Derwent. Uncle Sam came off the predictable winner, but Uncle Sam had never gotten another patent, and there had been a lot of them in the late 20s and early 30s. Derwent turned to aviation. He bought out a bankrupt crop dusting company, turned it into an airmail service, and prospered. More patents followed. A new monoplane wing design, bomb carriage used on the flying fortresses that had rained fire on Hamburg and Dresden and Berlin, a machine gun that was cooled by alcohol, a prototype of the ejection seat later used in United States jets, and along the line The accountant who lived in the same skin as the inventor kept piling up the investments. A piddling string of munitions factory in New York and New Jersey, 5 textile mills in New England, chemical factories in the bankrupt and groaning South. At the end of the Depression, his wealth had been nothing but a handful of controlling interest bought at abysmally low prices, sellable only at lower prices still. At one point, Derwin boasted that he could liquidate completely and realize the price of a 3-year-old Chevrolet. There had been rumors. Jack recalled that some of the means are employed by Derwin to keep his head above water were less than savory involvement with bootlegging, prostitution in the Midwest, smuggling in the coastal areas of the South where his fertilizer factories were, finally association with the nascent Western gambling interests. Probably Derwin's most famous investment was the purchase of the foundering Top Mark Studios, which had not had a hit since their child star, little Marjorie Morris, had died of a heroin overdose. In 1934, she was 14. Little Marjorie, who had specialized in sweet 7-year-olds and saved marriages and the lives of dogs unjustly accused of killing chickens, had been given the biggest Hollywood funeral in history by Top Mark. The official story was that little Marjorie had contracted a wasting disease while entertaining at a New York orphanage, when some cynics suggested the studio had laid all that long green because it knew it was burying itself. Derwin hired a keen businessman and raging sex maniac named Henry Finkel to run Top Mark, and in the 2 years before Pearl Harbor, the studio ground out 60 movies, 55 of which glided right into the face of the Hayes office and spit on its large blue nose. The other 5 were government training films. The feature films were huge successes. During one of them, an unnamed costume designer had jury-rigged a strapless bra for the heroine to appear in during the grand ball scene, where she revealed everything except her birthmark just below the cleft of her buttocks. Derwin received credit for this invention as well, and his reputation of notoriety grew. Though war had made him rich, and he was still rich, living in Chicago, seldom seen except for Derwin Enterprises board meetings, which he ran with an iron hand. It was rumored that he owned United Airlines Las Vegas, where he was known to have controlling interest in 4 hotel casinos and some involvement in at least 6 others. Los Angeles and the USA itself, reputed to be a friend of royalty, presidents, and underworld kingpins. It was supposed that by many that he was the richest man in the world, but he had not been able to make go of the Overlook. Jack thought he put the scrapbook down for a moment and took the small notebook and mechanical pencil he always kept with him in the breast pocket. He jotted none to look into H. Derwin's Sidewinder library. He put the note back down and broke up the scrapbook again. His face was preoccupied, his eyes distant. He wiped his mouth constantly with his hand as he turned the pages. He skimmed the material that followed, making a mental note to read it more closely later. Press releases were pasted into many of the pages. So-and-so was expected at the Overlook next week, thus and such would be entertaining. In the lounge at Derwin's time, it had been the Red Eye Lounge. Many of the entertainers were Las Vegas names, and many of the guests were Top Mark executives and stars. Then in clipping mark, February 1st, 1952, millionaire exec to sell Colorado investments deal made with California investors on Overlook. Other investments, Derwin reveals by Rodney Conklin. Financial editors communicate with yesterday with Chicago offices of the monolithic Derwin Enterprises. It was revealed that millionaire, perhaps billionaire, Horace Derwin has sold out of Colorado in a stunning financial power play that will be completed by October 1st, 1954. Derwin's investments include natural gas, coal, hydroelectric power, and a land-developed company called Colorado Sunshine, Inc., which owns or holds options on Better Than 500,000 acres of Colorado land. The most famous Derwent holding in Colorado, the Overlook Hotel, has already been sold, Derwent revealed in a rare interview yesterday. The buyer was a California group of investors headed by Charles Grondin, a former director of the California Land Development Corporation. While Derwent refused to discuss price, he informed sources he had sold out everything. Lock, stock, and barrel, it wasn't just the Overlook, but somehow he wiped his lips with his hand and wished he had a drink. This would go better with a drink, he turned. More pages, the California group had opened the hotel for 2 seasons, then sold it to a Colorado group called Mountain View Resorts. Mountain View went bankrupt in 1957 amid charges of corruption, nest feathering, and cheating the stockholders. The president of the company shot himself 2 days after being open to appear before a grand jury. The hotel had been closed for the rest of the decade. There was a single story about it. A Sunday feature headline: former Grand Hotel sinking into decay. The accompanying photos wrenched at Jack's heart. The paint on the front porch peeling the lawn, a bald and scabrous mess, windows broken by storms and stones. This would be part of the book if he actually wrote it. To the phoenix going down into the ashes to be reborn. He promised himself he would take care of the place, very good care. It seems that before today, he had never really understood the breadth and responsibility to the Overlook. It was almost like having a responsibility to history. In 1961, 4 writers, 2 of them Pulitzer Prize winners, had leased the Overlook and reopened it as a writer's school. That had lasted 1 year. One of the students had gotten drunk in the 3rd room floor, crashed out of the window somehow, and fell to his death on the cement terrace below. The paper hinted that it might have been suicide. Any big hotels have got scandals, Watson had said. Just like every big hotel's got a ghost. Why, hell, people come and go. Suddenly it seemed that he could almost feel the weight of the Overlook bearing down on him from above. 110 guest rooms, storage rooms, kitchen, pantry, freezer, lunch bell room, dining room, in the room where the women come and go. Then the Red Death held sway over all. He rubbed his lips and turned to the next page in the scrapbook. He was in the last 3rd row of it now, and for the first time he wondered consciously his book. This was left atop the highest pile of records in the cellar. A new headline. This one dated April 10, 1963. Las Vegas group buys famed Colorado hotel, scenic Overlook to become key club. Robert T. Leffing, host spokesman for a group of investors going under the name of High Country Investments, announced today in Las Vegas that High Country has negotiated a deal for the famous Overlook Hotel, a resort located high in the Rockies. Leffing declined to mention the names of specific investors, but said the hotel would be turned into an exclusive key club. He said that the group he represents hope to sell membership to the high echelon executives in American and foreign companies. High Country also owns hotels in Montana, Wyoming, and Utah. The Overlook became world known in the years 1946 to 1952, when it was owned by the elusive mega millionaire Horace Derwent, who the item on the next page was a mere squib. Dated 4 months later, the Overlook had opened its new management. Apparently, the paper hadn't been able to find out or wasn't interested in who the key holders were because no name was mentioned but High Country Investments. The most anonymous sounding company name Jack had ever heard, except for a chain of bike and appliance shops in western New England that went under the name of Business Inc. He turned the page and blinked down at the clipping pasted there. Millionaire Derwent back in Colorado via backdoor. High Country exec revealed to be Charles Grondin by Rodney Conklin. Financial editor. The Overlook Hotel, a scenic pleasure palace in the Colorado High Country. Once a private plaything, a millionaire, Horace Derwent is now at the center of a financial tangle, which is now only beginning to come out of light. On April 10th of last year, the hotel was purchased by a Las Vegas firm, High Country Investments, as a key club for wealthy executives on both foreign and domestic breeds. Now, informed sources say the High Country is headed by Charles Grondin, 53, who was the head of California Land Development Corp until 1959, when he resigned to take position of executive VP in the Chicago home of office of Derwin Enterprises. Led to speculation that High Country Investments may be controlled by Derwin, who may have acquired the Overlook for the second time, and under decidedly peculiar circumstances. Grondin, who was indicted and acquitted on charges of tax evasion in 1960, could not be reached for comment. And Horace Irwin, who guards his own privacy jealously, has no comment for when. Reached by telephone, State Representative Dick Baz of Golden has called for a complete investigation into that clipping. Was dated July 27, 1964. The next week was a column from a Sunday paper that September. The byline belonged to Josh Branniger, a muckraking investigator of the Jack Anderson breed. Jack vaguely recalled that Branniger had died in 1968 or 1969. Mafia Free Zone, Colorado by Josh Branniger. It now seems possible that the new RSR and spot of the organization overlords in the U.S. is located at an out-of-the-way hotel nestled in the center of the Rockies. The Overlook Hotel, a white elephant that has been run lucklessly by almost a dozen different groups and individuals since it first opened its doors in 1910, is now being operated as a security-jacketed key club, ostensibly for unwinding businessmen. The question is, what business are the Overlook's key holders really in? The messengers present the week of August 6th to 9th, 23rd. May give us an idea. The list below was obtained by a former employee of High Country Investments, a company Burris believed to be a dummy company owned by Derwent Enterprises. It now seems likely that Derwent's interest in High Country, if any, is outweighed by those of several Las Vegas gambling barons, and these same gambling honchos have been linked to the past with both suspected and convicted underworld kingpins. Present at the Overlook during that sunny week in August were Charles Grondin, president of High Country Investments. When it became known in July of this year that he was running the High Country ship, it was announced considerably after the fact that he had resigned his position in Derwent Enterprises. Previously, the silver named Grondin, who refused to talk to me for this column, has been tried once and acquitted on tax evasion charges. 1960, Charles Baby Charlie Battaglia, 60-year-old Vegas impresario, controlling interest in the Greenback and the Lucky Baron on the Strip. Battaglia is a personal friend of Grondin. His arrest record stretches back to 1932 when he was tried and acquitted in the gangland-style murder of Jack Dutchy Morgan. Federal authorities suspect his involvement in the drug traffic, prostitution, and murder for hire, but Baby Charlie has only been behind bars once for income tax evasion in 1955 to 56. Richard Scarney, the principal stockholder of Funtime Automatic Machines. Funtime makes slot machines for the Nevada crowd, pinball machines, and jukebox's melody coin for the rest of the country. He has done time for assault with a deadly weapon 1940, carrying a concealed weapon 1948, and conspiracy to commit tax fraud 1961. Peter Zeiss, a Miami-based importer, now nearing 70. For the last 5 years, Zeiss has been fighting deportation as an undesirable person. He has been convicted on charges of receiving and concealing stolen property 1958 and conspiracy to commit tax fraud 1954. Charming, distinguished, and courtly, Peter Zeiss is called Papa by his inmates and it has been tried on charges of murder and accessory to murder, a large stockholder in Scarney's Funtime company. He also has known interest in 4 Las Vegas casinos. Vittorio Ginelli, also known as Vito the Chopper, tried twice for gangland-style murders. One of them, the axe murder of Boston Vice overlord Frank Scoffy Ginelli, has been indicted 23 times, tried 14 times, and convicted only once for shoplifting in 1940. It has been said that in recent years, Ginelli has become a power to the organization's western operation, which is centered in Las Vegas. Carl Jimmy Rick Prashkin, a San Francisco investor reputed to be the heir apparent of the power Ginelli now wields. Prashkin owns large blocks of stock in Derwent Enterprises, High Country Investments Fund, Time Automatic Machines at 3 Las Vegas casinos. Prashkin is clean in America but was indicted in Mexico on fraud charges that were dropped quickly 3 weeks after they were brought. It has been suggested that Prashkin may be in charge of laundering money skimmed from Vegas casino operations and funneling the big bucks back into the organization's legitimate Western operations, and such operations may not include the Overlook Hotel in Colorado. Other visitors during the current scene include there was more, but Jack only skimmed it, constantly wiping his lips with his hand. A banker with Las Vegas connections, men from New York who are apparently doing more in Garment District than making clothes, men reputed to be involved in drugs, vice, robbery, murder. God, what a story. And they had all been here, right above him, in those empty rooms, screwing expensive whores on the 3rd floor, maybe drinking magnums of champagne, maybe deals that would turn over millions of dollars, maybe in the very suite of the rooms where presidents stayed. There was a story, alright. One hell of a story. A friend, a little frantically, took out his notebook and jotted down another memo to check all these people out at the library. In Denver, when the caretaking job was over, every hotel has its ghosts. The Overlook had a whole coven of them for suicide. Then the Mafia, what's next? The next clipping was an angry denial of Brenniger's charges by Charles Grondin. Jack smirked at it. The clip on the next page was so large that it had been folded. Jack unfolded it and gasped harshly. The picture there seemed to leap out of him. The wallpaper had been changed since June of 1966, but he knew that window and view perfectly well. It was the western exposure of the presidential suite. Murder came next, the sitting room wall by the door leading into the bedroom, a splash with blood, when what could only be white flecks of brain matter. A blank-faced cop was standing over a corpse hidden by a blanket. Jack stared, fascinated, and then his eyes moved to the headline. Gangland style shooting in Colorado hotel. Reputed crime. Overlord shot at Mountain Key Club. 2 others dead. Sidewinder Hollow. UPI 40 miles from this sleepy Colorado town. A gangland style execution has occurred in the heart of the Rocky Mountains. The Overlook Hotel, purchased 3 years ago as an exclusive key club by a Las Vegas firm, was the site of a triple shot gunslaying. 2 of the men were either the companions or bodyguards of Vittorio Ginelli, also known as the Chopper, for his reputed involvement in a Boston slaying 20 years ago. Police were summoned by Robert Norman, manager of the Overlook, who said he heard shots and that some of the guests reported 2 men wearing stockings on their faces and carrying guns had fled down the fire escape and driven off in a late Model 10 convertible. State Trooper Benjamin Moore discovered 2 dead men, later identified as Victor T. Borman and Roger Macassey, both of Las Vegas, outside the door of the presidential suite where 2 American presidents have stayed. Inside, Moore found the body of Ginelli sprawled on the floor. Ginelli was apparently fleeing his attackers when he was cut down. Moore said Ginelli had been shot with heavy gauge shotguns at close range. Charles Grondin, the representative of the company which now owns the Overlook, could not be reached for. Below the clipping, in heavy strokes of a ballpoint pen, someone had written, "They took his balls along with them." Jack stared at that for a long time, feeling cold. Whose book was this? He turned the page at last, swallowing a click in his throat. Another column from Josh Brenniger, this one dated early 1967. He only read the headline, "Notorious Hotel Sold Following Murder of Underworld Figure." The sheets following that clipping were blank. They took his balls along with him. He flipped back to the beginning, looked for a name or address, even a room number, because he felt quite sure that whoever had kept this little book of memories had stayed at the hotel, but there was nothing. He was getting ready to look through all the clippings more closely this time when a voice called down the stairs, "Jack, hon, Wendy." He stared almost guiltily, as if he had been drinking secretly and she would smell the fumes on him. Ridiculous. He scrubbed his lips with his hands and called back, "Yeah, babe, looking for rats." She was coming down, he heard her on the stairs, then crossing the boil room quickly without thinking why he might be doing. He stuffed a scrapbook under a pile of bills and invoices. He stood up as she came through the arch. What in the world have you been doing out here? It's almost 3 o'clock, he smiled. Is it that late? I got rooting around all this stuff, trying to find out where the bodies are buried. I guess the words clanged back viciously in his mind. She came closer, looking at him, and he unconsciously retreated a step, unable to help himself. He knew what she was doing. She was trying to smell liquor on him. Probably she wasn't even aware of herself, but he was, and it made him feel both guilty and angry. Your mouth is bleeding, she said in a curiously flat tone. He put his hands on his lips and winced at the thin stinging. His index finger came away bloodily. His guilt increased. You've been rubbing your mouth again, she said. He looked down and shrugged. Yeah, I guess I have. It's been hell for you, hasn't it? No, it's not so bad. Has it gotten any easier? He looked up at her and made his feet start moving. Once they were actually in motion, it was easier. He crossed to his wife and slipped an arm around her waist. He brushed aside a sheaf of blood hair and kissed her neck. Yes, he said. Where's Danny? Oh, he's around somewhere. It started to cloud up outside. Hungry, he slipped a hand over her taut jeans, clad bottom with counterfeit lechery. Like the bear, madam, watch out, slugger, don't start something you can't finish. Fig, madam, he asked, still rubbing dirty pictures, unnatural positions. As they went through the arch, he threw one glance back at the box where the scrapbook whose was hidden with the light out. It was only a shadow. He was relieved that it had gotten Wendy away. His lust became less active, more natural. They approached the stairs. Maybe, she said, after we get a sandwich. Yeek. She twisted away from him, giggling. That tickles. It tickles. Nozzing like Jock Torrance would like to tickle you, madam. Lay off, Jock. How about a ham and cheese for the first course? They went up the stairs, and Jack didn't look over his shoulders again, but he thought of Watson's words. Every big hotel has a ghost. Why? How people come and go. Then Wendy shut the basement door behind them, closing it into darkness. Chapter 19, outside 217. Danny was remembering the words of someone else who had worked at the Overlook during the season. Her saying she'd seen something in one of the rooms where a bad thing happened. That was in room 217, and I want you to promise me you won't go in there. Danny, steer right clear. It was a perfectly ordinary door, no different from any other door on the first 2 floors of the hotel. It was a dark gray hallway, halfway down a corridor that ran at angles. The main 2nd floor hallway. The numbers on the door looked no different from the house numbers on the Boulder apartment building they had lived in. A 2, a 1, and a 7. Big deal. Just below them, a tiny glass circle of people. Danny had tried several of them. From the inside, you got a wide fisheye view of the corridor. From outside, you could screw up your eye 7 ways. To Sunday and still not see a thing. A dirty Jip, why are you here? After the walk behind the Overlook, he and Mommy had come back, and she had fixed him his favorite lunch, a cheese and bologna sandwich plus Campbell's bean soup. They ate in Dick's kitchen and talked. The radio was on, getting thin and crackly music from the Estes Park station. The kitchen was his favorite place in the hotel, and he guessed that Mommy and Daddy must feel the same way. Because after trying their meals in the dining room for 3 days or so, they had begun eating in the kitchen by mutual consent, setting up chairs around Dick Halloran's butcher block, which was almost as big as their dining room table back in Stovington. Anyway, the dining room had been too depressing, even with the lights on and music playing from the tape cassette system in the office. You were still one of the 3 people sitting at a table surrounded by dozens of other tables, all empty, all covered with those transparent plastic dust cloths. Mommy said it was like having dinner in the middle of a Horace Walpole novel, and Daddy laughed and agreed. Danny had no idea who Horace Walpole was, but he did know that Mommy's cooking had begun to taste better as soon as they began to eat in the kitchen. He kept discovering little flashes of Dick Halloran's personality lying around, and they reassured him like a warm touch. Mommy had eaten half a sandwich, no soup. She said Daddy must have gone out for a walk on his own, because since both the VW and the hotel truck were in the parking lot, she said She was tired and might lie down for an hour or so if he thought he could amuse himself and not get into trouble. Danny told her around a mouthful of cheese and bologna that he could grow. Why don't you go out into the playground? She had asked him. I thought you'd love that place with a sandbox for your trucks and all. He swallowed the food down his throat in a lump that was dry and hard. Maybe I will, he said, turning to the radio and fiddling with it. And all those neat hedge animals, she said, taking his empty place. Your father's got to get out and trim them pretty soon. Yeah, he said, just nasty thing once it had to do with those dang hedges clipped to look like animals. If you see your father before I do, tell him I'm lying down. Sure, Mom. She put the dirty dishes in the sink and came back over to him. Are you happier, Danny? He looked at a guilelessly, a milk mustache on his lip. No more bad dreams. No, Tony had come to him once more. One night, while he was lying in bed, calling his name faintly from far away, Danny had squeezed his eyes tightly shut until Tony had gone. You sure? Yes, Mom. She seemed satisfied. How's your hand? He flexed it for her. All better. She nodded. Jack had taken the nest under the Pyrex bowl full of frozen wasps out to the incinerator in the back of the equipment shed and burned it. They had seen no more wasps since. He had written to a lawyer in Boulder, and closing the snaps of Danny's hand, said the lawyer had called back 2 days ago. They had put Jack in a foul temper all afternoon. The lawyer doubted if the company that had manufactured the bug bomb could be sued successfully, because there was only Jack to testify that he had followed instructions printed on the package. Jack had asked the lawyer if they couldn't purchase some others and test them for the same defect. Yes, the lawyer said, but the results were highly doubtful. Even if the test bombs malfunction, he told Jack of a case that involved an extension ladder company and a man who had broken his back when he had conversated with Jack, but privately she had just been glad that Danny had gotten off as cheaply as he had. It was best to leave lawsuits to people who understood them and did not include the Torrances, and they had seen no more waspins. Go and play, Doc, have fun. But he hadn't had fun. He had wandered aimlessly around the hotel, poking into the maid's closets and the janitor's rooms, looking for something interesting, not finding it. A small boy padding along a dark blue carpet woven with twisted black lines. He had tried a room door from time to time, but of course they were all locked. The passkey was hanging down in the office. He knew where, but Daddy had told him he shouldn't touch that. And he didn't want to, did he? Why are you here? There was nothing aimless about it, after all. He had been drawn to room 217 by a morbid kind of curiosity. He remembered a story Daddy had read to him once he was drunk. That had been a long time ago, but the story was just as vivid now as when Daddy had read it to him. Mommy had scolded Daddy and asked what he was doing, reading a 3-year-old baby something so horrible. The name of the story was Bluebeard. That was clear in his mind too, because he had thought at first Daddy was saying Bluebird, and there was no bluebirds in the story of birds of any kind. And actually the story is about Bluebeard's wife, a pretty lady that had corn-colored hair like Mommy. After Bluebeard married her, they lived in a big and ominous castle that was not like the Overlook, and every day Bluebeard went off to work, and every day he would tell his pretty little wife not to look in a certain room, although the key to that room was hanging right on a hook, just like the passkey was hanging right on a hook, just like the passkey was hanging on in the office wall downstairs. Bluebeard's wife had gotten more and more curious about the locked room. She tried to peep through the keyhole the same way Danny had tried to look through room 217's peephole, with similar unsatisfying results. There was even a picture of her getting down on her knees and trying to look under the door. But the crack wasn't wide enough. The door swung wide, and the old fairy tale book had depicted her discovery in ghastly loving detail. The image was burned in Danny's mind. The severed heads of Bluebeard's 7 previous wives were in the room, each one on its own pedestal. The eyes turned up to whites, the mouths unhinged and gaping in silent screams. There were somehow balanced on necks ragged From the broadsword's decapitating swing, there was blood running down the pedestals. Terrified, she had turned to flee from the room and the castle, only to discover Bluebeard standing in the doorway, his terrible eyes blazing. "I told you not to enter this room," Bluebeard said, unsheathing his sword. "Alas, in your curiosity, you are like the other 7, and though I loved you best of all, your ending shall be as theirs. Prepare to die, wretched woman." It seemed vaguely to Denny that the story had a happy ending, but that had paled to insignificance beside the 2 dominant images, the taunting, the maddeningly locked door with some great secret behind it, and the grisly secret itself repeated more than half a dozen times the locked door, and behind it the severed heads. His hands reached out and stroked the room's doorknob almost furtively. He had no idea how long he had been here, standing hypnotized before the bland gray locked door. And maybe 3 times I've thought I've seen things, nasty things, but Mr. Halloran, Dick had also said he didn't think those things could hurt you. They were like scary pictures in a book, that was all. And maybe he wouldn't see anything. On the other hand, he plunged his left hand into his pocket, and it came out holding the pass key. It had been there all along, of course. He held it by the square metal tab on the end, which had office printed on it in magic mirror marker. He twirled the key on his chain, watching it go around and around. After several minutes of this, he stopped and slipped the pass key into the lock. It slid smoothly with no hitch, as if he'd wanted to be there all along. "I thought I've seen things, nasty things. Promise me you won't go in there." I promised, and a promise was, of course, very important. Still, his curiosity itched at him maddeningly as poison ivy in a place you aren't supposed to scratch, but it was a dreadful kind of curiosity, the kind that makes you peek through your fingers during the scariest parts of a scary movie. What was beyond that door would be no movie. I don't think those things can hurt you like scary pictures in a book. Suddenly he reached out with his left hand, not sure of what it was going to do until it had removed the pass key and stuffed it back into his pocket. He stared at the door a moment longer, blue-gray, eyes wide, then turned quickly and walked back down the corridor towards the main hallway that ran at right angles to the corridor he was in. Something made him pause there, and he wasn't sure what for a moment. That he remembered that directly around this corner, on the way back to the stairs, there was one of those old-fashioned fire extinguishers curled up against the wall. Curled like a dozing snake, they were chemical-type extinguishers at all, Daddy said, although there were several of those in the kitchen. These were the forerunner of those modern sprinkler systems. The long canvas hoses looked directly into the overlooked plumbing system, and by turning a single valve, you could become a one-man fire department. Daddy said that the chemical extinguishers, which sprayed foam or CO2, were much better. The chemical smoothed fires and took away the oxygen they needed to burn, while a high-pressure spray might just spread the flames around. Daddy said that Mr. Ullman should replace those old-fashioned hoses right along with the old-fashioned boiler, but Mr. Ullman would probably do neither because he was a cheap prick. Danny knew this was one of the worst epithets his father could summon. It was applied to certain doctors, dentists, and appliance repairmen, also to the head of his English department at Stovington, who had disallowed some of Daddy's book orders because he said the books would put them over budget hell. He had fumed to Wendy. Danny had been listening from his bedroom, where he was supposed to be asleep. He's just saving the last $500 for himself, the cheap prick. Danny looked around the corner. The extinguisher was there, a flat hose folded back a dozen times on itself. The red tank attached to the wall above it was an axe in a glass case, like a museum exhibit, with white words printed on a red background. In case of emergency, break glass. Danny could read the word emergency, which was also the name of one of his favorite TV shows, but was unsure of the rest. But he didn't like the way the word was used in connection with that long flat hose. Emergency was fire, explosions, car crashes, hospitals, sometimes death, and he Didn't like the way that hose hung there so blandly on the wall. When he was alone, he always skittered past these extinguishers as fast as he could. No particular reason, it just felt better to go fast. It felt safer. Now heart thumping loudly in his chest. He came around the corner and looked down at the hall past the extinguisher onto the stairs. Mommy was down there sleeping, and if Daddy was back from his walk, he would probably be sitting in the kitchen eating a sandwich and reading a book. He would just walk right past that old extinguisher and go downstairs. He started toward it, moving closer to the far wall until his right arm was brushing the expensive silk paper. 20 steps away, 15 a dozen. When he was 10 steps away, the brass nozzle suddenly rolled off the fat loop it had been lying sleeping on and fell to the hall carpet with a dull thump. It lay there, the dark bore of its muzzle pointing at Danny. He stopped immediately, shoulders twitching forward. With a stick at the suddenness of a scare, his blood thumped thickly in his ears and temples. His mouth had gone dry and sour, his hands curled into fists, yet the nozzle of the hose only lay there, its brass casing glowing mellowly, a loop of black canvas leading back up to the red painted frame bolted to the wall, so it had fallen off. So what? It was only a fire extinguisher, nothing else. It was stupid to think that it looked like some poison snake from Wide World of Animals that had hurt him and woken up, even if the stitched canvas did look a bit like scales. He would just step over it and go down the hall to the stairs, walking a bit fast, maybe to make sure it didn't snap out after him and curl around his foot. He wiped his lips with his left hand in unconscious imitation of his father and took a step forward. No movement from the hose, another step, nothing there. See how stupid you are. You got all worked up thinking about that dumb room and that dumb Bluebeard story, and that hose was probably ready to fall off for the last 5 years, that's all. Danny stared at the hose on the floor and thought of wasps. 8 steps away, the nozzle of the hose gleamed peacefully at him from the rug as if to say, don't worry, I'm just a hose, that's all. And even if that isn't all, what I do to you won't be much worse than a bee sting or a wasp sting. What would I want to do with a nice little boy like you? Except bite and bite and bite. Danny took another step and another. His breath was dry and harsh in his throat. Panic was close. Now he wished the hose would move, and last he would know. He would be sure. It took another step, and now he was within striking distance, but it's not going to strike at you, he thought hysterically. How could it strike at you, bite at you, when it's just a hose? Maybe it's full of wasps. His internal temperature plummeted to 10 below zero. He stared at the black bore in the center of the nozzle, nearly hypnotized. Maybe it was full of wasps. Secret wasps, their brown bodies bloated with poison, so full of autumn poison that it dripped from their stingers in clear drops of fluid. Suddenly, he knew that he was nearly frozen with terror if he did not make his feet go. Now, they would become locked to the carpet, and he would stay here staring at the black hole in the center of the brass nozzle like a bird staring at a snake. He would stay here until his daddy found him, and then what would happen? With a high moan, he made himself run. As he reached the hose, some trick of the light made the nozzle seem to move, to revolve as if to strike, and he leaped high in the air. Above it, his panicky sake, it seemed that his legs pushed him nearly all the way to the ceiling, and that he could feel the stiff back hairs that formed the cowlick, that brushing the hallways, plaster, ceiling, although later he could know that it couldn't happen, so he came down on the other side of the hose and ran, and suddenly he heard it behind him, coming for him, the soft dry wicker of that brass snake's head as it slithered rapidly along the carpet after him like a rattlesnake moving swiftly through a dry field of grass. It was coming for him. Coming for him, and suddenly the stairs seemed very far away. They seemed to retreat like a running step into the distance. For each running step he took forward toward them, Daddy, he tried to scream, but his closed throat would not allow a word to pass. He was on his own. Behind him, the sound grew louder, the dry sliding sound of the snakes swiftly over the carpet's dry hack bills at his heels now. Perhaps rising up with a clear poison dribbling from its brass snout, Danny reached the stairs and had to pinwheel his arms crazily for balance. For one moment it seemed sure that he would cartwheel over and go head for heels to the bottom. He threw a glance back over his shoulder, then the hose had not moved. It lay and had lain one loop of the frame, the brass nozzle on the hall floor, the nozzle pointing disinterestingly away from him. You see, stupid, he berated himself. You made it all up. Scaredy cat, it was all your imagination. Scaredy cat, he clung to the stairway railing, his legs trembling in reaction. It never chased you, his mind told him. Seized on that thought, and played it back. Never chased you, it never chased you, never did. It was nothing to be afraid of. Why he could go back and put those hoes right in the frame. If he wanted to, he could, but he didn't think he would, because what if it had chased him and had gone back? When he saw that he couldn't quite catch him, the hose lay on the carpet, almost seeming to ask him if he would like to come back and try again. Panting, Danny ran downstairs. Chapter 20. Talking to Mr. Ullman. The Sidewinder Public Library was a small retiring building, 1 block down from the town's business area. It was a modest vine-covered building, and the wide concrete walk up to the doors was lined with the corpses of last summer's flowers. On the lawn was a large bronze statue of a Civil War general Jack had never heard of, although he had been something of a Civil War buff in his teenage years. The newspaper files were kept downstairs. They consisted of the Sidewinder Gazette that had gone burst in 1963. The Estes Park Daily and the Boulder Camera. No Denver papers at all. Sighing, Jack settled for the camera. When the files reached 1965, the actual newspapers were replaced by spoons of microfilm. A federal giant, the librarian told him brightly. We hope to do 1958 to 64 when the next check comes through, but they're so slow, aren't they? You will be careful, won't you? I just know you will. Call if you need me. The only reading machine had lens that had somehow gotten warped, and by the time Wendy put her hand over on his shoulder, some 45 minutes after he had switched from the actual papers, he had a juicy thump of headache. Danny's in the park. But she said, but I don't want him outside too long. How much longer do you think it'll be? 10 minutes. He said, actually, he had traced down the last of Overlook's fascinating history, the years between the gangland shooting and the takeover by Stuart Ullman and co., but he felt the same, reticent about telling Wendy. What are you up to anyway? She asked. She ruffled his hair as she looked seduced, but her voice was only half testing. Looking up some old Overlook history, he said, any particular reason? No. And why the hell are you so interested anyway? Just curiosity. Find anything interesting? Not much, he said, having to strive to keep his voice pleasant now. She was prying just the way she had always pried and poked at him when they had been at Sovington, and Danny was just still a crib infant. Where are you going, Jack? When will you be back? How much money do you have with you? Are you going to take the car? Is Al going to be with you? Will one of you stay sober? And on she had, pardon the expression, driven him to drink. Maybe that hadn't been the only reason, but by Christ, let's tell the truth here and admit it was. One of them nagging, so you wanted to cloud her with one just to shut her up and stop the where, when, how are you, will you, endless full of questions. It could give you a real headache. The reader, the damn reader with its distorted print, that was why he had such a kind of a headache. Jack, what are you, alright? You look pale. He snapped his head right from his fingers. I am fine. She recoiled from his hot eyes and tried on a smile. That was a sight too small. Well, if you are, I'll just go and wait in the park with Danny. She was starting away now, her smile dissolving into a bewildering expression of hurt, he called to her Wendy. She stood back from his stairs. What, Jack? He got up and went, I'm sorry, babe, I got that machine, the lens is stored. I got a really bad headache. Can I ask aspirin? Sure. She pawned up their horizons and asked, and you keep them? He said, took the tin, no Excedrin. He saw the small recoil on her face and understood it had been a bitter sort of joke between them before the drinking had gone too bad for jokes. He had claimed that Excedrin was the only non-prescription drug ever invented that could stop a hangover, dead in his tracks, absolutely the only one. He had begun to think of his morning after thumpers as Excedrin headache number VAT 69, no Excedrin. She said, sorry, that's okay. He said these will just do just fine. But of course they wouldn't, and she should have known that too. At times she could be the stupidest bruh. Want some water, she asked brightly. No, I just want you to get the freak out of here. I'll get the drinking fountain when I go up, thanks. Okay, she started up the stairs, good legs moving gracefully under the short hand. We'll be in the park, right? He slipped the tin of anisine absently into his pocket, went back to the reader and turned it off when he was sure she was gone. He went upstairs himself. God, but it was a lousy headache. If you were going to have a vice gripper like this one, you ought to at least be the pleasure of your drinks and balance it off. He tried to put the thought from his mind, more ill-tempered than ever. He went to the main desk, fingering the matchbook cover with the telephone number on it. Ma'am, do you have a paid telephone? No, sir, but you can use mine. If it's local, it's long distance. Sorry. Well, then, I guess the drugstore would be your best bet. They have a booth. Thanks. He went out and down the walk past the anonymous Civil War general. He went to walk toward the business block. Hand stuffed in his pockets, head thuddering like a leaden bell. The sky was also leaden. It was November 7th, when, with the new month, the weather had become threatening. There had been a number of snow flurries. There had been snow in October, too, but that had melted. The new flurries had stayed a light frosting over everything. It sparked in the sunlight like fine crystal. But there had been no sunlight today, and even as he reached the drugstore, it began to split snow again. The phone booth was at the back of the building, and he was halfway down an aisle of patent medicines, jingling the change in his pocket when his eyes fell on the white boxes with their green print. He took one of them to the cashier, paid, and went back to the telephone booth. He pulled the door closed, and it put his change and matchbook cover on the counter and dialed 0. Your call, please, Fort Lauderdale, Florida operator. He gave her the number there and the number in his book. When she told him there would be $1.90 for the first 3 minutes, he dropped 8 quarters in the slot, wincing each time the bell bunged in his ear, then left in limbo with only the faraway clickings and gabbings of connection making. He took the green bottles of Excedrin out of his box, pried up the white cap, and dropped a wad of cotton batting to the floor of the booth, cradling the phone receiver between his ear and shoulder. He shook out 3 of the white tablets and lined them up on the counter beside his remaining change. He recapped the bottle and put it in his pocket. At the other end, the phone was picked up on the first ring. Surf Sand Resort, how may we help you? The perky female voice asked. I'd like to speak with the manager, please. Do you mean Mr. Trent, or I mean Mr. Ullman? I believe Mr. Ullman is busy, but if you would like me to check, I would. Tell him it's Jack Torrance calling from Colorado. One moment, please. She put him on hold. Jack's dislike for that cheap self-important little prick Ullman kept flooding back. He took one of the Excedrin from the counter, regarded it for a moment, then put it in his mouth and began to chew it slowly and with relish. The taste flooded back like memory, making his saliva squirt a mingled pleasure and unhappiness, a dry, bitter taste, but a compelling one. He swallowed it with grimace. Chewing aspirin had been a habit with him since his drinking days. He hadn't done it at a house since, but when your headache was bad enough, a hangover headache like this one, chewing them seemed to make them work quicker. He had read somewhere that chewing aspirin could become addictive. Where had he read that anyway? Frowning, he tried to think, and then Ullman came on the line. Torrance, what's the trouble? No trouble, he said. The boiler's okay, and I haven't gotten around to murdering my wife yet. I'm saving that until after the holidays when things get full. Very funny. Why are you calling? I'm a busy man. Yes, I understand that. I'm calling you about some things you didn't tell me during your history of the Overlook's great and honorable past, like how Doris Derwent sold it to a bunch of Las Vegas Sharpies who dealt it through so many dummy corporations that not even the IRS knew who really owned it, about how they waited until the time was right and then turned it into a playground for mafia bigwigs, and about how it had to be shut down until 1966 when one of them got a little bit dead, along with his bodyguards who were standing outside the door to presidential suite. Great place. The Overlook's presidential suite. Wilson, Harding, Roosevelt, Nixon, and Vito the Chopper, right? There was a moment of surprised silence on the other end of the line, and then Ullman said quietly, I don't see how that can have any bearing on your job, Mr. Torrance. The best part after the agility was shot. Don't you think? 2 more quick shuffles now. You see it now, and then you don't. And then the Overlook is suddenly owned by a private citizen, a woman named Sylvia Hunter, who just happened to be Sylvia Hunter Derwent from 1942 to 1948. Your 3 minutes are up. The operator said, signal went through. My dear Torrance, all of this is public knowledge and ancient history. It formed no part of my knowledge, Jack said. I doubt if many other people know it either. Not all of it. They remember the Janelli shooting, maybe. But I doubt if anybody has put together all the wondrous and strange shuffles the Overlook has been through since 1945. And it always seems like Derwent or a Derwent associate comes up with a door prize. What was Sylvia Hunter running in 1967 and 68, Mr. Ullman? It was a whorehouse, wasn't it, Torrance? His shock crackled across 2,000 miles of telephone cable without losing a thing. Smiley Jack popped another Excedrin into his mouth and chewed it. She sold it after a rather known U.S. Senator died of a heart attack up there, and there were rumors that he was found naked except for black nylon stockings and a garter belt and a pair of high-heeled pumps. Patent leather pumps, as a matter of fact, that's a vicious symbol. Lie. Ullman cried, is it? Jack asked. And he was beginning to feel better. The headache was draining away. He took the last Excedrin and chewed it up, enjoying the bitter, powdery taste of the tablet shredded in his mouth. It was a very unfortunate occurrence, Ullman said. Now, what is the point, Torrance, if you're planning to write some ugly smear article, if this is some ill-conceived, stupid blackmail idea? Nothing of the sort, Jack said. I called because I didn't think you played square with me, and because didn't play square, Ullman cried. My God, did you think I was going to share a large pile of dirty laundry with the hotel's caretaker? Who in heaven's name do you think you are? How could those old stories have possibly affect you anyway? Or do you think they're a ghost parading up and down the halls of the West Wing, wearing bed sheets and crying, whoa? No, I don't think there are any ghosts, but you raked up a lot of my personal history before you gave me the job. You had me on the carpet quizzing me about my ability to take care of your hotel, like a little boy in front of the teacher's desk. For peeing in the coat room, you embarrassed me. I do not believe your check. Your bloody dang impertinence. Ullman said he sounded as if he might be choking. I'd like to sack you, and perhaps I will. I think Al Shockley might object strenuously, and I think you might have finally overestimated Mr. Shockley's commitment to you, Mr. Torrance. For a moment, Jack's headache came back in all its thudding glory, and he closed his eyes against the pain as if the distance. He heard himself. Now, who owns the Overlook now? Is it Derwent Enterprises, or are you too small fry to know? I think that will do, Mr. Torrance. You are an employee of the hotel, no different from a bus boy or a kitchen pot scrubber. I have no intention of. Okay, all right, Al. Jack said he'll know. After all, he's on the board of directors, and I might just add a little PS onto the fact that Derwent doesn't own it. What? I couldn't make that out. I said Derwent doesn't own it. These stockholders are all Easterners. Your friend Al Shockley owns the largest block of stock himself, better than 35%. You would know that better if he had any ties to Derwent. Who else? I have no intentions of divulging the names of other stockholders to you, Mr. Torrance. I intend to bring this whole matter to the attention of one other question. I am under no obligation to you. Most of the Overlook's history, savory and unsatisfactory. I found a scrapbook that was under the Ealer big thing with the white letter covers, gold thread for binding. Do you have any idea whose scrapbook that might be? None at all. Is it possible it could have belonged to Grady, the caretaker who killed himself, Mr. Torrance? Ullman said. In tones of deepest frost, I am by no means sure that Mr. Grady could read, let alone dig out rotten apples you could be wasting my time with. I'm thinking of writing a book about the Overlook Hotel. I thought if I actually got through with the owner of the scrapbook would like to have an acknowledgement up front. I think that writing a book about the Overlook would be very unwise, Ullman said, especially a book done from your point of view. Your opinion doesn't surprise me. His headache was all gone now that it had been flash of pain, and that was all. His mind felt sharp and accurate all the way down to the millimeters. It was the way he usually felt, only when the writing was going extremely well or when he had a 3-drink buzz on. That was another thing. He had forgotten about Excedrin. He didn't know if it worked for others, but for him it was crunching the 3 tablets like an instant high. Now he said, what you'd like is some sort of commission guidebook that you could hand out free to the guests when they checked in, something with a lot of glossy photos of the mountains and sunrise and sunset, lemon meringue text to go with this section on the colorful people who have stayed here, of course excluding the really colorful ones like Janelli and his friends. If I felt I could fire you and be 100% certain of my own job, instead of just 95%, Ullman said in clipped, strangled tones, I would fire you right this minute over the telephone. But since I feel that 5% of uncertainty, I intend to call Mr. Shockley the moment you're off the line, which will be soon. So I devoutly hope, Jack said, there isn't going to be anything in this book that isn't true. You know, there's no need to dress it up. Why are you baiting him? What do you want to be fired? I don't care if chapter 5 is about the Pope of Rome, screwing the shade of the Virgin Mary. Ullman said, his voice rising. I want you out of my hotel. It's not your hotel. Jack screamed. He slammed the receiver into its cradle. He sat on the stool, breathing hard, a little scared now, a little, hell a lot, wondering why in the name of God he had called Ullman in the first place. You lost your temper again, Jack? Yes, he had. He had no sense of denying it. He was it, a hell of it was. He had no idea how much influence that little prick had over Al, no more than he knew how much bullshit Al would take for him. In the name of the odd-lang sign, if Ullman was as good as he claimed to be, and if he gave Al a he goes or I go ultimatum, might not be, I'll be forced to take it. He closed his eyes and tried to imagine Wendy telling Wendy, guess what, babe, I lost another job this time. I had to go through 2,000 miles of bell telephone cable to find someone to punch out. I managed it. He opened his eyes and wiped his mouth with his handkerchief. He wanted a drink. Hell, he needed one. There was a cafe down the street. Surely he had just time for a quick beer, or on the way up to the park, just one to lay the dust. He clenched his hands together helplessly. The question reoccurred. Why had he called Ullman in the first place? The number on the surf stand in Lauderdale had been written in a small notebook by the phone and the CB radio on the office. Plumbers, numbers, carpenters, glaziers, electricians, others. Jack had copied it onto the matchbook cover shortly after getting out of the bed. The idea of calling Ullman full-blown and gleeful in his mind, but to what purpose? Once, during the drinking phase, Wendy had accused him of desiring his own destruction, but not possessing the necessary moral fiber to support a full-blown death wish, so he manufactured ways in which other people could do it, lopping a piece at a time off himself and their family. Could it be true? Was he afraid somewhere inside that the Overlook might just be what he needed to finish his plan, generally collect up his poop and get it together? Was he blowing the whistle on himself? Please, God, no, don't let it be that way, please. He closed his eyes and an image immediately rose on the darkened screen of his inner lid, sticking his hand through the hole in the shingles to pull out the rotting flashing. The sudden needling sting and his agonizing, startling cry in the still and unhitting air. Oh, you gosh darn freaking son of a bruh, replaced with an image 2 years earlier himself stumbling into the house at 3 a.m, drunk, falling over the table and sprawling full length on the floor, cursing, waking Wendy up on the couch. Wendy turning on the light, seeing his clothes ripped and smeared from some cloudy parking lot scruffle that had occurred at a vaguely remembered honky-tonk just over the New Hampshire board over hours before, crusting blood under his nose. Now looking up at his wife, blinking stupidly in the light like a mole in the sunshine, and Wendy said, "Dooley, you son of a bruh. You woke Danny up. If you don't care about yourself, can't you care a little bit about us? And oh, why do I even bother talking to you?" The telephone rang, making him jump. He snatched it off the cradle and logically make, "Sure, it must be Ullman or Al Shockley, what?" He barked, "Your overtime, sir, $3.50. I'll have to break some once," he said. "Wait a minute." He put the phone on the shelf, deposited his last 6 quarters, then went out to the cashier to get more. He performed the transaction automatically, his mind running into a single closed circle like a squirrel on an exercise wheel. Why had he called Ullman? Because Ullman had embarrassed him. He had been embarrassed before. And by real masters, the Grand Master, of course, being himself, simply to crow at the man exposed his hypocrisy. Jack didn't think he was that petty. His mind tried to seize on the scrapbook as a valid reason, but that wouldn't hold water either. The chances of Ullman knowing who the owner was no more than 2,000. At the interview, he had treated the seller as another country, as nasty, underdeveloped one at that. If he had really wanted to know, he would have called Watson, whose winter number was awful in the office on notebook. Even Watson would not have been a sure thing, but sure than Ullman, and telling him about the book idea. That had been another stupid thing, incredibly stupid besides jeopardizing his job. He could be closing off white channels of information once Ullman called around and told people to beware of New Englanders bearing questions about the Overlook Hotel. He could have done his researches quietly, mailing off polite letters, perhaps even arranging some interviews in the spring, and then laughed up his sleeve at Ullman's rage when the book came out and he was safely away. The masked author strikes again. Instead, he had made that dang senseless call, lost his temper, antagonized Ullman, and brought out all of the hotel's manager's Little Caesar tendencies. Why, if it wasn't an effort to get himself thrown out of the good job Al had snagged him, then what was it? He deposited the rest of the money in the slots and hung up the phone. It was really the senseless kind of thing he might have done if he had been drunk, but he had been sober, dead cold sober. Walking out of the drugstore, he crunched another Excedrin into his mouth, grimacing, yet relishing the bitter taste. On the walk outside, he met Wendy and Danny. "Hey, we were just coming after you," Wendy said. "Snowing, don't you know?" Jack blinked up. "So it is. It was snowing hard. Sidewinders, Main Street. It was already heavily powdered. The line, center obscured." Danny had his head tilted up to the white sky, his mouth open, his tongue out to catch some of the white flip. "Drifting down, do you think this is it?" Wendy asked. Jack shrugged. "I don't know. I was hoping for another week or 2 of grace. We might get it." "Grace, that was it. I'm sorry, Al. Grace, for your mercy. For your mercy. One last chance. I am heartedly sorry." How many times over many years had he, a grown man, asked for mercy or another chance? He was suddenly so sick of himself, so revolted that he could have groaned aloud. "How's your headache?" she asked, studying him closely. He put an arm around her and hugged her tight. "Better. Come on, you two. Let's go home while we still can." They walked back to where the hotel truck was parked against the curb. Jack in the middle, his left arm around Wendy's shoulders, his right hand holding Danny's hand. He had called it home for the first time, for better or worse, as he got behind the truck's wheel. It occurred to him that while he was fascinated by the Overlook, he didn't much like. He wasn't sure if it was a good idea for either his wife or his son or himself. Maybe that was why he had called Ullman to be fired while there was still time. He backed the truck out of his parking space and headed them out of town and up into the mountains. Chapter 21. Night thoughts. It was 10 o'clock. Their quarters were filled with counterfeit sleep. Jack lay on his side facing the wall, eyes open, listening to Wendy's slow and regular breathing. The taste of dissolving aspirin was still on his tongue, making it feel rough and slightly numb. Al Shockley had called at 6:15. 7:45 back east. Wendy had been downstairs with Danny, sitting in front of the lobby fireplace and reading person to person. The operator said, for Jack Torrance speaking. He had switched the phone to his right hand and dug his handkerchief out of his back pocket with the left. He'd wipe his tender lips with it. Then he lit a cigarette. Al's voice then strong in his ear. Jackie boy, what in the name of God are you up to? Hi, Al. He snubbed the cigarette and groped for the Excedrin bottle. What's going on, Jack? I got this weird phone call from Stuart Ullman this afternoon, and when Stu Ullman calls long distance from out of his own pocket, you know that poop has hit the fan. Ullman has nothing to worry about. Al, neither do you. What exactly is this? Nothing we have to worry about. Stu made it sound like a cross between blackmail and a National Enquirer feature on the Overlook. Talk to me, boy. I wanted to poke him a little. Jack said when I came up here to be interviewed, he had to drag out all my dirty laundry. Drinking problem. Lost your last job for racking over a student. Wonder if you're the right man for this, etc. thing. To bug me was wet. He was bringing all this up because he loved the gosh darn hotel so much. The beautiful hotel, the traditional hotel, the bloody sacred hotel. Oh, well, I found the scrapbook in the basement. Somebody had put all the less savory aspects of Ullman's Cathedral, and it looked like a little black mass. I had been hoping for after hours. I hope that's metaphorical. Jack, Al's voice sounded frighteningly cold. It is, but I did find out. I know the hotel's history. Jack ran a hand through his hair, so I called him up and poked with him. I admit, it was very bright, and I sure wouldn't do it again. End of story. Stu says you're planning to do a little dirty laundry airing yourself. Stu is a butthole. He barked into the phone. I told him I had an idea about writing the Overlook. Yes, I do. I think this place forms the index of a whole post-World War II American character. That sounds like an inflated claim. So, say it so badly, I know it does. But it's all here. Oh my god, it could be a great book, but it's far in the future, I promise you that. I've got on my plate right now that I can eat, and Jack, that's not good enough. He found himself gaping at the black receiver of the phone, unable to believe he had surely hear. What, Al? What did you say? I said what I said. How long is far in the future, Jack? For you, maybe 2 years, maybe 5 for me. It's 30 or 40 because I expect to be associated for the Overlook for a long time. The thought of you doing some sort of scum job on my hotel and passing it off as a great piece of American writing that makes me sick. Jack was speechless. I tried to help you, Jackie boy. We went through the war together, and I thought I owed you some help. You remember the war? I remember it, he muttered, but the coals of resentment had begun to glow around his heart. First Ullman, then Wendy, now Al. What was this? National Let's Pick. Jack Torrance apart, weak. He clamped his lips more tightly together, reached for his cigarettes, and knocked them off to the floor. Had he ever liked this cheap prick talking to him from his mahogany lined den in Vermont? Had he really? Before you hit the Hatfield kit, I was saying I had talked to the board out of letting you go and even had swung them around to continuing your tenure. You blew that one for yourself. I got you this hotel thing, a nice quiet place for you to get yourself together, finish your play, and wait it out until Harry Effinger I could convince the rest of those guys that they made a big mistake. Now it looks like you want to chew my arm off on your way to bigger killing. Is that the way you say thanks to your friends, Jack? No, he whispered. He didn't dare say more. His head was throbbing with the hot, acid-etched words that wanted to get out. He tried desperately to think of Danny and Wendy depending on him. Danny and Wendy sitting peacefully downstairs in front of the fire and working on the first of the second grade reading primers, thinking everything was a-okay. If he lost his job, then what? Off to California in that tired old VW with the disintegrating fuel pump like a family of Dust Bowl Okies. He told himself he would get down on his knees and beg Al before he let that happen, but still the words struggled to pour out, and the hand-holding the hot wires of his rage felt greased. What Al said sharply. No, he said, this is not the way I treat my friends, and you know it. How do I know it? At the worst, you're planning to smear my hotel by digging up bodies that were decently buried years ago. At the best, you call up my temperamental but extremely competent hotel manager and work it into a frenzy as part of some stupid kid's game was more than a game. Al, it's easier for you. You don't have to take some rich friend's charity. You don't need a friend in court because you are the court. The fact that you were one step from a brown bag lush goes pretty much unmentioned, doesn't it? I suppose it does, Al said. His voice had dropped a notch, and he sounded tired of the whole thing. But Jack, I can't help that. I can't change that. I know, Jack said emptily. Am I fired? I guess you better tell me if I am not. If you'll do two things for me, all right, and you better hear the conditions before you accept them. No, give me your deal, and I'll take it. There's Wendy and Danny to think about. If you want my balls, I'll send them airmail. Are you sure? Self-pity is a luxury you can't afford, Jack. He had closed his eyes and slid an Excedrin between his dry lips. At this point, I feel it's the only one I can afford. Fire away, no pun intended. I was silent for a moment. Then he said, first, no more calls to Ullman, not even if the place burns down. If that happens, call the maintenance man. The guy who swears all the time. You know who I mean, Watson. Yes, okay, done second. You promised me, Jack. Word of honor. No book about a famous Colorado mountain hotel with the history. For a moment, his rage was so great that he literally could not speak. The blood beat loudly in his ears. It was like getting a call from some 20th century Medici prints. No portraits of the family with their warts showing, please. Or back to the rabble you'll go. I subsidize no pictures but pretty pictures. When you paint the daughter of my good friend and business partner, please omit the birthmark. Or back to the rattle you'll go. Of course, we're friends. We are both civilized men, aren't we? We've shared bed and board and bottle. We'll always be friends in the dog collar I'll have on. You will always be ignored by mutual consent, and I'll take good care and benevolent care of you. All I ask in return is your soul, small item. We can even ignore the fact that you've handed it over the way we ignore the dog collar. Remember, my talented friend, there are Michelangelos begging everywhere in the streets of Rome. Jack, you there? He made a strangled noise that was intended to be the word yes. Al's voice was firm and really sure of it, so I really don't think I'm asking so much, Jack. And there will be other books you could just can't expect me to subsidize you. Well, you alright, agreed. I don't want you to think I'm trying to control your artistic life, Jack. You know me better than that. It's just that... Al, what? Is your went somehow involved with the Overlook? Somehow? I don't see how that can possibly be any concern of yours, Jack. No, he said distantly. I suppose it isn't. Listen, Al, I think I'd hear Wendy calling me for something. I'll get back to you. Sure thing, Jackie boy. We'll have a good talk. How are you? How are things dry? You've got your pound of flesh, blood, and all you can. Now you can't leave me alone as a bone here, too. I'm actually beginning to enjoy sobriety. If I'll get back, Al, Wendy, sure okay? And so he had hung up, and that was when the cramps had come, hitting him like lightning bolts, making him curl up in front of the telephone like a penitent. Hands over his belly, head throbbing like a monstrous bladder. The moving wasp having stung moves on. It had passed a little. When Wendy came upstairs and asked him who had been on the phone, Ali said he called to ask how things were going. I said they were fine. Jack, you look terrible. Are you sick? Headache's back. I'm going to bed early. No sense trying to write. Can I get you some warm milk? He said wanly. That would be nice. And now... he lay beside her, feeling her warm and sleeping thigh against his own, thinking of the conversation with Al, how he had groveled and still made him hot and cold by turns. Someday there would be a reckoning, someday there would be a book, and not the soft and thoughtful thing he had first considered, but a gem, hard work of research, photo section and all, and he would pull apart the entire Overlook history, nasty, incestuous ownership deals, and all he would... he read it all out for the reader, like a dissected crayfish, and if Al Shockley had connections with the Derwin Empire, then God help him, struck up with the piano wire. He lay staring into the dark, knowing it might be hours yet before he could sleep. Wendy Torrance lay on her back, eyes closed, listening to the sound of her husband's slumber, the long exhale, the gleeful, the silently guttural exhale where he... go when he slept. She wandered to some amusement park, a great Bridgerton of dreams where all the riders were free and there was no wife mother along to tell them they'd had enough hot dogs or that they'd be better be going if they wanted to get home by dark. Or was it some fathoms deep bar where the drinking never stopped and the bat wings were always propped open, with all the old companions were gathered around the electronic hockey games, glasses in hand, Al shockingly prominent among them. With his tie loosened and the top button on his shirt undone, a place where both she and Danny were excluded, and the boogie went on endlessly. Wendy was worried about him. The old helpless worry that she had hoped was behind her forever in Vermont, as if worry could somehow not cross state lines. She didn't like what the Overlook seemed to be doing to Jack and Danny. The most frightening thing, vaporous and unmentioned, perhaps unmentionable, was that of Jack's drinking symptoms had come back one by one, all but the drinking itself. The constant wiping of the lips with hand or handkerchief, and as if to get rid of them of excess moisture. Long pauses at the typewriter, mothballs of paper in the wastebasket. There had been a bottle of Excedrin on the telephone table tonight after Al had called him, but no water glass. He had been chewing them again. He got irritated over the little things. He would unconsciously start snapping his fingers in a nervous rhythm when things got too quiet. Increased profanity. She had begun to worry about his temper too. It would almost come as a relief if he would lose it, blow off steam in much the same way that he went down to the basement first thing in the morning and last thing at night to dump the press on the boiler. It would almost be good to see him curse and kick a chair across the room and slam a door. But those things, always an integral part of his temperament, had almost wholly ceased. She had the feeling that Jack was more and more often angry with her or Danny, but was refusing to let out. The boiler had pressure gauge, old, cracked, loaded with grease, but still workable. Jack had none. She had never been able to read him very well. Danny could, but Danny wasn't talking, and the call from Al about the same time it had come. Danny had lost all interest in the story they had been reading. He left her to sit by the fire and crossed to the main desk where Jack had constructed a roadway for his matchbox cars and trucks. The violet Volkswagen was there, and Danny had begun to push it rapidly back and forth, pretending to read her own book, actually looking at Danny over the top of it. She had seen an odd amalgam of the way she and Jack expressed anxiety, the wiping of the lips, running with both hands nervously through his hair as she had done while waiting for Jack to come home from his round of the bar. She couldn't believe it. Al had called just to ask how things were going. If you want to shoot the bull, you called Al when Al called you. That was business. Later, when she had come back downstairs, she had found Danny curled up by the fire again, reading the second grade primer, Adventures of Joe and Rachel at the circus with their daddy. In complete absorbed attention, the fidgety distraction had completely disappeared. Watching him, she had been struck again by the eerie certainty that they knew more and understood more than there was room for in Doctor Just Call Me Bill Edmonds' philosophy. Hey, time for bed, Doc, she'd said. Yeah, okay, he marked his place in the book and stood up. Wash and brush your teeth, okay? Don't forget to use the floss. I won't. They stood side by side for a moment, watching the wax and wane of the coals of the fire. Most of the lobby was chilly and drafty, but the circle around the fireplace was magically warm and hard to leave. It was Uncle Al on the phone. She said casually, oh yeah, totally unsurprised. I wonder if Uncle Al was mad at Daddy. She said still casually, yeah, he sure was. Danny said, still watching the fire. He didn't want Danny to write the book. What book, Danny? About the hotel? The question framed on her lips was one she and Jack had asked Danny 1,000 times. How do you know that she hadn't asked him? She didn't want to upset him before bed or make him aware that they were casually discussing his knowledge of things he had no way of knowing at all, and he did know. She was convinced of that. Dr. Edmonds' patter about inductive reasoning and subconscious logic was just that, patter. Her sister, how had Danny known? She was thinking about Aileen in the waiting room that day, and I dreamed Danny had an accident. She shook her head, does it to clear it. Go wash up, Doc. Okay, he ran up the stairs towards the quarter surrounding. She had gone into the kitchen to warm Jack's milk in a saucepan, and now lying wakefully in her bed and listening to her husband's breathing and the wind outside. Miraculously, they had only had another flurry this afternoon. Still no heavy snow. She let her mind turn fully to her lovely troubling son, born with a caul over his face, a simple tissue membrane that doctors saw perhaps once in every 700 births, a tissue that the old wives' tales had betokened a second sight. She decided that it was time to talk to Danny about the overlook. For high time, she tried to get Danny to talk to her tomorrow. For sure, the two of them would go down to the Sidewinder Public Library to see if they could get him some second grade level books on an extended loan through the winter, and she would talk to him, and frankly, with that, she thought she felt a little easier, and at last began to drift towards sleep. Danny lay awake in his bedroom, eyes open, left arm encircling his agent slightly, where Pooh had lost one shoe-button shoe eye and was oozing stuffing from half a dozen sprung seams, listening to his parents sleep in their bedroom. He felt as if he was standing still, unwilling guard against them. The nights were the worst of all. He hated the nights and the constant howls of the wind around the west side of the hotel. His glider floated overhead from a string on his burrow. The VW model brought up from the roadway, set up downstairs, glowed a dimly whoa. Fluorescent purple. His books were in a bookcase, his coloring books on the desk, a place for everything and everything in this place. Mommy said, then you know where it is when you want it, but now things had been misplaced. Things were missing, worse still, things had been added, things you couldn't quite see, like in one of those pictures that said, can you see the Indians, and have you strained and squinted? You could see some of them, and the thing you had taken for a cactus at first glance was really brave, with a knife clamped in his teeth, and there were others hiding in the rocks, and you could even see one of their evil, merciless faces peering through the spokes of the covered wagon wheel. But you could never see all of them, and that was what made you uneasy. Because it was the ones you couldn't see that would sneak up behind you, a tomahawk in one hand and a scalping knife in the other. He shifted uneasily in his bed, his eyes searching out for the comforting glow of the night light. Things were worse here, he knew that for sure. At first they hadn't been so bad. Little by little, his daddy thought about drinking a lot more. Sometimes he was angry at Mommy and didn't know why. He went around to wiping his lips with his handkerchief, and his eyes were far away and cloudy. Mommy was worried about him, and Danny too. He didn't have to shine into her to know that it had been in an anxious way she had questioned him on that day. The fire hose that seemed to turn into a snake. Mr. Halloran said he thought all mothers could shine a little bit. And she had known on that day that something had happened, but not what he had almost told her. But a couple of things had held him back. He knew that the doctor and Sidewinder had dismissed Tony, and the things that Tony showed him as perfectly, well, almost normal. His mother might not believe him if he told her about the hose, where she might believe him in the wrong way, might think he was losing his marbles. He understood a little about losing your marbles, not as much as he did about getting a baby, which his mommy had explained to him a year before at some length, but enough. Once at nursery school, his friend Scott had pointed out a boy named Robin Stanger, who's moping around the swings with a face almost long enough to step on. Robin's father taught arithmetic at Daddy's school, and Scott's daddy taught history there. Most of the kids at the nursery school were associated either with Stovington Prep or the small IBM plant just outside of town. The prep kids chummed in one group, the IBM kids in another. They were cross friendships, of course, but it was natural enough for the kids whose fathers knew each other to more or less stick together. When there was an adult scandal in one group, it almost always filtered down to the children in some wildly mutated form or another, but it rarely jumped to the other group. He and Scotty were sitting in the play, rocket ship, when Scotty jerked his thumb at Robin and said, "You know that kid?" "Yeah," Danny said. Scott leaned forward, and his dad lost his marbles last night. They took him away. Yeah, just for losing some marbles. Scotty looked disgusted. He went crazy, Scott crossed his eyes, flopped his tongue, and twirled his index fingers in the large elliptical orbits around his ears. They took him to the bug house. Wow, Danny said, when will they let him come back? Never, 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 Scotty said darkly in the chorus of the day. And the next, Danny heard that Mr. Stenger had tried to kill everybody in his family, including Robin. With his World War II souvenir pistol, Mr. Stenger ripped the house to pieces. While he was stinko, Mr. Stenger had discovered eating a bowl of dead bugs and grass like they were cereal and milk, and crying while he did it. Mr. Stenger had tried to strangle his wife with a stocking when the Red Sox lost a big ball game. Finally, too trouble to keep it to himself, he had asked Daddy about Mr. Stenger. His daddy had taken him on his lap and had explained that Mr. Stenger had been under a great deal of strain, some of it about his family and some about his job, and some of it about things that nobody but doctors could understand. He had been having crying fits, and 3 nights ago he had gotten crying and couldn't stop it, and what had broken a lot of things in the Stenger home. It wasn't losing your marbles. Daddy said it was having a breakdown, and Mr. Stenger wasn't in the bug house, but in a sanitarium. But despite Daddy's careful explanations, Danny was scared. There didn't seem to be any difference at all between losing your marbles and having a breakdown, and whether you called it a bug house or a sanitarium, there were still bars on the window, and they wouldn't let you out if you wanted to go. And his father, quite innocently, had confirmed another. Scotty's phrases unchanged, one that filled Danny with a vague and unformed dread. In the place where Mr. Stenger now lived, there were the men in the white coats. They came to get you in a truck with no windows, a truck that was a gravestone gray. It rolled up to the curb in front of your house, and the men in the white coats got out and took you away from your family and made you live in a room with soft walls, and if you wanted to ride home, you had to do it with Crayolas. When will they let him come back? Danny asked his father, just as soon as he's better, Doc. But when will that be? Danny had persisted. Jack said no one knows, and that was the worst of all, and it was another way of saying never, never, never. A month later, Robin's mother took him out of the nursery school, and they moved away from Stovington without Mr. Stenger, but that had been over a year ago. After Daddy stopped taking the bad stuff, but before he had lost his job, Danny still thought about it often. Sometimes when he fell down or bumped his head or had a bellyache, he would begin to cry, and the memory would flash over him, accompanied by the fear that he would not be able to stop crying, that he would just go on and on weeping and wailing, until his daddy went on the phone, dialed it, and said, "Hello, this is Jack Torrance at 149 Maple Line Way. My son here can't stop crying. Please send the men in the white coats to take him to the sanitarium. That's right, he's lost his marbles. Thank you." And the gray truck with no windows would come rolling up to his door. They would load him in, still weeping hysterically, and take him away. When would he see his mommy and daddy again? No one knows. It was the fear that kept him silent. A year older, he was quite sure that his daddy and mommy wouldn't let him be taken away for thinking a fire hose was a snake. His rational mind was sure of that. But still, when he thought of telling them, the memory arose up like a stone, filling his mouth and blocking words. It wasn't like Tony. Tony had always seemed perfectly natural until the bad dreams, of course, and his parents had also seemed to accept Tony as more or less natural phenomenon. Things like Tony came from being bright, which they both assumed he was the same way they assumed they were bright, but a fire hose that turned into a snake, or seeing blood and brains in the presidential suite when no one else could. Those things would not be natural. They had already taken him to see a regular doctor. Was it not reasonable to assume that the men in the white coats might come next? Still, he might have told them, except he was sure sooner or later that they would want to take him away from the hotel, and he wanted desperately to get away from the Overlook, but he also knew that this was Daddy's last chance. that he was here at the Overlook to do more than take care of the place. He was here to work on his papers, to get over losing his job, to love Mommy/Wendy, and until very recently, it had seemed that all those things that were happening were it was only lately that Daddy had begun to have trouble since he found those papers. This unhuman place makes human monsters. What did that mean? He had prayed to God, but God hadn't told him, and that what would Daddy do if he had stopped working here? He had tried to find out from Daddy's mind, and he had become more and more convinced that Daddy didn't know. The strongest proof had come earlier this evening when Uncle Al had called his daddy up on the phone and said mean things, and Daddy didn't dare say anything back because Uncle Al would fire him from this job, and the way Mr. Cromer, the Stovington headmaster, and the board of directors had fired him from his school teaching job, and Daddy was scared to death of that for him and Mommy as well as himself, so he didn't dare say anything. He could only watch helplessly and hope that there were really any Indians at all, or if there were, that they would be content to wait for a bigger game and let their little 3-wagon train pass unmolested. But he couldn't believe it. No matter how hard he tried, things were worse at Overlook now. The snow was coming, and when it did, any poor options he had would become abrogated, and out of the snow, what then would they were shut in, and with the mercy of whatever might have only been toying with them before. Come out here and take your medicine. What then? Red rum. He shivered in his bed and turned over again. He could read more now. Tomorrow maybe he would try to call Tony. He would try to make Tony show him exactly what red rum was. And if there was any way he could prevent it, he would risk the nightmares. He had to know Danny was still awake long after his parents fall asleep had become the real thing. He rolled in his bed, twisting the sheets, grappling with the problem. Years too big for him, awake in the night like a single sentinel on a picket, and sometimes after midnight he slept too. And then only the wind was awake, prying at the hotel and hooting in its gables under the bright gimlet gaze of the stars. Chapter 22. In the truck I see a bad moon horizon. I see trouble on the way. I see earthquakes and lightning. I see bad times today. Don't go around tonight. It's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise. Someone had a very old Buick car radio under the hotel's truck's dashboard, and now, tinny and choked with static, the distinct sounds of John Fogerty's Creedence Clearwater Revival Band came out on the speaker. Wendy and Danny were on their way down to Sidewinder. The day was clear and bright. Danny was churning Jack's orange library card over and over in his hands and seemed cheerful enough, but Wendy thought he looked drawn and tired, as if he hadn't been sleeping enough and was going on nervous energy alone. The song ended and the disc jockey came on. Yeah, that's clear, Creedence. And speaking of a bad moon, it looks like they may be rising over KMTX listening area before long. Hard to believe with the beautiful spring-like weather we've enjoyed for the last 3 days, the KMTX fearless forecaster says. High pressure will give way by 1 o'clock this afternoon to a widespread low-pressure area, which is just gonna grind to a stop in our KMTX area, up where the air is rare. Temperatures will fall rapidly. I got a hair in my mouth. And precipitation should start around dusk. Elevations under 7,000 feet, including the Metro Denver area, can expect a miniature of sleet and snow, perhaps freezing on some roads, and nothing but snow up here because we're looking at 1 to 3 inches below 7,000 and possibly accumulations of 6 to 10 inches in central Colorado. And on the slope, the Highway Advisory Board says that if you're planning to tour the mountains in your car this afternoon or tonight, you should remember that the chain law will be in effect and don't go nowhere unless you have to. Remember, the announcer added jocularly. That's how the Donners got into trouble. They weren't as close to the nearest 7-Eleven as they thought. And a Clariel commercial came on, and Wendy reached down and snapped the radio off. You mind? That's okay. He glanced at the sky, which was bright blue. Guess Daddy picked the right day to trim those hedge animals, didn't he? I guess he did. Wendy said sure, doesn't look much like snow though. Danny added hopefully, getting cold feet. Wendy, as she was still thinking about the crack the disc jockey had made. About the Donner Party? Nah, I guess not. Well, she thought, this is the time if you're going to brighten it up. Do it now, forever hold your peace. Danny, she said, making her voice as casual as possible, would you be happier if we went away from the Overlook? If we didn't stay the winter? Danny looked down at his hands, I guess, so he said, yeah, but Dad, it's Daddy's job. Sometimes, she said carefully, I get the idea that Daddy might be happier away from the Overlook too. They passed a sign which read Sidewinder 18 miles, and then she took the truck cautiously around a hairpin and shuffled up into a second, and she took no chances on these downgrades. They scared her silly. Do you really think so? Danny asked. He looked at her with interest for a moment, and then shook his head. No, I don't think so. Why not? Because he's worried about us, Danny said, choosing his words carefully. It was hard to explain. He understood so little of it himself, he found himself harking back to an incident he had told Mr. Allen about. The big kid looking at department store TV sets and wanting to steal one that had been distressing. But at least it had been clear what was going on even to Danny, then little more than an infant, but grown-ups were always in turmoil, every possible action muddled over by thoughts of the consequences, by self-doubt, by self-image, by feelings of love and responsibility. Every possible choice seemed to have drawbacks, and sometimes he didn't understand why the drawbacks were drawbacks. It was very hard. He thinks. Danny began again, and then looked at his mother. Quickly, she was watching the road, not looking at him, and he felt he could go on. He thinks maybe we'll be lonely, and then he thinks that he likes it here, and it's a good place for us. He loves us, and he doesn't want us to be lonely or sad, but he does thinks even if we are, it might be okay in the long run. Do you know long run? She nodded. Yes, dear, I do. He's worried that if we left, he couldn't get another job, that we'd have to beg or something. Is that all? No. But the rest is all mixed up because he's different now. Yes, she said, almost sighing. The grade eased a little, and she shifted cautiously back to third gear. I'm not making this up, Mommy. Honest to God, I know that, she said. And smiled. Did Tony tell you? No, he said. I just know the doctor didn't believe in Tony. Did he? Never mind that doctor, she said. I believe in Tony. I don't know what he is or who he is. If he's a part of you that's special, or if he comes from somewhere outside. But I do believe in him, Danny. If he think we should go, we will. The two of us will go and be together with Daddy again in the spring. He looked at her with sharp hope. Where? A motel, hon? We couldn't afford a motel. It would have to be my mother's. The open Danny's face died out. I know, he said, and stopped. What? Nothing, he muttered. She shifted back to second as the grade deepened again. No, Doc, please don't say that. The talk is something we should have had weeks ago, I think. So please, what is it? You know I won't be mad. I can't be mad. This is important. Talk to me straight. I know how you feel about her, Danny said, and sighed. How do I feel? Bad, Danny said. And then rhyming, sing-song, frightening her. Bad, sad, bad. It's like she wasn't your mommy at all. Like she wanted to eat you. He looked at her frightened, and I don't like it there. She's always thinking about how she would be better for me than you, and how she could get me away from you, Mommy. I don't want to go there. I'd rather be at the Overlook than there. Wendy was shaken. Wasn't that bad between her and her mother? God, what the hell was the boy if it wasn't? He could really read their thoughts for each other as she suddenly felt more naked than naked, and as if she had been caught in an obscene act. Alright, she said. Alright, Danny, you're mad at me, he said, in a small tear near to his voice. No, I'm not, really, I'm not. I just sort of shook up. They were passing a Sidewinder 15-mile sign, and Wendy relaxed a little. From here on in, the road was better. I want to ask you one more question, Danny. I want you to answer it as truthfully as you can. Will you do that? Yes, Mommy, he said, almost whispering. Has your daddy been drinking again? No, he said, and smothered the two words that rose behind his lips, and after that, simple negative, not yet. Wendy relaxed a little more. She put a hand on Danny's jeans. clapped leg and squeezed it. Your daddy's tried very hard, she said softly, because he loves us. And we love him. Don't we? He nodded gravely. Speaking almost to herself, she went on, he's not a perfect man, but he has tried, Danny. He's tried too hard when he stopped. He went through a kind of hell. He's still going through it. I think if he hadn't been for us, he would have just let go. I want to do what's right. I don't know. Should we stay? Stay. It's like a choice between the fat and the fire. I know. Would you do something for me, Doc? What? Try to make Tony come right now. Ask him if he were safe at the Overlook. I already tried. Danny said slowly. This morning, what happened when he asked? What did he say? He didn't come, Danny said. Tony didn't come, and he suddenly burst into tears. Danny, she said, alarmed. Honey, don't do that, please. The truck swerved across the double yellow line and pulled it back, scared. Don't take me to Grandma's, Danny said through his tears. Please, Mommy, I don't want to go there. I want to stay with Daddy. All right, she said softly. All right, well, that's what we'll do. She took a Kleenex out of his back pocket of her Western-style shirt and handed it to him. We'll stay and everything will be fine, just fine. Chapter 23, in the playground, Jack came out onto the porch, tugging the tab of his zipper up under his chin, blinking it to the bright air in his left hand. He was holding a battery-powered hedge clipper and tugged a fresh handkerchief out of his back pocket with his right hand, swiped his lips with it, and tuckered it away. Snow, they had said on the radio, it was hard to believe, even though he could see the clouds building up. On the far horizon, he started down the path to the topiary, switching the hedge clipper over to the other hand. It wouldn't be a long job, he thought. A little touch would do it. The cold night had surely stunted their growth. The rabbit's ears looked a little fuzzy, and two of the dog's legs had grown fuzzy green bone spurs. But the lions and the buffalo looked fine. Just a little haircut would do the trick, and then let the snow come. The concrete path ended as abruptly as a driving board. He stepped off it and walked past the drain pool to the gravel path, which wound itself through the hedge sculptures and into the playground itself. He walked over to the rabbit and pushed the button on the handle of the clippers. It hummed into quiet life. Hi, Brer Rabbit, Jack said. How are you today? A little off the top and get some of the extra off of your ears. Fine. Say, did you hear the one about the traveling salesman with the old lady with the pet poodle? His voice sounded unnatural and stupid in his ears, and he stopped. It occurred to him that he didn't care much for these hedge animals. It had always seemed slightly perverted to him to clip and torture a plain old hedge into something that it wasn't. Along one of the highways in Vermont, there had been a hedge billboard with a side slope overlooking the road, advertising some kind of ice cream, making natural pedal ice cream. That was just wrong. It was grotesque. You weren't hiding for lots of ice torrents, and that was true. So true. He climbed up along the rabbit's ears, brushing a small litter of sticks and twigs off onto the grains. The hedge clipper hummed in that low and rather disgustingly metallic way that all battery-powered appliances seemed to have. The sun was brilliant, but it held no warmth, and now it wasn't so hard to believe the snow was coming. Working quickly, knowing that to stop and think when you were at this kind of task usually meant making a mistake. Jack touched up the rabbit's face up this close. It didn't look like a face at all, but he knew that at the distance of 20 paces or so, light and shadow would seem to suggest one, that at the viewer's imagination. And then zipped the clippers along its belly. That done, he shut the clippers off, walked down toward the playground, and then turned back abruptly to get it all at once. The entire rabbit, yes, it looked alright. Well, he would do the exact dog next, but what if it was my hotel? He said I'd cut the whole dang bunch of you down. He would too, just cut them down and resod the lawn where they'd been and put in half a dozen small metal tables with galley-colored umbrellas. People could have cocktails on the Overlook's lawn. In the summer sun, and slow gin fizzles, and margaritas, and pink ladies, and all those sweet tourist drinks, a rum and tonic maybe. Jack took his handkerchief out of his back pocket
and slowly rubbed his lips with it. Come on, he said softly. That was nothing to be thinking about. He was going to start back, and then some impulse made him change his mind, and he went down to the playground instead. It was funny how you never knew kids. He thought he and Wendy had experienced, and he would love the playground. It had everything a kid could want, but Jack didn't think the boy had been down half a dozen times. If that, he supposed if there had been another kid to play with, it would have been different. The gate squeaked slightly as he let himself in, and then there was a crushed gravel crunching under his feet. He went first to the playhouse, the perfect scale model of the overlook itself. It came up to his lower thigh, just about Danny's height. When he was standing up, Jack hunkered down and looked into the third floor windows. The giant has come to eat you all up in your beds, he said hollowly, because your AAA rating. Goodbye, but that wasn't funny either. You could open the house simply by pulling it apart. It opened on a hidden hinge. The inside was a disappointment. The walls were painted, but the place was mostly hollow. But of course it would have to be, he told himself, or how else could the kids get inside? What play furniture might go with the place in the summer was gone, probably packed away in the equipment shed. He closed it up and heard the small click. As the latch closed, he walked over to the side to set the hitch clipper down, and after a glance back at the driveway to make sure Wendy and Danny hadn't returned, he climbed to the top and sat down. This was the big kids' slide, but the fit was still uncomfortably tight for his grown-up ass. How long had it been since he was on a slide? 20 years. It didn't seem possible it could be that long. It didn't feel that long, but it had to be that or more. He could remember his old man taking him to the park in Berlin when he had been Danny's age, and he had drove it, done the whole bit, slide swings, teeter-totters, everything. He and the old man would have a hot dog and lunch and buy peanuts from the man with the cart. Afterward, they would sit on a bench and eat them, and dusky clouds of pigeons would flock over their feet. Gosh darn scavenger birds, his dad would say. Don't you feed in them, Jackie. But they would both end up feeding them and giggling all the way. They ran after the nuts the greedy way. They ran after the nuts. Jack didn't think the old man had ever taken his brothers to the park. Jack had been his favorite. Even so, Jack had taken his lumps when the old man was drunk, which was a lot of the time, but Jack had loved him for as long as he was able. Long after the rest of the family could only hate and fear him, he pushed off with his hands and went to the bottom, but the trip was unsatisfying. The slide, unused, had too much friction and had no real pleasant speed could be built up, and his ass was too big for his adult feet. Thumped into the slide dip where thousands of children's feet had landed before him. He stood up, brushed out the seat of his pants, and looked at the hedge clippings. But instead of going back to it, he went to the swings, which were also disappointment. The chains had built up rust since the close of the season, and they squeaked like things in pain. Jack promised himself he would oil them in the spring. You better stop it, he advised himself. You're not a kid anymore. You don't need the place to prove it. But he went to the cement rings. They were too small for him, and paused them up, and then to the security fence, which marked the edge of the grounds. He curled his finger through the links and looked through the sun, crossing, hatching through shadow lines on his face like a man behind bars. He recognized a similarity himself, and he shook the chain link, put a haired expression on his face, and whispered, "Let me out of here, let me out of here." But for the third time, not funny, it was time to get back to work. That was when he heard the sound behind him. He turned around quickly, frowning, embarrassed, wondering if someone had seen him fooling around down here in Kitty Country. His eyes ticked off the slides, the opposing angles of the seesaws, the swings in which only the wind sat, beyond all that to the gate, and the low fence that divided the playground from the lawn, and the topiary. The lions gathered protectively along the path. The rabbit bent over as if to crop grass, the buffalo ready to charge, the crouching dog
Beyond them, the putting green and the hotel itself. From here, he could see even the raised lip of the road court on the overlooked western side. Everything was just as it had been, so why the flesh on his face had begun to creep, why had the hair along the back of his neck began to stand up as if the flesh back there had suddenly tightened. He squinted up at the hotel again, but that was no answer. It was simply stood there, its windows dark, a tiny thread of smoke curling up from the chimney coming from the bank fire in the lobby. Buster, you better get going or they're gonna come back and wonder if you were doing anything at all. While sure, get going, because the snow was coming and he had to get the dang hedges trimmed. It was part of the agreement. Besides, they wouldn't dare. Who wouldn't dare do what? He began to walk toward the hedge clipper at the foot of the big kid slide, and the sound of his feet crunching on the crushed stone seemed abnormally loud. Now the flesh on his testicles had begun to creep too, and his buttocks felt hard and heavy like stone. Jesus, what is this? He stopped by the hedge clipper, but made no move to pick it up. Yes, there was something different in that topiary. It was so simple, so easy to see that he just wasn't picking it up. Come on, he scolded himself. You just trimmed the freaking rabbit, so that's it. His breath stopped in his throat. The rabbit was down on all fours, cropping grass. Its belly was against the ground. But not 10 minutes ago, it had been on its hind legs. Of course it had been. He trimmed its ears and its belly. His eyes started to the dog. When he had come down the path, it had been sitting up as if begging for a sweet. Now it was crouched, held tilted, the clipped wedge of his mouth seeming to snarl silently. And the lions, oh no, baby, oh no, no way. The lions were closer to the path. Two on his right had subtly changed positions, had drawn closer together. The tail of the one on the left now was almost jutted out over the path when he had come past them. And through the gate, that lion had been on the right, and he was quite sure its tail had been curled around it. There were no longer protecting the path, they were blocking it. Jack had put his hand suddenly over his eyes, and then took it away. The picture didn't change. A soft sigh too began quite to be grown escaped him in his drinking days. He had always been afraid of something like this happening, but when you were a heavy drinker, you called the DTs. Good old Ray Milland in Lost Weekend, seeing the bugs coming out of the walls. What did you call it when you were cold sober? The mind was meant to be rhetorical, but his mind answered it. You call it instantly insanity. Nevertheless, staring at the hedge animals, he realized something had changed while he had his hands over his eyes. The dog had moved closer, the no longer crouching. It seemed to be in a running position. Sure, Hodges flexed one foot leg forward, the other leg back. The hedge mouth yawned wider, the prune sticks looked sharp and vicious, and now he fancied he could see faint eye intentions in the greenery as well, looking at him. Why do they have to be trimmed, he thought hysterically. They're perfect. Another soft sound. He involuntarily backed up a step when he could see the lions. One of the two on the right seemed to have drawn slightly ahead of the other. Its head was lowered, one paw had stolen almost all the way to the low fence. Dear God, what's next? Next, it leaps over and gobbles you up like something in an evil nursery fable. It was like that game they had played when they were kid bred, like one person was it, and while he turned his back and counted to 10, the other players crept forward. When it got to 10, he whirled around, and if he caught anyone moving, they were out of the game. The others remained frozen in statue positions until it turned its back and counted again. They got closer and closer, and at last, somewhere between 5 and 10, you would feel a hand on your back. Gravel rattled down his path. He jerked his head away around to look at the dog, and it was halfway down the pathway just before the lions. Now, its mouth wide and yawning. Before, it had only been a hedge clipped in the general shape of a dog. Something that lost all definition when you got up close to it. But now, Jack could see it had been clipped to look like a German shepherd, and shepherds could be mean. You could train shepherds to kill. A rustling sound. The lion on the left had advanced.
all the way to the fence. Now its muzzle was touching the boards. It seemed to be grinning at him. Jack backed up another 2 steps. His head was thudding crazily, and he could feel the dry rasp of his breath in his throat. Now the buffalo had moved, circling to the right behind him, and around to the rabbit. The head was lower, the green hedge horns pointing at him. The thing was, he couldn't watch all of them, not all at once. He began to make a whining sound, unaware of his all-out concentration that he was making any sound at all. His eyes darted from one hedge creature to the next, trying to see them move. The wind gusted, making a hungry, rattling sound in the closed, matted branches. What kind of sound would be there if he got him? What, of course, he knew, snapping, rending, breaking sound. It would be, no, I will not believe this. This not at all. He clapped his hands over his eyes, clutching at his hair, his forehead, throbbing temples, and he stood like that for a long time, dread building, until he could stand it no longer, and he pulled his hands away with a cry. But by the pudding green, the dog was sitting as if begging for a cigar. The buffalo was gazing with disinterest back toward the road court, as it had been when Jack had come down with the clippers. The rabbit stood on its hind legs, ears up to catch the faintest sound, freshly clipped, belly exposed. The lions, rooted into place, stood beside the path. He stood frozen for a long time, the harsh breath in his throat. Finally slowing, he reached for his cigarettes and shook 4 of them onto the gravel. He stooped down and picked them up. He groped for them, never taking his eyes from the topiary, for fear the animals would begin to move again. He picked them up, stuffed 3 carelessly back into the pack, and lit the 4th after 2 deep drags. He dropped it and crushed it out. He went to the hedge clipper and picked it up. I'm very tired, he said, and now it seemed okay to talk out loud. It didn't seem crazy at all. I've been under strain. The wasps of the play out calling me like that, but it's alright. He began to trudge back up the hotel. Part of his mind tugged fretfully at him, tried to make him tour around the hedge animals, but he went directly up the gravel path through them. A faint breeze rattled through them. That was all. He imagined the whole thing. He had been a bad scare, but it was over now. The overlooked kitchen. He paused to take 2 Excedrin and went downstairs to look at papers until he heard the dim sound of the hotel truck rattling into the hall driveway. He began to meet them up. He felt alright. He saw no need to mention his hallucination. He'd had a bad scare, but it was over now. Chapter 24. Snow. It was dusk. They stood on the porch in the fading light, Jack in the middle, his left arm around Danny's shoulders and his right arm around Danny and Wendy's waist. Together they watched as the decision was taken out of their hands. The sky had been completely clouded over by 2:30, and it had begun to snow an hour later, and this time you didn't need a weatherman to tell you it was going to be serious snow, no flurry that was going to melt or blow away when the evening wind started to whoop. At first it had fallen in perfectly straight lines, building up a snow cover that coated everything evenly, but now, an hour of it after it had started, the wind had begun to blow from the northwest, and the snow had begun to drift against the porch and the sides of the overlooked driveway. Beyond the grounds of the highway had disappeared under an even blanket of white. The hedge animals were also gone, but when Wendy and Danny had gone home, she had commended him on the good job he had done. Do you think so? He had asked. Said no more now. The hedges were buried under amorphous white cloaks. Curiously, all of them were thinking different thoughts, but feeling the same emotion, relief. The bridge had been crossed. Will it ever spring? Wendy murmured. Jack squeezed her tighter. Before you know it, what do you say we go in and have some supper? It's cold out here. She smiled. All afternoon Jack had seemed distant and, well, odd. Now he sounded more like his normal self. Fine by me. How about you, Danny? Sure. So they went in together, leaving the wind to build to the low-pitched scream that would go on all night, a sound they would get to know well. Flakes of snow swirled and danced across the porch. The overlook faced it had for nearly 3/4 of a century. Its darkened windows now, bearded with snow, indifferent
to the fact that it was now cut off from the rest of the world, or possibly it was pleased with the prospect inside its shell. The three of them went about their yearly evening in routine, the microbes trapped in the intestines of a monster. In Chapter 25, inside 217, a week and a half later. 2 feet of snow lay white and crisp even on the grounds of the Overlook Hotel. The hedge menagerie was buried up to its hatches. The rabbit, frozen on its hind legs, seemed to be rising from a white pool. Some of the drifts were over 5 feet deep. The wind was constantly changing them, sculpting them into sinuous, dune-like shapes. Twice, Jack had snowshoed clumsily around to the equipment shed for his shovel to clear the porch. The third time he shrugged, simply cleared a path through the towering drift lying against the door and let Danny amuse himself by sledding to the right and left of the path. Truly, heroic drifts lay against the overlooks west side. Some of them towered to a height of 20 feet, and beyond them the ground was scoured bare to the grass by constant wind flow. The first floor windows were covered, and the view from the dining room, which Jack had so admired on closing day, was now no more exciting than a view of a blank movie screen. Their phone had been out for the last 8 days in the CB radio, and Ullman's office was now their only communications link with the outside world. It snowed every day now. Sometimes only brief flurries that powdered the glittering snow crust, sometimes for real the low whistle of the wind cranking up to a womanish shriek that made the hotel rock and groan. Alarmingly, even in its deep cradle of snow, night temperatures had not gotten above 10 degrees, and although the thermometer by the kitchen service entrance sometimes got as high as 25 degrees. In the early afternoons, the steady knife edge of the wind made it uncomfortable to go out without a ski mask, but they all did go out on the days when the sun shone, usually wearing 2 sets of clothing and mittens on over their gloves. Getting out was almost a compulsive thing. The hotel was circled with the double track of Danny's flexible flyer. The permutations were nearly endless. Danny riding while his parents pulled. Danny riding when laughing while Wendy and Danny tried to pull. It was just possible for them to pull him on the icy crust, and flatly impossible when powder covered it. Danny and Mommy riding, Wendy riding by herself while her menfolk pulled and puffed white vapor like dray horses, pretending she was heavier than she was. They laughed a great deal on these sledding excursions around the house, but the whooping and impersonal voice of the wind, so huge and bellowly sincere, made their laughter seem tiny and forced. They had seen caribou tracks in the snow, and once the caribou themselves, a group of 5 standing emotionlessly below the security fence. They had taken turns with Jack's Zeiss Econ binoculars to see them better, and looking at them had given Wendy a weird, unreal feeling. They were standing leg deep in the snow that covered the highway, and it came to her that between now and the spring thaw, the road belonged more to the caribou than it did to them. Now the things that men had made were up here, were neutralized. The caribou understood that. She believed she had put the binoculars down. She had said something about starting lunch, and in the kitchen she had cried a little, trying to rid herself of the awful pent-up feeling that sometimes fell on her like a large pressing hand over her heart. She thought of the caribou. She thought of the wasp Jack had put out on the service entrance platform on the Pyrex bowl to freeze. There were plenty of snowshoes hung from the nails in the equipment shed, and Jack found a pair to fit each on them. Although Danny's pair was quite oversized, Jack did well with them. Although he had not snowshoed since his boyhood in Berlin, New Hampshire, he retaught himself quickly. Wendy didn't care much for it. Even 15 minutes of tramping around on the outside lace paddles made her legs and ankles ache outrageously, but Danny was intrigued and working hard to pick up the knack. He still fell often, but Jack was pleased with his progress. He said that by February, Danny would be skipping circles around both of them. This day was overcast, and by noon the sky had already begun to split snow. The radio was promising another 8 to 12 inches. and chanting hosannas to precipitation, the great cod of the Colorado skiers, Wendy, sitting in the bedroom and knitting a scarf, thought to herself that she knew exactly what the skiers could do with all that snow. She knew exactly where they could put it. Jack was in the cellar. She had gone down to check the furnace and boiler. Such checks had become a ritual with him since the snow had closed them in, and after satisfying himself that everything was going well, he had wandered through the arch, screwed the light bulb on, and had seated himself through an old and cobwebby camp chair he had found. He was leafing through the old records and papers, constantly wiping his mouth with his handkerchief, as so confinement had bleached his skin of the autumn-tan, and he had sat hunched over the yellowed, crackling sheets, his reddish blonde hair tumbling untidily over his forehead. He looked slightly lunatic. He had found some odd things tucked in among the invoices, bills of lading, receipts, disquieting things, a bloody strip of sheeting, a dismembered teddy bear that seemed to have been slashed to pieces, a crumpled sheet of violet, lady's stationery, a ghost of perfume still clinging to it beneath the musk of age. A note begun and left unfinished in fading blue ink. Dearest Tommy, I can't think so well up here as I'd hope about us. I mean, who else? I'd hope things I keep getting in the way. I've had strange dreams about things that going bump in the night. Can you believe that? And that was all. The note was dated June 27th, 1934. He found a hand puppet that seemed to be either a witch or a warlock, something with long teeth and a pointy hat. At any rate, it had been improbably tucked between a bundle of natural gas receipts and a bundle of receipts for Vichy water, and something that seemed to be a poem scribbled on the back of a menu in a dark pencil. Medic, are you here? I've been sleepwalking again, my dear. The plants are moving under the rug. No date on the menu, and no pet name on the poem. It was a poem. Elusive. Fascinating. It seemed to him that these things were like pieces in a jigsaw, things that would eventually fit together if he could find the right linking pieces, and so he kept looking, jumping, and wiping his lips every time the furnace roared into life behind him. Danny was standing outside room 217 again, the passkey in his pocket. He was staring at the door with the kind of drugged activity. His upper body seemed to twitch and jiggle beneath his flannel. Sure, he was humming softly and tunelessly. He hadn't wanted to come here, not after the fire hose. He was scared to come here. He was scared that he had taken the passkey again, disobeying his father. He had wanted to come here. Curiosity killed the cat. Satisfaction brought him back was like a constant fishhook in his brain, a kind of nagging siren song that would not be appeased. And hadn't Mr. Halloran said, I don't think there's anything here that can hurt you. You promised? Promises were meant to be broken. He jumped at that. It was as if the thought had come from outside. Insectile buzzing, softly cajoling. Promises were meant to be broken, my dear red rum, to be broken. Splintered, shattered, hammered apart for... His nervous humming broke into low tonal song. Lulu, skip to him, Lou, my darling. Hadn't Mr. Allen been right? Hadn't that been in the end of the reason he had kept silent and allowed the snow to close him in? Just close your eyes and it will be gone. What he had seen in the presidential suite had gone away, and the snake had been only a fire hose that had fallen onto the rug. Yes, even the blood in the presidential suite had been harmless, something old, something that had been long before he was born, or even thought of, something that was done with. Like a movie that only he could see. There was nothing in this hotel that could hurt him, as if he had nothing to prove that to himself by going into this room. Shouldn't he do so? Lulu, skip to him, Lou. Curiosity killed the cat, my dear. Red rum, my dear. Satisfaction brought him back safe and sound, from toast to crown, from head to ground. He was safe and sound. He knew those things are like scary pictures, they can't hurt you, but oh my god,
What big teeth you have, Grandma? Is that a wolf within a bluebeard suit or a blue beard in a wolf suit? And I'm so glad you asked, because curiosity killed a cat, and it was the hope of satisfaction that brought him up the hall, treading softly over the blue and twisting jungle carpet. He had stopped by the fire extinguisher and put the brass nozzle back in the frame, and then had poked it repeatedly with his finger, heart thumping, whispering, "Come on and hurt me, come on and hurt me, you cheap prick, can't you do it, can't you, cog? You're nothing but a cheap fire hose, can't you do nothing but lie there, come on, come on." He had felt insane with bravado, and nothing had happened. It was only a hose after all, in canvas and brass. You could hack it into pieces and it would never complain, never twist and jerk and bleed green slime all over the blue carpet, because it was only a hose, not a nose and not a rose, not glass buttons, sand bows, but not a snake in a sleepy doze. And he had hurried on, because he was, I'm late, said the white rabbit, yes. Now there was a white rabbit out by the playground. Once it had been green, but now it's white, as if something had shocked it repeatedly on a snowy, windy nights and turned it old. Danny took the passkey from his pocket and slid into the lock. Lulu, the white rabbit, had been on its way to a croquet party, into the Red Queen's croquet party. Storks for the mallets, hedgehogs for balls. He touched the key, his fingers wander over it. His head felt dry and sick. He turned the key and tumbled thumb back smoothly. Off with his head, off with his head, off with his head. This game isn't croquet. The mallets are too short for this game. Whack, boom, straight through the wicket. Off with his head. Danny pushed the door open. It swung smoothly without a creak. He was standing just outside a large combination bedroom, sitting room, and although the snow had not reached up this far, the highest drifts were still a foot below the second floor windows. The room was dark because Daddy had closed all the shutters on the western exposure 2 weeks ago. He stood in the doorway, fumbled to his right, and found the switch plate, 2 bulbs, and an overhead cut glass fixture. Came Danny stepped farther in and looked around. The rug was deep and soft, a quiet rose color, soothing. A double bed with a right cover lay, a writing desk. Pray tell me, why is a raven like a writing desk? By the large shutter window during the season, the constant writer, having a wonderful time, wish you or fear, would have a pretty view of the mountains to describe. To the folks back home, he stepped farther in. Nothing here, nothing at all, only an empty room, cold because Daddy was heating the east wing today. Burrow closet, its door open to reveal a collection of hotel hangers, the kind you can't steal. A Gideon Bible on the end table to his left was the bathroom door, a full-length mirror on it reflecting his own white-faced image. The door was ajar and he watched a double knot slowly. Yes, that's what it was, whatever it was. And there in the bathroom, his double walked forward as if to escape the glass. It put his hand out, pressed it against his own, then it fell away as an angle. As the bathroom door swung open, he looked in. A long room, old-fashioned like a Pullman car, a tiny white hexagonal tiles on the floor. At the far end, the toilet with the lid up. At the right, a wash basin and another mirror above it, the kind that hides a medicine cabinet. To the left, a huge white tub under the claw feet. The shower curtain pulled closed. Danny stepped into the bathroom and walked toward the tub dreamily, as if propelled from outside himself, as if this whole thing were one of the dreams Tony had brought him, that he would perhaps see something nice when he pulled the shower curtain back, something Daddy had forgotten or Mommy had lost, something that would make him both happy. So he pulled the shower curtain back. The woman in the tub had been dead for a long time. She was bloated and purple, her gas-filled belly rising out of the cold ice-rimmed water like some fleshy island. Her eyes were fixed on Danny's, glassy and huge like marble. She was grinning, her purple lips pulled back into a grimace. Her breasts lulled, her pubic hair floated, her eye hands were frozen on the knurled porcelain inside the tub like crab claws. Danny shrieked, but the sound never escaped his lips, turning inward and inward. It fell down his darkness like a stone in a well. He took a single blundering step backward, hearing his heels clack on the white hexagonal tiles, and at the same moment his urine broke, spilling effortlessly out of him. The woman was sitting up, still grinning, her huge marble eyes fixed on him. She was sitting up, her dead palms made squitting noises on the porcelain, her breasts swayed like ancient crack punching bags. There was not a minute sound of breaking ice shards.
She was not breathing. She was a corpse and dead long years. Danny turned and ran, bolting through the bathroom door. His eyes started from their sockets, his hair on end like a hair of hedgehog about to be turned into a sacrificial croquet or rogue ball in its mouth. Open and soundless, he ran full tilt outside the outside door of 217, which was now closed. He began hammering on it far beyond realizing that it was unlocked, and he had only turned the knob to let himself out. His mouth peeled forth deafening screams that were beyond human auditory range. He could only hammer on the door and hear the dead woman coming for him. Bloated belly, dry hair, outstretched hands, something that had lain slain in the tub for a year, perhaps years, involved there magic. The door would not open, would not. It was the voice of Dick Howden came to him so suddenly unexpected, so calm that it locked his vocal cords opened. And he believed to cry weakly, not with fear, but blessed relief. I don't think they can hurt you. They can't hurt you. They're like pictures in a book. Close your eyes and they'll be gone. His eyelids snapped down. His hands curled into balls, his shoulders hunched. With effort of his concentration, nothing, and there's nothing, and there's nothing. Time passed, and he was beginning to relax, just beginning to realize the door must be unlocked, and he could go. When the year's damp bloated fish, smelling hands closed softly over his throat, and he was turned implacably around to stare into that dead and purple face.
Hey gamers, this part is gonna sound pretty unscripted, and that's because it is. Because, well, apparently YouTube has a time limit. I didn't know that, so we're gonna cut off the video right here. So this is part 1. Sorry about that. I know you guys want the whole 15 hours and whatever, but I mean, it's YouTube's fault. They added a time limit or whatever. I had no idea there was a time limit until I made this video, okay? It's genuinely detrimental to me, you know, because this video is just gonna do absolutely terrible in the algorithm since it's split into 2 parts now. But whatever, I guess, you know. I guess it is what it is, you know. YouTube's just being stupid again. But whatever. Okay, I guess, goodbye. Check out part 2, and yeah.